leading the podium places all weekend long, and that's row one for the field today. Max Johnson, Preston Baker, that's the top five, with Arthur Rich keeping them company on the second row. Then comes Jensen Ansell, Henry Brody and Maxwell Keats. That's the third row of the field, with Tommy Keats rounding off the top 10. Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson round off what is a 12-rider field. 4 rows, nice and round, 9 laps of racing. And once again, all eyes on that top 3. I mean, we've had Austin, of course, Rex Austin taking a win for race 1. Ratcliffe, of course, taking 2 consecutive victories. But Mason Fedrick, the most consistent of the 3, P2s in the last 3 races over the duration of yesterday. So absolutely smashing it are all 3 of those young riders. And who's going to be the one to come out on top in this one?
Well, the last race of the weekend for some of these riders. Some of them might be heading out in the LC40 Elites later on. Time will tell, but they're making their way onto the grid now for the opening race of Monday's action. If you are just joining us just in time, we are about to go racing here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club in Rowrah. Conditions a little bit worse than yesterday, wind a bit stronger, but it always is windy down here in the quarry. A little bit more cloud cover as well, as you can tell. Temperatures look to be a little bit lower, but overall dry running and good racing to be expected. Last checks being made by the parents / roving marshals. There we do see the big 3 of this championship up the front: Fedrick, Austin and Ratcliffe. Your front row, they've been trading blows all weekend. Who's going to be the one that takes it this time? It is lights out. We are underway. Rocket jump once again from Rex Austin. Caelan Ratcliffe also away well. Mason Fedrick struggling on that inside. The inside launches all weekend in all classes have been pretty disappointing. He's going to fall back to third, maybe to fourth, as up the inside tries Max Johnson on the 141. Does he get through? Yes, he does. Fedrick down into P4. Lovely move by Rex or Max Johnson. There was someone off in the background. Hopefully everyone is okay as they make their way to the top point of the track. Through Erdell's hairpin they go, and look at Rex Austin. The boy has absolutely disappeared, and Preston Baker, meanwhile, making his way through, and Mason Fedrick as well. He's gone from first to fifth in half a lap.
Beautiful stuff, it must be said, but look at that from Rex Austin as a rider. Unfortunately off, that's the 26, that is Danny Longhurst, unfortunately having some issues. It seems the bike switched off. The, of course, master trying to get it going again. There she goes, back onto the racing circuit, but losing a ton of time side by side immediately as we close off the first lap of racing action. It's Caelan Ratcliffe, of course, that's in pursuit of Rex Austin. Side by side as Mason Fedrick is tumbling down the order.
Yeah, Fedrick, it's something either wrong with the bike or he's not quite woken up or something along those lines. Really struggling at the moment is the pole sitter. Meanwhile, Ratcliffe holding off on the 141 of Max Johnson and the 93, or Preston Baker, should I say. Can he keep him behind? 141 just behind them. And oh, look at that lovely little move by Preston Baker. Tucks up the inside, takes the opportunity, uses the drive out of Erdell's as they plummet down the hill and into Stewart's. That is up into P2 for Preston Baker from 5th on the grid. Now he's just going to try and hunt down the 991 of Rex Austin. The 2 in the battle for second place, starting to pull away from the 2 in the battle for fourth place, that being Max Johnson and Jensen Ansell on the 22, making their way to Paddock Bend, and around they go. And on to the next lap. It's still even Stevens between the lot of them. 141 holding position for the time being. But Jensen Ansell, he's been racy all weekend, and he's been in good spirits again. His first weekend at FAB this season after a big injury late last year. He spent a lot of time recovering, a lot of time getting used to being back on the bike, but apparently he's been chomping at the bit to get racing again, and he is loving every second of it as he has a look on the 141. Doesn't come to anything for the time being. But I tell you what, Jensen Ansell looking pretty pacey out there.
Yeah, indeed. So, of course, Max Johnson, don't forget, that 141 had a fairly sizable off yesterday. Unfortunately, sort of looked like he was a little bit hurt, was able to get up and start walking, but it's nice to see that his confidence has not faded at all and is contending for the podium. We've got a very mixed up grid so far for the AC40 Pro. Of course, it's very early. These are just kids. Maybe some of them aren't fully awake just yet, but this is the way they want to round off their first round of the second half of the season. Round 5, of course, here in Rowrah. You need to go, if you really kickstart the final 2 rounds of the season, have that morale, have that stepping stone. And right now, unfortunately for Mason Fedrick, he is nowhere near the pace that he was showing yesterday. So who's that off?
Oh, that's multiple riders in. Mason Fedrick, I think, is one of them. Potentially. The other one, that's the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe, who's also gone down, who was running with Caelan Ratcliffe. That, I believe, was Max Johnson, potentially.
No.
Hopefully everyone is okay. Just making sure that they're all up and on their feet. As there we see some more of the riders. That's Max Johnson running with Jensen Ansel, I believe. So maybe it wasn't Max Johnson. No, so Max Johnson hasn't gone down. Potentially Preston Baker that went down earlier on. And that is Frederick. That's gone down, yeah. Oh, yeah, so big problems there. That's coming through the opening chicane. A real shame there for them. The 26th, that's Danny Longhurst. So maybe it was an incident with traffic, actually. We saw Danny Longhurst having problems early on and falling back down the order. As there we do see someone who's definitely had their Weetabix this morning. The 991 of Rex Austin is absolutely dominating. 5 laps left to go. He's got a 4-second lead, and he is flying at the moment up the front. Behind him, as it stands, Preston Baker, the number 93. Bit of a big gap to try and cover up in the remaining 4.5 laps. And, well, that's a great way to start your Monday morning, isn't it?
Yeah, it very much is, of course. If you're watching along at home, this is also a very good way to start your Monday morning as well. If you're bored at work or just bored in general, come and join FAB-Racing. Of course, the stars of the future here today in the paddock. Of course, as you can see, we're finalising round number 5 for the mini motos before we embark on the rest of round 5 for the other categories. So plenty of racing to indulge in. There you can see Rex Austin, one of the favourites for the championship. Championship leader, of course, coming into this round as well, and has already taken a couple of race wins thus far here deep in the quarry. There is Caelan Ratcliffe back on the bike, it seems. So obviously we did see that bike down, so he is up and ready to go, but that is with Preston Baker. Did we see Ratcliffe down? I thought we did, unless he's now being lapped. I'm not entirely sure. Nonetheless, he's running around quite nicely. That's the 93 of Preston Baker just in behind him. So maybe we've got a fight for P2 on our hands. Let's see what can happen with just 3.5 laps left to go. But one thing is for certain, and that is Rex Austin is sure for victory.
We did definitely see Ratcliffe down at the chicane. So he's managed to get back on, but not showing up on the timing screen. So I wonder if potentially a transponder issue for Ratcliffe there. He was down for quite some time, so probably being lapped. Mason Frederick also looks like he's dropped out of his race. Just saw him pulling into the pit lane there as the camera quickly brushed past as they headed through Paddock Bend. So Mason Frederick looks like it was indeed a problem with the bike. But let's go back to the action on track. We are currently following the battle for third place. The 141 of Max Johnson still holding off from Jensen Ansel, but for how much longer? Ansel runs wide onto the curbs. There we see Johnson defensive into Paddock Bend. Ansel tried desperately to get the run as he gets on the gas. Can he look to the inside of the chicane? Not on this occasion, but still pushing very, very hard. Johnson doing a great job of absorbing that pressure, though, just holding on to that position. That's something that Johnson is very, very strong at, just keeping a level head and just keeping it going, hitting his marks, doing exactly what he needs to do in this situation in order to maintain that position. As Ansel once again ducks to the inside. That seems to be a preferred move this morning for the riders, trying to cut into the inside at the exit of Erdales and get a strong drive out down the back stretch. This time hasn't worked for Ansel, but still attacking. It's soon to be 2 laps left to go.
Yeah, exactly that. He's running out of opportunities. Of course, a big shame for Mason Frederick. That becomes his 3rd DNF of this season. When he's finished, he's been fantastic, but unfortunately, I think over the duration of the season, now into the second half, it's going to be very difficult for him to recover in the championship. Of course, Max Johnson and Ansel for their hopes in the championship. Of course, Ansel, he's only got half the season to really recover, so they also want to maximise their points, and this is a golden opportunity for them to close in potentially on Mason Frederick, who, as we say, he's not going to take the checker flag and thus is not going to take any points. Another rider down, that is the 22 of Jensen Ansel. That is a huge shame in his pursuit for Max Johnson.
What a shame there for Jensen Ansel. Also looks like that was coming through the opening chicane, so we've seen a few riders now having issues through there. There wasn't any rain overnight, I don't believe. Maybe just cold track, maybe just early morning getting used to the bike. Conditions a bit different potentially from the rest of the weekend's running. But yeah, several riders encountering trouble down there. Race leader, though, about to start his last lap of this final race of the weekend for the AC40 Pros. Race number 3 in round number 5, of course, this being the doubleheader weekend/Monday. There is Lee Clowes, the flag marshal, holding out the last lap flag. And well, for Rex Austin, this has been a very, very easy ride for him. He got to the front from the start and just hasn't looked back. A nice and simple cruise, and he can just bring it on home. Nobody near him, plain track out in front of him. All he's got to do at this point, Zach, hit his marks, bring it home, and he can have a very, very nice win.
Yeah, exactly that. Of course, it's his final race of the weekend, and He wants to bring it home in good fashion. He had won 2 races, 7 podiums, and pretty much finished every race inside the top 5 coming into Rowrah, and has continued that record into this one with a win yesterday, a win of course on Saturday as well, extending that championship margin, being the most consistent of the big 3. Rex Austin rounds through Sunny Bend for the final time into Paddock Bend, and to round off our first race here on Monday, AC40 Pro race 3 round 5 goes the way of Rex Austin in sensational fashion. Caden Ratcliffe brings it home in P2, but will go the way of Preston Baker on the timing screens, going to the 93, with Max Johnson completing the podium when he works his way to the checker flag. Bar Rex Austin, that is a very mixed up podium from what we've seen so far this weekend.
Yeah, not what we were expecting. We had straight fights from Frederick, Austin and Ratcliffe all weekend long. This one, a big mix-up of the order in the final race of the AC40 Pros. A great win for Rex Austin, must be said, but obviously we saw issues from Mason Frederick. I'm assuming there was some sort of issue with the bikes. We did see him pulling into the pit lane about halfway through the race, and just the pace wasn't quite there, so I'm assuming something mechanically just wasn't sound. Obviously, Caelan Ratcliffe also struggling and getting involved in that incident means that Rex Austin, it was an easy cruise to take the win in race number 3 of round number 5 here at Rowrah. Preston Baker came home in P2 with Max Johnson rounding out the podium. Henry Brodie got up to P4 with Arthur Rich in P5. Maxwell Keats was 6th, with Tommy Keats 7th, Jensen Ansell 8th, and Oliver Wilson at P9th. Unfortunately, we did lose Mason Frederick and Danny Longhurst, and Caelan Ratcliffe, I believe, having a small transponder issue because he's not showing up on the timing screens, but he was on circuits. We'll find out for you where he finished, if indeed he was classified, as soon as we know. But that is it for the weekend's action for the AC40 Pros. Some of them might be back out a little bit later in the elites, but that's it for them.
Yeah, that is very, very unfortunate, of course. A big problem for Mason Frederick in the championship. Let's move on as we progress through the weekend.
The FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, race number 3 of round 5 coming up next, and the riders getting ready to head out onto the grid. We are not expecting there to be a sighting lap. It'll be going to the grid and then going racing straight away. So from pole, it's Emilio Pereira, Nelly Nuth and Tommy Williams alongside. Keep an eye on Nelly Nuth. She's been the dominant force this weekend. Austin Dilk starts 4th with Jensen Cedras and Finley Stiles on row 2. Joey Athersic is 7th with Randy Carter 8th, and Reed Saxelby in P9. Freddie Taylor is 10th, Noah Barfoot is 11th with James Dermott 12th, Logan Paisley 13th, Emerson Oakley 14th, and Daisy Grayson P15. Seth James, Oscar Rowland, Oscar McAllister on row 6. Claudia Dubman is followed by Katie Reese and Ethan Bayliss, and Caden Bailey, a debutant this weekend in the Rookies Cup, is our sole rider on row 8. Again, we're not expecting there to be a sighting lap, so unless we do get one, I'm not entirely sure. Oh no, they are being sent around, so they are getting a sighting lap then. There we go then. I was told it was going to be 2 laps for the AC40 Pros, and then that would be it, and no one else would get one, but clearly I was mistaken in that one. So as they head out then, Nelly Nuthzak, she has been the dominant force this weekend, but slightly different conditions today. We saw a mix-up in the previous race from what we were expecting. Maybe someone could bring a bit of a challenge in race number 3.
Yeah, because right now Nelly Nuth has won all bar 1 race, and that was one that unfortunately she won it on track, but she got a jump start penalty, which obviously is fair enough, but she wasn't able to outride this one like she was able to do at Three Sisters. But apart from that, she's been the dominant force. Her starts have been fantastic. She didn't put it on pole. In fact, Emilio Pereira did it by about 1.3 seconds, give or take, and that is a huge margin around just a 1 minute lap. But Nelly Nuth and her starts and her consistency and her rhythm is so fantastic. It is amazing to see, but we know from Ella Park that when the track is cold and slippery and a little bit less ideal, sometimes it can maybe go a little bit wrong. So potentially Emilio Pereira and his experience maybe being a little bit more in tune with slipperier conditions, maybe he might be able to close in, or it's just going to be a case of Nelly Nuth in unusual fashion here at Rowrah, because yeah, that young lady has been dominant in the AC40 Rookies.
She absolutely has, and what a weekend it has been. Of course, let's not take away from the other riders out there. Emilio Pereira has been doing a great job. The likes of Austin Dilks, Jensen Cedras, Tommy Williams in P3 as well. They've all been doing phenomenal stuff. Jensen Cedras and Tommy Williams having some great battles across the 5 races we've had so far, so keep an eye out for them. Elsewhere, further down the pack, the likes of Seth James return to racing after overcoming cancer It's been inspirational to see him out on track, and he's doing a spectacular job as well. Emerson Oakley as well is one I've been keeping an eye on. He'll be starting P14. Should be interesting to see where he runs, but it will be all eyes on that front row at the race start. Nelly Nuth, sometimes the race starts perfect, sometimes they're more than perfect, and it's a jump start. But rest assured, she'll be rocketing away at the start.
One way or another.
Yeah, one way or another at least, anyway. And it seems to be that she's always first down into the opening chicane, and no one can really do anything about it. Maybe someone gets a better start this time. Maybe there's a bit of a slower start for Nelly Nuth. And again, very different conditions to what we've seen over the remainder of the weekend. Maybe it's not just another job of getting on the bike and running away with it. Maybe someone can bring the challenge to her.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Emilio Pereira probably has a bit more experience with racing, and obviously for Nelly Nuth, it's probably the best way to not have experience in racing is because she's so far ahead, but we haven't really seen her have to battle or defend or attack. Emilio Pereira, though, he's had that in bucket loads over the duration of the season. If he's able to maintain that pole position, I think it might be maybe not his race to lose, but it would definitely give him a helping hand in sort of keeping Nelly Nuth behind, because he knows how to position the bike to keep Nelly Nuth behind. But maybe her overall pace will win in the end. What happens now? Emilio Pereira needs a good start.
He does indeed. The rider's getting ready to go. It'll soon be all eyes to the lights. Nelly Nuth going from second. Emilio Pereira on pole. Tommy Williams on the number 51 alongside. It's time to go racing in race number 3 in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup in round 5 at Rowrah. It is lights out and we are underway once again. Wonderful start there from Nelly Nuth. Bit of a problem from Emilio Pereira. He's going to get swamped, fall down to third, maybe fourth, as Tommy Williams inherits second. Emilio Pereira just able to squeeze in front of Austin Dilks as they're all trading places behind as they make their way down to McRae's hairpin for the first time, then pushing their way back up the hill. Nuth already with a small gap starting to form, but Tommy Williams still has her in his sights. Pereira, a disappointing getaway. It's not been like him, unfortunately. He's been pretty solid at the light so far this weekend and indeed this season. Just this time couldn't quite get it to kick, couldn't quite get the launch that he wanted. He'll have to recover and make his way back up onto the podium, maybe back up into the lead into St John's, though. For the first time you can see already how far ahead Nelly Nuth is already starting to pull. That young lady has been so fast this weekend. Already, maybe it's not thinking about catching her, it's thinking about fighting for second, third, fourth place.
Yeah, pretty much that's all it's been all weekend, apart from that one race where unfortunately she jump-started. It has just been a race for second. Austin Dilks fighting away with Cedras, who's looking to the outside of the chicane. No way through, with 7 laps left to go. Very much our sprint races. There is the 85 under pressure, the number 2 looking to go to the outside through the first hairpin. No way through on that occasion, but we've seen Minimoto is all about momentum, all about keeping that minimum speed up, and that is why the switchback is so powerful.
It absolutely is. We do see some of the riders at the back of this leading pack, but as I say that, Pereira and Williams starting to break away. Cedras now looking to the inside of Austin Dilks. Nothing able to come out of it on that occasion, but Cedras has been looking so fast this weekend. And maybe we're trying to find his way through, move up into 4th position. Currently, though, just having to sit behind, be patient as into Sunny Bend they go. Needs to be careful, though, because right behind him is Finlay Styles. Finlay Styles is that classic rider that just likes to sit there and wait for the moment to appear, wait to pounce when someone makes a mistake, and that might be this moment here, because Cedras ran very wide coming out of Paddock Bend, but able to sweep back round and maybe sweeping around the outside. Oh, Jensen Cedras, this could be superb if he pulls it off, but unfortunately decides to back out. Got a great run out of the opening chicane. Now tucks back into the toe as they head up the hill. Looks like a slightly better exit there for Austin Dilks, but Cedras with the inside. Maybe he'll try to cut inside. We've been seeing a lot of riders do that this morning already, and indeed he does, but a better drive once again for Austin Dilks. He'll be holding on. Watch Finlay Styles as well as he pulls all the way to the inside, maybe trying to try something, certainly having a look anyway, as Nelly Nuth, with 6, soon to be 5 laps left to go, already 4 seconds ahead of the pack at the line last time, lapping 2 seconds quicker than anyone else. Also currently leading the highest achieving female rider award here in the FAB-Racing FAB-Racing, and currently lapping, well, her best lap, should I say, missed out on the lap record by 2 thousandths of a second.
Yeah, nothing. That is inconceivable, really, to the human eye. But that is the difference. Henry McCartney has held that record for 6 years. He's obviously off on bigger bikes, racing the likes of Marco Holt and things. Are side by side. Jenson Cedras looking to the outside of Austin Dilks. No way through on that occasion, but does get back underneath. Going into that second hairpin, the uphill climb, and the drive for Austin Dilks was a little bit better, so able to hold on to what is fourth place at the moment. There is side by side Emilio Pereira launching the counter-attack on Tommy Williams. He's been waiting half the race to do it. Outside line as they run their way through. Nicely done from the 31. El Toro back in a second place.
Nice stuff there from Emilio Pereira. Had to work for that one, had to set it up. You could see he was testing the waters over the previous few laps, seeing where can I try and make a move, where works, where can I stick it, where am I better than Tommy Williams. Ultimately decided that down into the Stewart Bend was the place to go for it. Set the move up, got it done. Very textbook, very simple, but very, very effective. But it's not done yet because Tommy Williams looking to the inside at the chicane, but Pereira just sweeps on by, slams the door shut in his face. 4 laps left to run in the final race of the weekend in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. Nuth already 6 seconds up the road. Pereira and Williams continuing to do battle for the podium places. Austin Dilks, Cedras, Finlay Styles also all very, very tight together in this battle for all of them trading blows, not necessarily trading places though. No one's really been able to launch a move and been able to make it stick so far as the leaders beginning to encounter traffic. This could change things.
Yeah, very much could. Of course, Nelly Nuth, you can just about see her in the distance. Tommy Williams gets a great drive off of Stewart in towards, of course, St John's, but not quite close enough, I think, to launch a meaningful attack as they have to dart their way through traffic. There, of course, are racers trying to do so, and are two protagonists at the moment for second place. 3 laps to go. It'll be 2 made at the line for race number 3 of round 5 of the AC40 Rookies. There is Tommy Williams looking to the inside of Emilio Pereira into the chicane, just goes outside of shot. There is that fight between Austin Dilks and Jenson Cedras as well. 2 fantastic battles now closing into their final stages.
Yeah, I think there may have been a mistake maybe from Finlay Styles, or he got held up by traffic. He's dropped back a little bit from Dilks and Cedras in that battle for 4th place. Meanwhile, Pereira just putting a little bit of a safety net to Tommy Williams. Not a comfortable gap, but just gives him a bit of breathing space behind, a bit of time to recuperate, rest, relax, maybe just refocus from all the attacks and just enable him to get back to his best and continue to push on, continue to try and keep Tommy Williams behind. But as I say that, that's a lovely move maybe from Tommy Williams. Got the drive out of Stewart Bend and has just nailed it around the outside of Emilio Pereira. What a move that was from the 51, getting through some lap traffic now. Opportunity maybe for Emilio Pereira as he looks to the inside, decides not to go for the move into Paddock Bend. Onto the penultimate lap of the race they go. Penultimate lap of the weekend for these young riders, and the 51 of Tommy Williams with a great move to start off his morning and end his weekend as he blasted it out of Stewart Bend. But Pereira, he's going to make Tommy Williams fight for it. He's already got through once. Can he get through again? He spent a lot of time following Williams, and as I say that, drawing alongside, he knows where to make the move, and he knows clearly not the move to make on the outside. Down the inside though, wonderful from El Toro. Up the inside, Williams gets the drive though as they blast down the back straight. El Toro goes defensive. Pereira holds on once again. As I said, spent a lot of time following Tommy Williams early doors in this race. He knows where he can make the move. He's seen the lines that Tommy Williams is taking. He knows where he's better. He was at an advantage in that situation.
Here is our race leader, Nelly Nuth, about to embark on her final tour of Rowrah Circuit, and what a tour it's been for Nelly Nuth. She has won 5 of the 6 races so far this weekend. The only one she lost, she won on track but had a penalty and had to drop back to 4th place because of it. She's got 3/4 of a lap to go to do the sweep for round number 5 of the AC40 Rookies Cup here for FAB-Racing. Nelly Nuth, she's rapid. There's no 2 ways about it. Her starts are fantastic. Her consistency is amazing. What's going to stop her?
I would say star in the making, but Nelly Nuth is already a star here at FAB-Racing. A very popular young rider, of course, one of the many young female talents that we have here at FAB-Racing, leading the all-competitor Female Cup Championship that's been set up in collaboration with the House of Moto, and on her way for another fantastic race win. Her last race of the weekend for Nelly Nuth. It has been a weekend of dominance, it's been a weekend of excellence, and it's been a weekend of winning. It will be the 44 that takes the checkered flag once again. Race number 3 in round 5 of the FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship Rookies Cup. Goes the way of Nelly Nuthis to the line. Emilio Pereira gets second by under a tenth of a second from Tommy Williams. But once again, the story of the rookies is all about that young lady. Nelly Nuth has lit up the track and shown us what she can do. The future is very, very bright for her.
Yeah, indeed. And of course, with the collaboration from House & Moto, she's only going to get more exposure. She's going to showcase her talent. Potentially, maybe a championship contender as well. The recovery that she had, of course, that dip at Ella Park, but as a back on firing form from Three Sisters into Rowrah, we could well have a three-way fight for that championship. Let's take a look as to how things racked up then after 9 laps of racing action. It, of course, was Nelly Nuth, 2 1/1000ths of a second off the lap record set by Henry McCartney. Very, very close, but the wins are much sweeter. Emilio Pereira from Tommy Williams, that's the podium, ahead of Austin Dilks and Finley Styles, the top 5. Behind that, you've got Freddie Taylor and Joey Athasich. And then comes Randy Carter, James Dermott and Noah Barfoot, the top 10. Behind that, Ethan Bayliss, Jensen Cedras, Oscar Rowland, Emerson Oakley and Daisy Grayson, the top 15, and thus our point scorers. And then you have got a couple of riders, Seth James from Logan Paisley, Oscar McAllister, Casey Reeson and Claudia Dudman, the final rider to take to the checkered flag. Most of them did manage to do so. That was the AC40 Rookies, round number 5 in the books, and pretty good weekend for Nelly Nuth.
Well, pretty good by her standards. I'm sure she'll think that was pretty casual, do it as she does. But Nelly Nuth, what a weekend once again for the number 44. And although the championship for her maybe didn't start off in the strongest of ways, she is definitely mounting a challenge for the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup now. The rookies done for the weekend. Nelly Nuth dominates here at Rowrah. She'll be delighted. But what a weekend of racing from the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. Of course, they'll be back in 3 weeks at Clay Pigeon for round number 6. Can anyone stop that number 44? Now it is time for race number 2 in round number 5 for the senior mini motos. Well, it should be very, very interesting to see how it is all going to unfold. The man of the moment, David Myatt, he has been absolutely phenomenal this weekend. Came into Rowrah, this doubleheader round, with just 1 race win to his name this season. And as we head into race number 2, the 4th or the 5th race of the weekend for these guys, should I say, he has dominated, taken the lap record, taken win after win after win, and has just looked absolutely untouchable out there. Can anyone stop him on Monday?
Maybe so. I mean, of course, it's a different day. 2 cycling laps to the grid. We'll get to that in just a moment. I want to talk because we've just seen Nelly Nuth be 2 1/1000ths off the lap record. Yesterday, David Myatt beat it by 2 1/1000ths of a second. It's the magic number this weekend, it seems. But you're right in saying that David Myatt, I don't want to say come out of nowhere, because, of course, he has been consistent with that win. And he's finished in the top 5 3 times, 2 podiums. Of course, a second place alongside that win when we took to Ella Park. But apart from that, Three Sisters, he didn't even break into the top 5. It was an 8th place, 2 8th places and a 9th place for him. And then he comes into Rowrah, reset, and is now sweeping the entire Cine Mini Moto field. It's going to be difficult for someone to top him, but anything's possible, provided he makes a mistake. But thus far this weekend, we haven't seen that from him at all.
I know sometimes we talk about how riders might have a bogey corner or a bogey track, you know, somewhere they just can't nail no matter what they do. Rowrah just seems to be the complete opposite of that for David Myatt. It's just a track he's turned up and it's just clicked. Something is just flicked a switch and he is out there running rampant on the senior mini motos field. As they get going on their second sighting lap, let's go through the grid, shall we? Matt Birkin, the championship leader heading into this doubleheader weekend, starts on pole position with David Myatt alongside him, Keaton Payne completing the front row. Chris Yeoman starts 4th with Reece Gentry in P5 and Mark Payne in P6. The 3rd row is made of Callum White on the 322 alongside Nick Bennett and Gary Eldridge, and rounding out a grid of 12 riders is Isaac Greenstreet, Steve Johns and Rob Gentry. Once again, it'll be all eyes on David Myatt, though. He has been the story of the weekend. Do keep an eye out, though, for the 711 of Nick Bennett. It was a disappointing qualifying for Bennett, but he's been mighty in the racing, cutting his way through the field and getting onto the podium a few times. He'll be one that's exciting to watch as well as he starts his charge, that I'm sure he always does. Nick's normally qualifying a little bit higher up than that. He's normally well within the top 5. So he's making good on what was a disappointing qualifying, clearly.
Yeah, and of course, qualifying's been a bit of a talk of the town this weekend as well, because we've had the double round, but only one qualifying session to dictate both of them. And that's tough, because you've then got double the races, and if you start on pole, that's great. You've got double the reward. If you start a little bit further down, you've got double the pain of trying to fight your way back through on 6 different occasions, and it does take a toll. It can be difficult. But Nick Bennett coming into this round, second in the championship, a win, 4 podiums, 4 top 5s to go with it. He's not a bad rider, and we showcased his talent yesterday with some fantastic racing in sort of that fight for second.
We have to see what Bennett can do. We'll have to see what Birkin can do as well, if he can try and stop the rot this weekend. Not that it's been bad, but, you know, by Matt Birkin's standards, he wants to be winning every single race, and this weekend he hasn't exactly done that. The rider's getting ready, visors go down, David Myatt looking composed. You can see there Keaton Payne ready to go racing. All eyes to the lights. We are underway for race number 2. Once again, a rocket ship start from the 22 of David Myatt, up into the lead ahead of Matt Birkin. And once again, the pole sitter struggling to get away. We've seen it in multiple classes now here at Rowrah. For some reason, pole position just seems to be bad luck. Myatt into the lead from Birkin, from Keaton Payne holding on to 3rd place. Chris Yeomans staying with that lead pack in P4 as well, as they make their way through Erdels for the first time. Oh, looks like there was a big crash down the back of the pack. I think that's Nick Bennett that's been involved. There are a few riders further behind him as well, as he stops at the side of the racetrack, but we continue going around for the time being. That was indeed Nick Bennett that was involved and has stopped. Hopefully he's able to get going again. So through to the back section for the first time, it is Myatt that leads the way from Birkin, from Keaton Payne, but he's not bolted off into the distance yet. He's also not even completed the first lap.
Yeah, but we saw this yesterday as well. Matt Birkin was able to stay with him for a couple of laps, and then just after that, David Myatt and his consistency was able to prevail. As you can see, after the first lap, it's Myatt from Birkin, Keaton Payne the top 3, Chris Yeomans from Mark Payne rounding up the top 5, Callum White just in behind that with Gary Eldridge, Isaac Greenstreet, Nick Bennett, of course, who we saw have some issues on the first lap ahead. Of course, Rhys Gentry was into 9th place. Nick Bennett rounds off the top 10. So there's still a lot to come from this race. There is a fight, of course. There's Isaac Greenstreet trying to close his way onto Gary Eldridge on that 99 machine just ahead of him. That's the battle for P7 as things stand. But that fight at the front, I don't think it's going to stay a fight for much longer. I think we're going to see what we saw yesterday, which is David Myatt being David Myatt.
Time will tell if the gap's going to be big enough. Fastest lap on the opening lap was a 58.382 from Myatt, but again, that's the opening lap of the race, so take that with a pinch of salt. As well, you've got the likes of Matt Birkin, who is closer to the timing line, so when he starts his first lap going slower, so on the first lap you've just kind of got to take it and go with what it is. As we're seeing some battles further back in the pack, this is Gary Eldridge and Isaac Greenstreet as they make their way around and go on to the next lap. 7 laps left to go at the line this time for these guys. Isaac Greenstreet, great to see him out there. Oh, and that is down, and that's Myatt! David Myatt's gone down at McRae's. Unbelievable. The man who's dominated this weekend has made an error at McRae's hairpin and has gone down. He's back on the bike. It looks okay. Handlebars seem to be straight. But with 7 laps left to go, this race takes a big twist, a big turn. David Myatt goes down, able to remount, able to rejoin. Can he cut his way back through the pack? Matt Birkin will now lead this race.
What can David Myatt do in terms of a recovery? Because consistently he was running 0.8 of a second a lap quicker than those in front of him. He obviously has got to fight back, but I suppose not necessarily the good thing, but the less bad thing is that he's done it so early on in the race, because it gives him time to recover. It gives him a chance to regain those positions, regain that time. He, of course, emerges out of the 3rd lap in 4th, not too far off Chris Yeomans, so probably not going to be too far off the podium in future. Keaton Payne is further 2 seconds. Then, of course, is Matt Birkin. So in all essence, he's not actually lost too much time. Already through on the 85 and onto the podium. I don't think it's a done deal that Matt Birkin's going to win this race. I still think David Myatt could claw it back. Of course, Matt Birkin just needs to keep the bike on the road and focus forwards. But David Myatt, even though he's gone down, is still a scary prospect.
We'll have to wait and see. Myatt looks like he still has the pace from before, hasn't had a knock in his confidence after coming off the bike. He's also got to make his way through Keaton Payne, got to make his way through Matt Birkin if he wants to win this race. And there will only be 5 laps left to do it in just a short moment as well. But already the 22 starting to close back in on Keaton Payne, who would love to hold on to that 2nd place. To see Isaac Greenstreet and Gary Eldridge now being joined by Rhys Gentry in this battle for P7. All going quite well for those guys, the 92. Been looking at the back of Gary Eldridge for a little bit of time, and actually Rhys Gentry trying to get through relatively quickly. I think Rhys Gentry may have been one of the guys involved in that early incident with Nick Bennett. We did see a few riders getting big time caught up as David Meyer on that previous lap, fastest lap of the race, at 55.965. He is absolutely flying out there at the moment. Can he catch Matt Birkin though? We'll have to wait and see. As there, meanwhile, Rhys Gentry has worked his way through Isaac Greenstreet. He's now worked his way through Gary Eldridge as well. Isaac Greenstreet might take the opportunity. Up the inside goes the 92. Lovely stuff from Greenstreet. Textbook manoeuvre up the inside into Stuart Bend. Gets up into what is now 8th place.
Yeah, indeed so. David Meyer, by the way, is running very close to that record that he set yesterday. Of course, was able to break it. A 55.220 was the lap time that he was able to set over the duration of yesterday. That is looking very, very good indeed. 55.6 now is the pace. We have got a fight going on. David Meyer is working his way through the field very nicely indeed. Already dispatched of Keaton Payne and up into second place. Now is the charge. Of course, he's got a rider to contend with. I think it might be Nick Bennett, who's just been lapped, unfortunately running at the back of the field. But all eyes are to Matt Birkin. 4 laps, 2 seconds, and near on lap record pace. Matt Birkin's going to have to defend.
Indeed, but Meyer being held up there by Nick Bennett. Of course, no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. You have to make your own way through. And if it holds you up, it holds you up. We see so many races, especially in the mini-motos, just get turned on their head when a lead battle starts to run into traffic. Meyer was held up there a little bit, but 3 laps left to go. Matt Birkin still in his sights. Does Mariat smell blood from Birkin? He's certainly closing in, certainly lapping faster as well. But Matt Birkin, he's not going to go down without swinging a few punches. Not literally, of course, but I wouldn't put it past him to try and maybe give David Meyer it is the CD Mini Motos. He'd certainly try and give him an elbow shove if he saw the opportunity to. All in good jest, of course. But Matt Birkin, he's certainly going to try and hold on to that first position. But look at Meyer, look how much he's already closed up over this lap. It's unbelievable. We're about to go to the penultimate lap of the race, and I'd estimate the gap is now already well under a second.
Yeah, it is indeed. Of course, track position obviously outweighs the time delta, but Matt Birkin looking over his shoulder, that pressure is ramping up more and more. He has taken 5 wins thus far this season, and whenever he's finished inside the top 5, it pretty much has been a win coming into this round. Of course, he has been able to take a couple of other podiums thanks to David Meyer's sort of dominance as such, but that is the consistency that Matt Birkin rises to when the bike is working. Thankfully, it's been okay this weekend. Here is the move though. David Meyer immediately jumping to the inside of the second hairpin, and Matt Birkin already under pressure. David Meyer wants to find a way through soon and already does the drive off the second hairpin. Goodness me, David Meyer, he fell off the bike a few laps ago, but it doesn't matter because he's back into the lead of race 2 of the Senior Mini Motos.
The traction out of Erdell's hairpin, unbelievable for the 22, how quickly that thing just shot in front of Matt Birkin. But Birkin, wow, what a move! Matt Birkin, talk about a late dive bomb on the brakes, sends it up the inside. I said he was going to go down swinging onto the final lap. Birkin back in the lead. Meyer now has a big gap in front of him, pulls a little wheelie just for funsies, I suppose. We've got 1 lap to go though, and a huge scrap for the lead on our hands.
Goodness me, Matt Birkin, we've seen that move into Sunny Bend, but not in the Senior Mini Motos. That was a long way back. I think it caught David Meyer by surprise, which, like I said yesterday, is the appeal of that move. You catch them off guard, you send it up the inside. As long as you can get it stopped, it's not too bad going. There is the gap. And David Meyer was almost sort of so stunned he had to back out. Matt Birkin is now 1.5 seconds clear for the lead. I thought it was going to be a runaway David Meyer final lap, but it's not. He's shaking his head, maybe not happy with what the bike's happened or maybe what Matt Birkin done. But Matt Birkin, hard but fair, 3 corners left to go to take his first victory of the weekend.
Maybe a problem for David Meyer. Maybe he's just backed off out of frustration. But Matt Birkin has left it to the death. He had to take an accident from David Meyer, but once the pair were together, he launched a move and showed why he is number 1. Matt Birkin takes the checkered flag, wins race 2 of round 5. And I tell you what, second place has gone the way of Keaton Payne as well. David Meyer was leading early doors in this Senior Mini Moto race 2. Came off the bike, got back on, got back into the race lead, and then late in the day, problems potentially. but it matters not for Matt Birkin. He takes the victory here. The championship leader was not the fastest out on circuit, has not been the fastest all weekend, but showed why he is number one. When push came to shove, he launched the move from out of nowhere, and well, sending it into the lead, doesn't even cover it. That was forcing his way through.
Yeah, absolutely sensational. Matt Birkin taking his 6th race win of the season. A 5.981 winning margin thanks to David Myatt's either issue or whatever it was on that final lap. Of course, Keaton Payne between them on the podium with Chris Yeomans and Mark Payne, the top 5. Behind that, you've got Callum White and Rhys Gentry. That's the top 7. Isaac Greenstreet, a fantastic battle with Gary Eldridge, sees the 92 tip the 99 to 8th place. Nick Bennett rounds off the top 10 ahead of Rob Gentry, and Steve Johns, our 12-rider field for the senior mini motos. Of course, they'll be back out a little bit later on after race 1 of round 5 for the senior mini for the mini GP 70s. The seniors will then take to their final round of round 5. And what a fantastic battle it was. David Myatt, will he be able to get those issues sorted, and will he back to be his top form, or will we see Matt Birkin back at the top?
One more race to go in the senior mini motos. Time will tell. We've had some race 3s, we've had some race 2s, and now it's time for a race number 1 in the LC40 Elite class, brought to you by OH Logistics. Of course, it's been a championship so far that's been dominated by Logan Cousins on the liquid-cooled bike, but a lot of the riders in this championship do use their air-cooled 40 bike, you know, the bikes that they use down in the pros. So a little bit unfortunate there in the sense that just in pure machinery terms, Cousins has an advantage, but nonetheless it makes some exciting racing across the rest of the field. And again, very different conditions today to what we've seen over the weekend. Maybe Cousins will encounter some issues trying to deal with the cloudy and windier conditions. The riders getting ready to head out, and as I say that, they are now heading out to the grid. I believe it will be two sighting laps, and then they will be going racing, and indeed they are. So Zach Sweeney, race number 1 of round 5 for these guys. They've only had 3 races. The other 2 junior mini moto classes are done for the weekend. So quite an interesting dynamic there. And these guys still having a whole other round to do.
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, we have got a couple of returning faces. Logan Cousins will be the one to lead them off pole position from Mason Frederick and Rex Austin. We saw them literally 2 races ago in the pros. They're on row 1. Max Johnson as well on that 141. Same too with Caelan Ratcliffe inside the top 5. So a lot of those returning faces, a lot of those big names from the pros here in the elites as well. But now they've got the adversary of Logan Cousins on that liquid-cooled mini moto. Arthur Rich is able to round out row 2 ahead of Jensen Ansell, Maxwell Keats and Tommy Keats, the top 9. Danny Longhurst ahead of Oliver Wilson for our 11-rider field here for the first race of the second half of 2024 for the LC40 Elites. And what can we expect? Because thus far this weekend, it really just has been Logan Cousins' field to dominate.
Cousins, again, he does have the machine advantage. You know, we can't forget that, but that's not to take away him from the rider. Of course, it's all well and good having the quicker bike on that liquid-cooled bike, but you know, you've got to be able to ride the thing as well, and that's crucially what he's doing. He's taking that machine advantage and using his natural skill just to go out there and destroy everybody, you know, and that's why he's leading the championship. That's why he's dominating races all throughout the season. There's only been a handful of times he hasn't won so far this year. He's essentially taken all of the race wins bar 2 or 3 essentially. It's very much a championship that's in the palm of his hands. But of course, again, he's got to be going out there riding the thing. He's got to be on his best form to use that advantage of the machine. And of course, you know, there could be instances. Of course, he has to work his way through traffic. And as well, you know, race starts we've been seeing will be starting from pole. The riders on pole all across this weekend, for whatever reason, I don't know if there's maybe some residue down on that side or something like that, but they've not been getting away very well. The racing line here is on the other side of the grid, so the riders starting in 3rd place, for example, naturally will have more grip away from the line. That's where the rubber gets laid down by the carts and the bikes that go around here. But just for some reason, pole position, they're starting poorly. So that's something to watch out for. Maybe Cousins also won't be getting a good start. Let's not get Mason Fedrick though. He had a bit of a problem earlier on in the AC40 Pros Race 3. Let's hope that issue with the bike has been sorted. He was slow away from the line and slow over the first few laps, then ended up pulling into the pits. He's back out there now on the bike, so hopefully everything's fixed. Also keep an eye for Rex Austin. He's been on fine form this weekend. Definitely one to watch on the front row.
Yeah, literally just off the back of a very dominant win in the pros. But Ice the Lights for the first race of the second half of 2024. Logan Cousins on pole and gets away well. Mason Fedrick and Rex Austin as well. Caelan Ratcliffe gets the jump on Max Austin, who's side by side with Jensen Ansel as well in that fight for P5, going their way through the chicane for the first time. Of course, Logan Cousins is able to lead from Fedrick. Then comes Austin Ratcliffe as well, the top four on that 96 machine, also suffering some issues earlier on, but so far so good. A fairly clean start for the front four.
Yeah, it was a nice launch from Logan Cousins. Mason Fedrick away much better than he was in the pros race earlier. Looks like any bike issues have been fixed as Rex Austin tucked into third. Jensen Ansel looks like he made up a place or two away from the line there. And there we see the 141 of Max Johnson. Looks like he's lost out, unfortunately. Been the one who's lost the most positions on this opening lap. Look at that, the number 991 of Rex Austin already starting to pile the pressure onto Mason Fedrick. Not quite close enough to launch an attack yet, but certainly on the back of him. Again, Cousins already beginning to pull away up the front of this field. Fedrick already, I'm sure, starting to switch his attention back, starting to switch his attention to defending, because the gap you can see visually already. Cousins has booked his flight and checked out. He is gone. So the number 5, I think, really already should know that it's a race between him and the 991 for second place. But don't count out the riders behind them as well. There we see the 96 with Caelan Ratcliffe. He's been on great form this weekend. So has Jensen Ansel, who he's fighting with. If these two on screen now start to fight, it's going to invite those behind to get involved, join in. Up the inside goes the 991. Lovely move there by Rex Austin up the inside into Stewart's. We've been seeing a few riders doing that, using the toe down the back straight to just get a bit of pull, then just pulling out to the inside on the brakes, nice and smooth, nice and simple, and locking the position.
Yeah, but Rex Austin took a defensive line into St John's, and look at the knock-on effect it's had. Mason Fedrick has been able to get almost that double switchback, and we've seen all weekend how strong he is through that final corner, really committed, nearly touching the rear wheel, in fact, of Rex Austin. But we've just come off the back of the pros, and it was clear that Rex Austin had the pace over Fedrick, but coming into the elites, and Mason Fedrick has unlocked the pace that he's shown all weekend long. Maybe he's woken up a little bit, maybe he's had some breakfast, I don't know what it is, but he's done a fantastic job at keeping Rex Austin honest. 6 laps left to go, and it's a fight for second unless Logan Cousins makes a mistake, because that pace at the front is absolutely rapid. Austin from Fedrick, Ratcliffe a little bit further back, but hopefully a brilliant battle nonetheless between second and third.
Absolutely. Austin may have slid in front of Fedrick, but it's not done and dusted yet. He's got some fights further back in the pack. That's the 141. And Jensen Ansel fighting behind him. Just been told now here, the 22 of Jensen Ansel, who's just behind Max Johnson. He's been given a jump start penalty. So that'll be a 3-second time penalty added to his race time. Unfortunate there for Max Johnson, but them's is the rules. You have to obey them. If you jump at the lights, that's as clear cut as they come, essentially. The weekend of penalties across motorsport. Hopefully he doesn't get disqualified for being underweight at the end of the race.
Yeah, maybe not. We'll find out. No spoilers for Spa, of course. In the lesser important championship, because they've got 4 wheels for some reason.
Yeah,
I don't know why
2
you
wheels
do that.
Is better.
Yeah, exactly. And littler bikes as well. There's Caelan Ratcliffe, of course, under pressure from said 22. Of course, it's going to be difficult for him. Of course, on the live timing, the penalty will already have been applied, so his track position relative to his timing position will be different. But that's why he started P7, and I was wondering why he was already pressuring Max Johnson for sort of a P4, and that is because he just about got that jump off the lights. It's something that we've seen all weekend long. You've got to be on it, and it's such a small, trivial thing that you can maybe only gain, say, half a tenth off the race start, but you can very quickly lose 3 or 4 or 5 seconds if you get a penalty.
Starts something you just have to learn in the race career. Again, you've got to remember, even though this is the LC40 Elites brought to you by OH Logistics, these guys are still very, very young. They haven't, some of them might already be riding the MotoGP Mini GP bikes, but they won't be racing them, certainly, especially at this stage in the season if they decided to focus in. And obviously, that's a whole different kettle of fish, where you've got the gear bikes, starting them's completely different. These things, the twist and go bikes, little bit easier, but still, it's all about the reactions. It's just something you have to train and you have to learn. You have to just keep on top of it. And you have to learn as well not to go too early. And, Jensen Ansel on this occasion, unfortunately, has been caught on the wrong side of that. Got a bit too keen. But again, that's lessons. You have to make mistakes to improve, don't you? In life and in racing as well. As up the inside there, that was the number 8 of Tommy Keats on Henry Brody, I believe. Lovely move there. Well, not Henry Brody, Arthur Rich, should I say. Lovely, lovely stuff. Tommy Keats looking very, very pacey right now, must be said, as he dives up the inside. It's 3 laps left to go in race number 1 of round 5 here at this doubleheader weekend at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. It's been a great race so far. Logan Cousins in absolute control, but the battle for second rages on.
Yeah, it does indeed. There might well be a look there. Time is of the essence, though. Max Johnson, like we said earlier, had a big off yesterday, but it's not knocked his confidence at all. Just to check in on our race leader, he is still there. We just haven't really had an excuse to look at him because he's been so far in front. 5.5 now is the gap. The time set for him was a 53.9. That's his quickest time, consistently doing about 55.2s, so not quite anywhere near the lap record set 6 years ago of over 52.1. Maybe the track not rub it in, a little bit too cold or whatever. At the moment, though, Logan Cousins really has no need to push the boundaries. All he needs is a comfortable, sustainable pace, and right now that's all he's riding at. 2 laps left to go and cruising to what is probably going to be another victory. Coming into this round, he'd won all but 2. One was a second place, the other was a DNF, and that is the form that he is on.
He's just been ridiculously good this year, has Logan Cousins, and well, it paints a very pretty picture for the future of his career. Of course, this is the top level of junior mini-moto racing here in FAB, and well, to win this looks very, very good on the CV and sets you up very nicely when you move up onto the MetroKit Mini GP bikes, the 50s and the 70s. That will be the next step of his bike racing journey. Comes round Paddock Bend and starts the final lap of the race. Oh, there was a rider off there at the final corner. Last lap flag is out. Hopefully everyone is okay. Find out who that is in just a short moment. But Logan Cousins doesn't let that affect him. Continues on his journey as he makes his way around. That number 7 machine has been mighty, not just all weekend, but all season long. And so has the boy on it as well. A wonderful, wonderful Monday morning ride, should I say, once again. Logan Cousins has looked comfortable, he's looked calm, he's looked collected, and I'm sure underneath that helmet is a cool, very level head. Making his way to the back section now and into the S's. Just a handful of corners to go for Cousins. He makes his way to Sunny Bend for the last time. No one in front of him and nobody behind for Logan Cousins. This is as easy as they come, but he still had to work hard, still had to push himself, test himself to the limits, and he's reaped the rewards. Logan Cousins wins once again in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite and wins by some margin. Rex Austin brings it home in P2, 6.5 seconds down the road, with Mason Fedrick filling out our podium. What a phenomenal result there for Logan Cousins, though. Once again, he has been on absolute top form and continues to push hard.
He does indeed. Of course, yeah, another victory, another trophy to add to the cabinet, and he's been absolutely smashing it. Of course, they have just completed their first race of the weekend. We'll read you through the entirety of the finishing order as soon as we can. Just waiting for a couple more riders to run their way to the checkered flag, but there they are. Logan Cousins smashing it, smiling away for another victory in the LC40 Elites, brought to you by OH Logistics. Rex Austin, after a victory in the AC40 Pro class, is ahead of Mason Fedrick on the podium. Kellen Ratcliffe, Jensen Ansell, the top 5, of course, still managing quite well despite that jump start penalty. Tommy Keats from Max Johnson, that's the top 7 with Arthur Rich, Henry Brody and Maxwell Keats, the top 10. One lonely rider outside, and that's unfortunately Oliver Wilson, who started to get up to pace a little bit, but still finishing, taking the checkered flag, and we'll see them a little bit later on when they take to their second race of round number 5. But up next, of course, we're going to be taking to the pit bikes, and a lot of intrigue in that one. But the LC40 Elites, Logan Cousins, taken to the top step once more.
Time for race number 1 in round number 5 in the Pit Bike 140s, a class that, while unfortunately has been lacking in grid size this weekend, has been making up for it in its excitement. Of course, the men of the moment, Chris Wells and Jamie King, starting P1 and 2. The reigning champion, Chris Wells, has been the man to beat this weekend. Of course, not contesting a full campaign this season, but when he turns up, shows you why he's the reigning champion. We spoke to Jamie King earlier. My good friend Zach Sweeney told to get good yesterday, and well, he quite literally does, because he said to us he's been lapping half a second quicker than he's ever lapped here at Rowrah before, but he just can't catch Chris Wells. Chris Wells is just so good, he can't do anything about him. as they make their way onto their sighting lap. It will be reigning champion Wells starting on the pole position. Pit bike Sonic, Jamie King alongside with Keaton Payne, should I say, completing the front row. Sean Whittaker starts fourth with Bailey Lawrence in P5. She's had 2-3 great races this weekend. Let's see if she can get back onto the podium. Daniel Gilbert completes row 2. And our final 2 riders, Rory Jones and Robert Leveridge. An 8-rider grid coming into this one then. Should be very, very interesting. But again, it's mainly all eyes on Chris Wells and Jamie King for the race lead. Bailey Lawrence and Keaton Payne, a few fantastic battles so far this weekend. I think we should definitely keep an eye on them and see what they can do as they come round to go on their second sighting lap. Again, we didn't have a warm-up session this morning for any of the classes, so they're getting 2 sighting laps for race 1s, and then later on it'll just be come to the grid, off you go, have fun, enjoy. Jamie King, what is running through that man's mind? Again, Chris Wells, despite the fact that King has been pushing himself, testing himself to the very edge, Wells just looks unbeatable at the moment. He just looks quicker, especially in race number 2 of round 4, which was yesterday. Jamie stayed with Chris for about 2 or 3 laps, and then Wells just turned the wick up and just slowly started pulling away, and there was nothing that Jamie King could do.
Yeah, pretty much. Unfortunately for Jamie King, we said he's taken his 2 first victories in a couple of years. Back at Three Sisters with a P2, obviously racing with Chris Wells before he then went on holiday. Jamie King really does need to sort of hammer it home. I think maybe it does start with the getaway, because we did see him get in front of Chris Wells, but he needs to stay in front. I know that sounds obvious, but the moment Chris Wells gets ahead, his pace is just going to allow him to take away. So Jamie King, I think for today, he's had that reset over last night and into this morning, a fresh round, a fresh slate, and hopefully some good pace to go with it.
Jamie King had a wind duck of about 3 years before he took wins at Three Sisters last time out. Maybe is this the start of another 3-year wind duck for Pit Bike Sonic? Hopefully not. But
savage.
Time will tell. It's time to go racing in the Pit Bike 140s in round 5. We are underway. King, good reaction, but doesn't get a good second phase of the launch. Wells will hold the lead. King slots into second in front of Keaton Payne. Bailey Lawrence looks like a bit of a disappointing start for her, maintaining that P5 behind Sean Whittaker on the AMR number 12 machine, making their way through McRae's for the first time. Wells, King already starting to pull away at the front of the pack. That second phase of the launch for Jamie King really wasn't particularly good. Oh, Sean Whittaker, talk about late on the brakes up the inside at Airedales. I believe he slid through Keaton Payne, found the window of opportunity and gone through, but there goes Bailey Lawrence once again into the podium positions. That number 9 machine, she is having a wonderful weekend, a wonderful doubleheader round. She's up onto the podium once again. Awesome stuff from Bailey Lawrence. And Keaton Payne, not the start that he wanted. He'll be feeling the pain, no doubt, as he's dropped down to 5th.
Yeah, indeed. So, of course, a little bit depressed, not only because it's Monday, but also because Ross McIntyre and his plans. But nonetheless, 8 laps left to run of this race, and Chris Wells is running quite nicely, 55.976 off that opening lap. But Bailey Lawrence, of course, yeah, you're right. Similar to sort of David Meyer in the seniors, just had a really slow start to the season. I mean, to be fair, few top 5s coming into this round. In fact, finished inside the top 5 on all but one occasion of the races that she started. But then coming into Rowrah, it's just unlocked something, and she's fighting for podiums on a regular basis. I don't think she's finished off the podium this weekend, has she?
No, she hasn't. I've said it multiple times this season already, but it's been so wonderful watching Bailey Lawrence come on as a rider over the last few seasons. I remember a few years ago, she was, you could always see there was something there, but more often than not, she'd be fighting down the back of the pit bike grid. She performed quite well when they used to run their own kind of rookies championship back in the pit bikes, when they would regularly get 20-25 people turning up each weekend. But slowly she's been stepping forward. Now she's fighting for podiums. Who knows, maybe she'll be fighting for race wins in the very near future.
And we hope Jamie King.
Yeah, maybe before Jamie King. Well, we hope that she is fighting for race wins, because it is great to see Bailey doing so well, currently doing a great job as she did in the previous race, holding Keaton Payne behind the 112. Seemingly no way through on the number 9 once again, with 7 laps left to go. Bailey Lawrence doing a great job, just putting the bike exactly where she needs to put it, just hitting her marks, doing an excellent job keeping it on the black stuff, you know, just going when she needs to go, stop when she needs to stop. It's pretty textbook stuff, to be honest, riding a bike. But when you're racing, yeah, it's a bit more difficult, but she's doing everything she needs to do to keep Keaton Payne behind.
Yeah, of course. Pretty much the fundamentals of racecraft is unanimous throughout the entirety of motorsport in general, sort of where to position yourself, how to attack corners, how to ride or drive differently depending on your situation. It all pretty much transfers wherever, but the one key thing is that it comes with experience. It's all good getting up to pace and doing laps upon laps and being quick. There's being a quick rider, there's being a quick racer, and those are two very, very different things, and it's a skill that you come with experience and very much and so. There is Bailey Lawrence, of course, under attack from Keaton Payne and trying to use each and every single year of experience that she's got under her belt. If you have got a pit bike at home and you're thinking this looks like a little bit of fun, get yourself involved. Still 2 rounds of 2024 to come at Clay Pigeon and Ella Park, so if you're local, definitely check in and have a go, or even for 2025. There is Keaton Payne, though, searching for the gap for the podium with just 5 laps to go at the line.
Still nowhere for Payne to go, though. Looking left, looking right, but nowhere through in sight. Bailey Lawrence is doing a masterful job, but Keaton Payne got good drive out of Paddock Bend. Ultimately decided to back out of that move. Wasn't quite committed enough, wasn't quite close enough or quite alongside enough to Bailey Lawrence. Once again, looking to the inside as they head through McRae's hairpin. Now climbing up the hill towards Erdell's, the trickiest corner on the track. Quite slippy, you can see the front end of the bike's just dropping down, almost bottoming out on the shocks as they hit the brakes, and then roaring back down the hill again as they come into Stewart's Bend. Past the chicane that is used for karting. We don't bother with that one here at FAB. We like the straight, the fast blast through this S's section, back down a little kink into St John's, and then the left out Sunny Bend. Here's some action further back in the pack. That is the number 91 of Daniel Gilbert fighting with Sean Whittaker. Sean Whittaker got a great start. I think he's encountered a few problems though during this one. He's fallen back a little bit. Currently stuck behind Daniel Gilbert, and they're some way behind Keaton Payne as well. 5 seconds at the line last time, now 6.5 as the timing board updates itself as they cross the scoring line. So, yeah, problems there maybe for those two. They were in that fight. Sean Whittaker, of course, had that amazing overtake up into Erdell's to get into the podium places on the opening lap, just sticking it up the inside and with a thought and a prayer, sending it home. Maybe he has a look to the outside, not on this occasion. Chris Wells, though, again, as with many races we've seen today, no one paying much attention to the race leader. There's not really much to say. Gap last time, 6 seconds. He has, well, pulled the pin and sent it. It's been another masterclass of a race. 3 laps left to go. All he's got to do, keep it on the black stuff and bring it home at this point.
Yeah, he's doing well, is Chris Wells. 52.7 at that last time by, closing in slowly on that lap record set by Lucas Brown 2 years ago with a 52.3. I don't think we're quite going to get to that pace. Maybe later on, when the track's a bit more rubbed in and a little bit warmer, we might see a lap record come out today, because Chris Wells definitely, potentially has got the pace to go and do it. Jamie King, 8 seconds back, consistently running at least a second and a half, 2 seconds off the back of Chris Wells. Following on the fight for third, Keaton Payne, by the way, the 112, as you can see, is ahead of the 9 of Bailey Lawrence. That's the fight for the podium with 3 laps left to go. Bailey Lawrence, though, you can tell she's hungry for that counter-attack, and she wants that podium back off Keaton Payne.
Absolutely. Apparently Chris Wells did break a lap record yesterday in the pit box. We didn't see it, so we'll have to confirm it, but that's what I was told. Apparently he was really annoyed that we missed it, but I feel like we would have seen it in the commentary box if he had done it. So
it's
maybe,
not our fault.
Yeah, it's not. Maybe Chris Wells is telling us lies and trying to sound better than he actually is. But back to the action, though. Bailey Lawrence all over the tail of Keaton Payne. Can she find a move to the inside coming to the chicane? 2 laps to go. Penultimate tour in the opening race of round 5. Here for the pit bike 140s. Payne, better exit out of the opening chicane. Down into McRae's hairpin they go. Both of them like synchronised swimmers as they tip the bikes in and powering back up the hill and towards the trickiest part of the circuit, the Erdell's hairpin. Keaton Payne has been mighty through here, but Bailey Lawrence always gets good drive. Not going to be close enough on this occasion for a move down into Stewart's. Again, she's also very, very strong on the brakes coming through there. That seems to be the section of the track that she absolutely adores. From Erdell's down to Stewart's, she's just mighty through there. Oh, a bit of a wobble there from Lawrence on the brakes. Hasn't cost her too much time. Chris Wells, though, on the last lap of the race. Jamie King waiting for the timing screen to update. 12.5 seconds behind. that has been domination defined from Chris Wells.
It very much has. I mean, I've been looking at the last lap times, and consistently 2.5 seconds, I think even 3 seconds a lap quicker on some occasions. I think he's reined it in ever so slightly, probably chasing that lap record, can see the times getting slower, but gets to a point where you just have to settle in and sort of get the win. That's the most important thing. Points mean prizes. Of course, Jamie King is leading the championship thanks to turning up at every round. Chris Wells is lacking a little bit thanks to missing Most Developed Park and Three Sisters, but he's arrived here for the doubleheader at Rowrah. He rounds through the final corner, does Chris Wells, in dominant fashion, sees the checkered flag first, it waves, he takes it. Chris Wells victorious for race 1 of the Pit Bike 140 Championship for round 5 of FAB-Racing in 2024. Across the line, of course, we'll see later on Jamie King take second place. Will it be Keaton Payne? Will it be Bailey Lawrence on that fight for third?
That was gold standard from Chris Wells. What a performance, what a ride from the reigning champion. I've said it before, I'll say it again, there's a reason he's got that number 1 plate on the front of that bike, because when he turns up, he is the best in the pit bike field, and there is no doubt about it. Once again, domineering out in front, simply taking the victory like it belongs to him almost. It's like it's almost divine right that the victory is supposed to go to him. That's how good he is out on track. Chris Wells with another fantastic win, 14.3 seconds ahead of Jamie King in P2. Keaton Payne rounded out the podium. Bailey Lawrence missed out in P4 by just over half a second. Sean Whittaker in P5 with Daniel Gilbert in P6 and Rory Jones in P7. Well, that was a fantastic race. None, it must be said, but Chris Wells has just absolutely dominated in that one. The riders making their way back to the grid. Should be very, very exciting indeed. That was absolutely brilliant, Zach Sweeney. What a race there from Chris Wells. Jamie King, again, I don't think he'll be disappointed. He said, despite the fact he's pushing so hard, he said he's lapping 4 or 5 tenths faster around here at Rowrah, but he just can't catch Chris Wells.
No, unfortunately not. It's been slightly unfortunate for Jamie King, but of course we'll see the pit bikes later on as they take to round 2 of race 5. Next up, of course, as you can see, making their way to the circuit is the Moto team, race 1 of round 5, and they're going to be looking to embark on their first race of the 5th round. In fact, actually, no, that's the 50s, isn't it, heading their way out? Of course it is. We've skipped Moto team. Maybe they've swapped round in the schedule, but nonetheless, they're going to be taking to the circuit. And let's see what they can deliver in terms of some fantastic racing over the duration of this weekend. Thus far, of course, the 50s have been the site for a lot of intrigue in terms of championship battles. And obviously close racing all the way through as well. Through Sunny Bend. Their first of 2 formation laps for the MotoGP Mini GP 50s, of course, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. Still got the green flag, so of course still running their way around. Unsure as to why we got the 50s on track when, of course, scheduled for the Moto team, but that's fine. Maybe some last changes made, and the 50s making their way out first. Of course, just to quickly remind you as to what's been happening in the 50s, we've had basically Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw battling for the top 3 places pretty much all weekend long, and of course we'll run you through the grid right about now. Frankie Watson takes pole position ahead of Byron Johnson and Travis Shaw, of course, the first row. Sebastian Gazlowski from Bradley Curtis and Matthew Thomas. Archie Hooper ahead of Riley Paisley and Harris Watson, the front 3 rows. Daisy Polden from Kai Hawken and Callum Maxwell, that's row 4. And our 12 rider field ahead of race number 1, round 5 of the MotoGP Mini GP 50 races, 2024 FAB-Racing, of course. And coming into this round, it was Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, Bradley Curtis, in fact, the top 3. Frankie Watson let down by a couple of DNFs and a poor showing, really, at Three Sisters. 1 podium was the only thing that he could really write home about in race number 1. But coming into Rowrah on the pace, pretty much from Friday practice, going in, of course, to Saturday qualifying and Saturday races, was on top form and a real contender for the race lead. Ideally, the quickest rider of the bunch. but unfortunately getting a little bit unlucky a couple of times with traffic, and Byron Johnson really able to capitalise and of course be very, very brave with his riding style. Very late on the brakes a number of times, but it's a new day, it's a new round, it's a new half of 2024, and the championship is now starting to boil down to this, waiting for the final checks to be made before they get the signal pointing to the lights. Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, the front row, the top three in the championship. Who's going to come out on top? A great launch from Byron Johnson, but Frankie Watson gets that good second phase and leads into turn number one. Nice little start, it must be said, as Super Seb of Sebastian Gazlowski moves his way ahead of Travis Shaw and up into the podium places as well. Frankie Watson is able to get away quite nicely ahead of Byron Johnson. Then comes Gazlowski, Travis Shaw under pressure as well, it must be said. A fear of maybe dropping outside of the top four into the back reaches of the top five through the second hairpin for the first time. It's Frankie Watson that's able to lead, and look out of course for Gazlowski. Where has he come from? Super Seb already trying to contend with Byron Johnson, who's been very strong on the metric hits this weekend, both in the 50s and the 70s. He's at the moment in second place. Where on earth has Frankie Watson gone? He's taken off out in front on that 14 machine, absolutely flying for the opening lap at the Metric Mini GP 50, race one of round 5, brought to you by Digital Wheel Centre, and at the moment it's set to be another race leading domination from Frankie Watson, smashing it out in front, and at the moment it looks to only be a contest for second place. Byron Johnson of course settling into the P2 ahead of Gazlowski, who's trying to hammer in some pressure, but maybe that initial sort of adrenaline rush of the opening lap as Travis Shaw looks to the inside. That was a late move indeed, but Gazlowski sees it coming and allows him through. He's going to try and launch a counter-attack into Erdels, but I don't think quite close enough. Has a small little look, but in the end Travis Shaw is able to prevail. So whatever that initial jump was for Gazlowski, the rush, the wind is maybe running out in him, and he's dropping back maybe to what we've been normally seeing from him over this weekend, which, don't get me wrong, is still a decent top 5 pace, but of course unfortunately dropping back in the opening phase at the moment, but smashing it nonetheless under pressure maybe from the 71 Bradley Curtis. You saw him, you heard him in the commentary yesterday commentating over the pros and elites, and doing a fantastic job in the box and doing a fantastic job out on circuit as well as Bradley Curtis, firmly inside the top 5 and trying to hammer some good points home, because he was third in the championship by just 1 point back on Travis Shaw, and he is trying to limit the damage of what has been a dominant weekend for Travis Shaw, Frankie Watson and Byron Johnson. And right now for round 5 they've still got 2 more races after this, let's not forget, to really hammer those points home as well. There you can see the 71, but a fairly dispersed top 5. They're not a million miles apart from each other, but they're not close enough to be battling as such. They're sort of at that stalemate region where they're sort of the same pace, but no real gap starting to close, apart from maybe that one. The second place, Byron Johnson on the 37. There, of course, you can see Travis Shaw looking very, very strong, closing in more and more and trying to get on the back of Johnson for that second place. We've seen them battle, of course, all the way through the weekend, but right now, Ross, it's a domination for Frankie Watson, a 51.7 that last time by. That record still about a second off, just under a second off. Luke Fitchett setting it 2 years ago with a 50.889. Maybe they can get closer to it as the race develops and the races develop later on in the day. But right now, it's Frankie Watson, and well, it's his field to dominate.
Frankie Watson doing a fantastic job, as he has been doing all weekend long so far. Byron Johnson, well, just trying to withstand the pressure from Travis Shaw really at this current moment. And you do see Byron Johnson, speak of the devil, behind him as well. That is Sebastian Gazlowski, fast starting, trying to hold off from Bradley Curtis behind Gazlowski. He's been strong this season, it must be said. He got a very early start on the metric hits. Very unusual for someone to be jumping onto the metric hits so early. He only a few seasons ago was in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, and he's already, competing up at the front in the 50s at a very young age, which is fantastic for that young man. If they continue to push on. Oh, that's a late lunge there by Bradley Curtis. Block pass on the 64 of Gazlowski. Slides his way on through, works his way on past. That was absolutely lovely. And that is a move for P4 from the 71 of Bradley Curtis. And let's see if he can pull a gapper if Gazlowski can stay with him. Gazlowski can continue to push on.
Yeah, indeed so. Of course, running very nicely indeed. Gazlowski, that initial start that he got, that was absolutely fantastic. and unfortunately dropping back ever so slightly now with the race has really settled in and maybe catching other riders off guard, but the 64 nonetheless has showcased some really impressive pace. Took a couple of podiums and a number of top fives coming into this round. There is Travis Shaw looking to the inside of McRae's hairpin, not quite close enough on this occasion, but definitely showing his nose, trying to go for the move into the second one. Byron Johnson having to look over his shoulder, not quite close enough this occasion for Travis Shaw, who of course did take that double victory for the final two races at Three Sisters. He's got some pace about him and wants another second place.
He's a very methodical rider, is Travis Shaw. Very happy to sit, wait, be patient, analyse what's going on in front of him before he launches a move. And that's exactly what he's doing, because he's having a look into St John's. Now that would have been brave. Maybe into Sunny Bend. No, again, just waiting patiently for the opportunity. Travis Shaw, you do get some riders where it's just, you see a gap and it's bang, go, we're going through. Travis Shaw is a lot happy to take it a bit more slower, run his own race and really fight for those positions, really make the gaps form and work for moves. And I really appreciate that from him. It's proper old school style, and that's exactly what he's doing here to Byron Johnson as Johnson runs very, very wide. Track limits, what's those, shall we say, as they head into Erdale Serpent. 4.5 laps left to run in this one. Frankie Watson only 4 seconds in front, so if Watson encounters any issues, that could be potentially mixing things up a bit. But it's a pretty healthy gap to have over the likes of Johnson and Shaw if he continues to run at his regular pace. As they come once again into St John's and Sunny Bend. Shaw once again, this time not really looking, just unable to find a gap on that appearance. But Byron Johnson, you can see how hard he is pushing, using all of the track available and then some, just to hold on to that second place.
Yeah, it really is, but we've seen how methodical Byron Johnson is as a racer. He's got that head about him. He knows how to position the bike, he knows how to attack, how to defend, but Travis Shaw knows even better. Into McRae's hairpin, down the inside, nicely done. Waited for the inside to open, but Byron Johnson sees it coming, tries to get back underneath the number 4 into the second hairpin. Let's see what can happen. Travis Shaw on the inside, of course, but Byron Johnson once again trying to get that switchback. Has he got the drive towards Stewart's? No, he doesn't. Travis Shaw, Byron Johnson defended, but moved over way too early. Travis Shaw was able to capitalise, kept it to the left, saw the inside and takes P2.
Lovely stuff there from Travis Shaw, but Byron Johnson ain't done yet. He wants to get back through. He's been mighty on the brakes. He's going through once again. Brilliant Byron Johnson to slide up the inside at Sunny Bend. It's been a corner he's loved making that move out all weekend long as they start to contend with lap traffic as well. But Byron Johnson just sticking at the inside, hit the brakes, see what happens. That is his style. It's the opposite of Travis Shaw as they split the lap traffic, but Byron Johnson will just hold on to that P2 for the time being. What a battle we've got on our hands. 3 laps left to run, and either of these two could be in front of the other come the checkered flag.
Yeah, exactly. Both of them pretty much equal in terms of their pace, pretty much equal in terms of their knowledge and experience in racecraft as well. 3 laps left to go, make that 2.5 as they run through Stewart Bend. Frankie Watson smashing it out in front. This is the race for second, but if something was to happen to Frankie Watson, you want to be that rider in second place, able to capitalise. You never just want to settle, not only for points, but also just in case of that what if. About to start their penultimate time by Byron Johnson, still leading Travis Shaw in this fight for second. Let's see what can happen with 2 to go.
Byron Johnson's been awesome this weekend, hasn't he? He's just absolutely ripped it up here at Rowrah and continues to do so. But let's not take it away from Travis Shaw. He has been monstrous as well. As they come to some more lap traffic, they're still going to fight to the very line to get a hold of that second place. May the best man win. Making their way through Daisy Poldham there. She's running in P10. New livery on the bike this weekend as well, looking very nice, it must be said. Now down into Stewart's Bend, coming out to the fast back section, flat out through these parts. Of course, won't quite be hitting the top speed that these MetroKit Mini GP bikes can achieve, but they'll be going more than fast enough. Sunny Bend, 1 last lap to go meanwhile for race leader Frankie Watson in a bit of no man's land. Some lap traffic ahead, a big gap behind. Frankie Watson, another rider who has just been loving it around the Cumbria Kart Racing Club here this weekend. Head to the Lake Districts and things happen by the looks of things. He has just been on fire, the 14.
Yeah, he has indeed. Of course, that last lap, 51.215, just about 4 tenths off what Luke Fitchett was able to set 2 years ago in the 50s. come later on when the track's more rubbered in and maybe he's a bit more acclimatized to the bike. I mean, if you're not acclimatized already, then you know what he's been doing, but maybe just finding that little extra edge to go and chase that lap record. But at the moment, Frankie Watson is chasing one thing and one thing only, and that is the taste of sweet victory, trying to re-embark on a championship campaign and doing so brilliantly, kick-starting the second half of 2024 of FAB-Racing. Frankie Watson takes the checkered flag, takes victory for the MotoGP Mini GP50, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre. And in the end, who's it going to be, Byron Johnson or Travis Shaw across the line? A slap of frustration from the number 4. Byron Johnson takes second ahead of Travis Shaw, who completes the podium. Frankie Watson, very big smile, I'm sure, underneath that indeed. After, of course, the issues that he suffered with the lights yesterday in the 70s, very frustrated, very upset, coming into this morning, though, and ready to prove himself.
Yep, good night's kip. Nice big breakfast on a Monday morning and, you know, some Monday riding as well. Little wave to the camera. Any frustrations he had yesterday following the incident at the start of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s race, he was really upset by the problem that happened with the lights, gave him a puncture, unfortunately unable to partake, but again had a sleep and come back out right as rain as the 3 podium riders go home in tandem. What a great sight that is. Well, let's go through the results. Frankie Watson takes a brilliant victory with Byron Johnson P2, only pipping Travis Shaw by 0.2 of a second. Bradley Curtis was in P4 with Sebastian Goslavsky 5th, Matthew Thomas in P6 with Riley Paisley 7th, Archie Hooper 8th, Harris Watson 9th, and Daisy Poldon rounding out our top 10 with Kai Hawk in P11 and Callum Maxwell in P12. That is race 1 done and dusted. In round 5, technically race number 4 of the weekend, but race number 1 of round 5 here at Rowrah. Of course, 2 more races for these guys to come later today. Race number 1 in round 5 for the Extreme 200s, and boy oh boy is this one going to be exciting. Yesterday, absolute fireworks. Wilson Dilks, Casey O'Gorman, Dan Goodman, 3 of the finest young British riders just there that are possibly there, and they're all out there going out onto the track and just leaving it absolutely. Casey O'Gorman has been phenomenal. The former BTC champion has been showing why he's a British Talent Cup winner. Of course, Wilson Dilks showing why he's leading the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s Championship at the moment. Dan Goodman showing why he's good enough to be in the British Talent Cup. All 3 of them, major battles, pushing each other's to the limit and just being absolutely superb. Got to be said, someone's gone down. Oh, well, that's a start. Who's that's gone down down at McRae's? That's a stoppage. That's the 22 who's the 22? I'm not entirely sure. That might be someone that we've not got on our time, which is possibly Hamish McIntosh by the looks of things. Judging by the leathers, I'm assuming, and the race number as well. So Hamish McIntosh has headed out. He was set to start from the back anyway because he didn't qualify for the Extreme 200s. We have had that with a few riders this weekend, Zach, where because they were doing so many races, they decided not to do it, and then they've gone, actually, you know what, we can. Archie O'Brien is doing the same thing. But gone down in the opening lap. Bit weird, that.
Yeah, not ideal, to say the least. All is good. Maybe just a clumsy little mistake or whatever. I don't really know. Yeah. You'd have to ask him. But a shame nonetheless. They're going to be obviously on their second sighting lap. Might just delay things ever so slightly while we wait for him to round up on the grid. But Extremes, it's been extreme all weekend long, like we touched on. Close racing, hard racing, all the way through, and really looking forward to seeing how things kickstart for this one.
Absolutely. Wilson Dilks starts from pole position. Casey O'Gorman goes from P2 with Dan Goodman P3. They've been locked together all weekend long. Let's see if they can continue their fine form. Finley Polehill starts 4th with Blake Wilson at P5. Sullivan Moundy was due to start in 6th, but the bike's broken, so he isn't. Harrison Day starts P7 with Austin Johnson in 8th, and Richard Holmes-Williams in P9. Jensen Bishop is 10th with Harley Baker 11th, and Beth Ashby in P12. Alan McCarthy starts 5th at 13th. Fahad Lada is 14th. Archie O'Brien starts in 15th. I'm assuming that Hamish McIntosh is starting 16th, unless there's anyone else who's joined in that we haven't seen. They will all be starting from the back, though. There is Wilson Dilks, the pole man, and race winner a couple of times in the Extremes and across the weekend as well. But he had to work for it. Casey O'Gorman has been pushing various hard. Not seeing Casey O'Gorman, though. I'm assuming he's still here. unless he's decided to head off home. Of course, it is the British Grand Prix next weekend, or this weekend, should I say. He's not racing in that, but I'm certain he'll probably be making an appearance and pressing the flesh and all that. And actually, I tell you what, I'm not seeing much of Dan Goodman either. That's a disappointingly small grid for the Extreme 200s. Red lights are on. No O'Gorman, no Dan Goodman, Wilson Dilks. This one could be quite easy. It is lights out. We are underway. Finley Polehill slides into P2 there, but Wilson Dilks, clear track ahead of him, even clearer track behind, and gets going on his way. Was that Dan Goodman there in the background? No, it was not. Just a similar looking machine. But as we continue to go round, that's a big shame. We saw some awesome battles yesterday in the Extreme 200s. This one might be a bit of a romp for Wilson Dilks.
Yeah, unfortunately. Not unfortunately for Wilson Dilks. I'm sure he's appreciating the win, because he is dominating the Extreme 200 Championship coming into this round. But he wants a bit of competition, of course, because in the 70s he's not really been getting it. I say that, actually, yesterday it was really, really tight between himself, Byron Johnson and Finley Polehill as such. But maybe just a nice easy ride, of course, getting some experience on that Ovale and hammering in some good pace. Or maybe we'll be surprised. Nonetheless, after the first lap, there's Austin Johnson with Harrison Day creeping in behind him. That 15, of course, closing in, trying to find his way through for fourth place, as they are a little bit dispersed. There you can see Wilson Dilks running away. A close fight for second, though, between Polehill and Blake Wilson.
Absolutely. Wilson Dilks, just want to talk about him and Casey Gorman and Dan Goodman over the previous few races. Well, if you didn't catch it, go watch it, because, oh my word, talk about some of instant fab classics. Casey Gorman especially, though, was really pushing Wilson Dilks hard. You could tell he was trying to see what Wilson had in his locker. And, I think it actually might have got into Wilson's head a little bit, because in the first Extreme race yesterday, he was looking very, very tight on the bike. He didn't look very comfortable, and even though he was still very fast, it was still very, very strong. And then obviously he overrode in the LS2 Helmet Mini GP 70s race yesterday, ended up crashing using too much brakes. But then race number 3, Wilson Dilks, he brought it back a little bit and was absolutely major. Jensen Bishop, meanwhile, currently in P6, doing a great job as he heads up the hill, currently fighting with Harrison Day, who we see there. Just slowly working his way around the number 11. Let's see if he's able to work his way through. The 27 there of Austin Johnson also getting involved. Austin, of course, the older brother of Byron Johnson, who has been on absolute brilliant form this weekend. Let's see if Austin can do his family proud and do what Byron's doing. But of course, Austin is a legend in the Fab paddock in his own right, been ripping up the track for years around here. And it's great to see him out on the Extreme 200s and going around. He's also been doing some supermoto races with Storm Stacey and the like, so he's clearly operating in high circles, is Austin Johnson. Doing a great job out there, though.
Very much is. Just want to check in with the pace that Wilson Dilks is saying. That his best time at 48.477. The lap record set by Evan Belford this time 2 years ago at 48.431. So very, very close. 2-lap record pace, even though he's running all by himself. Of course, this battle here, the 27 of Austin Johnson, 15 of Harrison Day, and 11 of Jensen Bishop. A 3-bike train for fourth place as things stand. All three of them esteemed riders in their own right, and definitely going on to do big and brilliant things over the course of their career. Of course, Jensen Bishop, think back to Lid in the 70s and how he just switched on with those new brakes and absolutely caught everyone lying down for one race until, of course, he fell off 2 laps later. There is Harrison Day there with a fantastic run off Paddock Bend, trying to find the inside line, but no way through. Austin Johnson very much has his work cut out for him. Also, 48.2 from Wilson Dilks. I think that's a new lap record.
Yeah, I think it is. It's faster than the ones the guys were setting yesterday. Wilson Dilks, new lap record in the Extreme 200. They did break the lap record yesterday, but it was only minorly faster than the previous lap set by Evan Belford. So Wilson Dilks has broken his own lap record this morning. Turns out when you're not fighting with the likes of Casey Gorman and Dan Goodman, you can actually go a little bit faster than you were. So Wilson Dilks, 48.282, a new lap record. Might go even faster as well if he's feeling in his element. Again, as I was saying earlier, when he was racing with Casey and Dan, that first race, he was really tight on the bike, he was pushing very, very hard. And then obviously overrode in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s race, used too much brakes because he was still trying to push way too hard. Came back into the Extremes race, was still pushing very hard, was still tight on the bike. Then Dan Goodman got through. Wilson then, was very smart about it, decided to sit back for a few laps, just sit, reset, and since then he's been absolutely flying. Looks super comfortable on the bike. He's in the right headspace. He's still pushing super hard, but not using too much brake, not using too much tyre. And since that moment, Dilks has been absolutely untouchable this weekend, not just in the Extreme 200s, but over in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s as well. He's on fine form at the moment, Liz Dilks, and continues to show FAB-Racing why he is one of the best up-and-coming talents in British bike racing. Meanwhile, this battle rages on. Austin Johnson, Harrison Day and Jensen Bishop all fighting over 4th place, the closest scrap we have out on track right now. Austin Johnson has been holding on from Harrison Day at the moment. Day just unable to find a way through at the moment, but we've still got 6 laps left to go. Anything can happen.
Exactly that. There's a battle for P2 as well. Finley Polehill leading Blake Wilson in a fight for 2nd place. They've been trading positions for the best part of this race. 6 laps left to go. Blake Wilson trying to find a way through on Finley Polehill, of course, still searching for his first win on a Metrokit this season. Has been close. He's gotten a number of podiums. Came tantalisingly close yesterday in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s, but now is having to settle for maybe a P2 if he's able to keep Blake Wilson behind. Still a lot of race left to run, and Blake Wilson looks feisty.
Yeah, he does indeed. Can Blake Wilson do the business, or is Finley Polehill going to be able to hold on? 5 laps left to run in this race here in the Extreme 200s, and wow, look at that. That was super close between Blake Wilson and Finley Polehill, almost front wheel to rear wheel. Great avoiding action from Blake Wilson, it must be said. Harrison Day, meanwhile, and Jensen Bishop has got through Austin Johnson, but Bishop gets left out to dry. Austin Johnson with a lovely move up the inside makes Bishop sit up the bike just a little bit and forces his way back through. That has allowed Harrison Day a bit of breathing room as those two fighting, costing them time, of course. And look at how hard Jensen Bishop is pushing right to the white line, almost onto the grass, and looking for a way around Austin Johnson. Bishop feels like he's faster at this pace in the race. He's got through Johnson once already. He wants to get through again. He wants to start chasing down Harrison Day. That's where he feels like he should be running with. But right now, Johnson doing a great job just to make that bike as wide as it possibly can be. The 27 running very, very well at the moment.
Yeah, indeed so. 4 laps left to go at the line. Wilson Dilks from Finley Polehill, Blake Wilson, that's the podium. Of course, then we're following that battle. Harrison Day through on Austin Johnson, and look at the gap already. Harrison Day is flying and just sort of hampered maybe by being stuck behind Austin Johnson for so long. Maybe that's a similar fate being befallen the way of Jensen Bishop, because the number 11 is really trying to find a way through on that 27, but not really any opportunities providing. Of course, they're both very equal, and Jensen Bishop is going to have to be very creative if he wants to find his way into the top 5.
Creative is what Jensen Bishop is, though. Sometimes he's just able to produce these moments of magic, exactly like that, as he forces Austin Johnson into a mistake. Johnson ran very wide, luckily able to recover, but there goes. Oh, and look at the frustration from Austin Johnson. Wow, that one was not what he wanted to do. He is very, very upset about that. But already straight to the inside. Oh, block pass, lovely. Bishop didn't defend. Oh, has Johnson got a problem? I think Johnson may have a problem with the bike. He was very slow off there. I'm not sure if he missed the gear or if there's an issue on that 27. We saw he was frustrated a moment ago as he ran wide, and maybe the temperature, rising under the helmet, shall we say. But maybe, yeah, that bike doesn't look particularly happy out there on track.
No, absolutely not. He doesn't look very happy riding it either. So clearly something not right, whether that's mentally for Johnson or the bike maybe just having some issues. He definitely has dropped off the pace compared to what we saw over obviously qualifying and into the beginning of the race. Back to the fight for P2 though. Still Finley Polehill leading Blake Wilson. They're about 14 seconds off the back of Wilson Dilks, who's running at such consistent pace up in front, so much quicker than the rest of the field. But a lap and a half left to go. Finley Polehill under pressure still from Blake Wilson as he tries to find a way through. Stuart Bend, of course, approaches a late apex taken by Blake Wilson, trying to get that drive towards St John's, but again not quite close enough as they emerge through into Sunny Bend. A decent overtaken opportunity, but right now no good for Blake Wilson finding his way through on Finley Polehill. There is our race leader though with half a lap to go.
Wilson Dilks, it's been a nice and chill Monday morning ride for him. Again, no Casey Gorman, no Dan Goodman. He's had no competition in this one. We did lose Archie O'Brien, unfortunately, in this race. I think he just pulled into the pits early doors. Not sure if an issue with the bike, or he just decided it wasn't worth the running. May as well save some tyres. as going down there. That's coming into McRae's hairpin, an issue for somebody. But Blake Wilson, it's not going to affect him because with only a handful of corners to go, it's already done and dusted. The 85 has looked mighty this weekend. Now he looks even better, dominating race number 1 in round 5 of the Extreme 200. Wilson Dilks takes a majestic victory and takes the checkered flag by some margin. Who's going to be first out of these two coming to the line? Finley Polhill will take P2 with Blake Wilson in P3. Very, very close behind, but Wilson Dilks, well, 15 seconds was the gap at the line. Wheelies very much deserved. That one, well, it was a pretty easy win for him overall in the end, but he was pushing very, very hard. New lap record set, breaking his own time from yesterday in the process. Again, he's using these extra races to learn about the conditions, learn more about the bike, what he can do, what can't he do, how he can push, and it's just helping him improve and improve and improve as a rider, and that's why his winning margins just seemingly get bigger and bigger and bigger. Wilson Dilks takes the win from Finley Polhill and Harrison Day, rounding out the podium. Jensen Bishop was P4 with Austin Johnson in P5, finished 6 seconds off of Bishop in the end, so potentially problems there for the 27. Harley Baker was in P6 with Blake Wilson in 7th, so it looks like Blake Wilson was the one who went down at McRae's hairpin. Adam McCarthy finished in P8 with Hamish McIntosh in P9. Archie O'Brien pulled into the pits very early doors, either an issue with the bike or decided it wasn't worth the running. That's it for race 1 of the Extreme 200s. They will, of course, be back out a little bit later on. Still 2 more races to come this weekend for them. 2 more races to go in round number 5. The time for them to rest, relax before they head back out onto track. Race number 1 in the Moto team, round 5 here at Rowrah. And well, you might be seeing there someone that you wouldn't expect to be seeing in Moto team. On the Ox Racing, number 65, our very own Super Sullivan Mounsey, who we had in the commentary box a lot yesterday, deciding to head out into Moto team. I think this is the first time he's taken part in Moto team, so it should be quite interesting, but I've decided to set him a challenge because, you know, with all due respect to the other riders, you've got Sullivan Mounsey there who is racing on an international stage. Essentially, if he doesn't win, I've decided that he should be sacked from Redbull Rookies and someone else should get his seat because just for fun, why not? But he's taking part, which is interesting to see as the riders, a bit of confusion but get going on their sighting lap ultimately. But as that may be a problem for Sullivan Mounsey, maybe the thing's going slowly and smoking a lot is the Ox Racing bike. I think Sullivan Mounsey, I might be losing his Redbull Rookies seat. Oh dear, oh dear. Sullivan Mounsey came here this weekend with the intention of racing in the Extreme 200s. Then the bike was broken before they even got going. And now potentially issues on that Ox Racing machine because that thing, Zach Sweeney, is crawling right now.
Yeah, I don't think that's a skill issue from Sullivan Mounsey. I think, unfortunately, that bike is not ideal. I think he is going to have to pull off, but you'll agree he's contractually obliged now to hand it over, surely. I mean, Ross McIntyre is now going to be taken to Redbull Rookies, ladies and gentlemen.
I think
watch out.
Thanks.
Watch out, he's about.
I mean, you've got Mounsey who's competing at the front in the Redbull Rookies, and you've got me who probably wouldn't even make it round turn 1.
You'd probably fall off the bike.
Yeah, I'd probably fall off at turn 1. But anyway, Mounsey, yeah, he's much better than me, so I'll let him have the Red Bull ride. But yeah, big problems there for that number 65 Ox Racing bike. Smoke billowing out of the exhaust. Let's run through what the grid is supposed to be. Anyway, it looks a little bit smaller than it has been. Of course, we've had some chopping and changing with the motor team guys. Not everyone's been coming out to every race. Maybe Ox Racing not even taking part with Mounsey at the handlebars. Sean Whittaker starts on pole with Guy Kite P2. Team Acme Racing in P3. Phil Mappleweg starts in P4 with Ben O'Keefe and Team Only the Badger supposedly starting on the second row, but not seen much of Team Only the Badger. No, they have been taking part, to be fair, but they've been a relatively quiet weekend for Team Only the Badger, shall we say. Harrison O'Keefe starts in 7th with Gary O'Keefe in P8 and Madison Martlew in P9. That was the grid that we were supposed to have, but it's been chopping and changing. Right now, Sullivan Mounsey is sat at the back end of the circuit. I'm not entirely sure what he's doing. He's not trying to do a Will Howarth and do a last to first challenge in Moto team that Will Howarth so often did across the years, because the 96 bike he had was just that good that he could just do that. And there was one time I think he did actually start 2 corners behind everyone else and still went to the lead. I don't think Mounsey's doing that because he's now pushing the bike across the grass and he's now off, and I think Sullivan Mounsey might be down and out before we even get going.
I'm waiting for him to say psych, get back on and just go as if it was fine and just if it was just a lovely prank, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think he is down and out. That is a shame. I was looking forward to see him sort of maybe trying to send his way through. Yeah, that is unfortunate. The other riders, of course, are waiting on the grid to be told to get going, but we do have to probably wait for Mounsey to either get back to the pit lane or get him off the track or whatever. But that is unfortunate because, again, we were excited to see him. Maybe he's going to be back out later or whatever the issue is with the bike. But there you can see our other riders patiently waiting to get going.
Probably thinking, what's the point of it all? Sullivan Mounsey seemingly destined not to go racing this weekend. The Moto team is about to get on the way for round number 5. The riders on the grid checking over, making sure Mounsey's in the pits and out of the way. Of course, can't go racing until conditions are safe. The number 1 of Sean Whittaker sat on the pole position, getting ready to go. It is now all eyes to the lights. It is lights out. We are underway. Big pickup at the front for Ian Jackson on the number 27. Sean Whittaker leads the way with Team Acme Racing sliding through into P2. Whittaker and the number 8 of Team Acme, they are in the same class. They are competing for position, not just for overall position. Making their way, Adam McRae's hairpin for the first time. No Sullivan Mounsey in sight, unfortunately. I think the Team Ox bike is down and out, but Sean Whittaker holding on to that lead from Ian Jackson on the 27 behind them as well. That's the 64, Ben O'Keefe. All 3 of those guys in the standard class. We've got a 1, 2, 3 in the standard. What's happening to Ian Jackson? He got a very disappointing start, leading the way in the open class still, but dropping right back. We could have a 3-bike standard class fight here on our hands, actually.
I think so. I think we are going to have, because Sean Whittaker, of course, did take a victory yesterday. They're side by side as well, a little bit further back. I think that is just Ian Jackson tumbling his way back through the field, unfortunately. For Sean Whittaker from Acme Racing, from Ben O'Keefe, let's bring it on, because they are the top 3 in the championship, funnily enough, for the standards coming into this round. A lot of points on offer, a lot of prestige on offer. They want to be kick-starting the second half of 2024 on the front foot. Team Acme Racing, of course, took their first victory of the season back at Ella Park. They took their first victory of 3 sisters for race 1, consistently either on the podium or inside the top 5. Sean Whittaker has suffered a couple of DNFs and a couple of poor races, but he has been firing back on all cylinders for round number 4 and 5 here for the Moto Team standard class, leading the overall at the moment, leading Team Acme Racing, leading Ben O'Keefe, who has got some decent pace on that 64.
And as you say that, Ben O'Keefe did set the fastest lap on the opening lap. Again, we'll wait to see what the true pace is like. We know Ben O'Keefe is fast. Again, been slowly working his way up the grid over the last year or so, and there's been flashes of absolute brilliance across then. You know, we've seen him fighting for race wins, as there goes Team Acme Racing to the lead up the inside of Sean Whittaker. Lovely move by the number 8, and here comes Ben O'Keefe potentially as well to the inside. No, number 1 just shams the door shut, cuts him off. As I was saying though, Ben O'Keefe, we've seen moments of brilliance as he progresses as a rider. Now he is fighting for wins all the while long. Oh, maybe an issue there for Sean Whittaker. He pulled back on the throttle. It didn't seem to go. So very, very strange there. Of course, if you're a 3-tech rider watching along, or even a No Limits track day rider, you can come along for the Moto Team, guys. Your bikes are very much accepted, of course, and we'd love to have you here. We do normally get a lot of the 3-tech guys coming to Rowrah, but none turning up this year for whatever reason, which is a real shame. I think one of the 3-tech riders, if I remember correctly, was actually a Grand Prix rider back in the day, raced against Valentino Rossi before. I had to beat him once, I think. I remember going down that rabbit hole before. But yeah, shame there's no 3-tech riders here today, so if you are a 3-tech rider, please come along. You're more than welcome in Moto Team. It is now Team Acme Racing on the number 8 that leads from Sean Whittaker, Ben O'Keefe in P3. It's a standard 1, 2, 3, 4. Team Ernie the Badger up to P4. The 2 open bikes, Ian Jackson and Gary O'Keefe, P5 and 6. As it stands overall, Madison Marlowe standard P7, P5 in the standard class. And Harrison O'Keefe, unfortunately, DNFing already. I don't think he may have started the race. Of course, Sullivan Mounsey on the Ox Racing bike, not even making it to the starting grid.
It's unfortunate. And hopefully, again, like I say, we'll see him out later, because I do want to sort of see a little bit of Sullivan Mounsey action. Of course, the reigning Extreme 200 champion of 2023, absolutely running away with it over the duration of last year. And coming into this, he's a decent commentator as well, funnily enough. And I wanted to see what he could do out on circuit, but apparently not. The stars were not destined to see him on track, but we do still get a brilliant battle nonetheless. 6 laps left to go at the line. The number 8 followed very closely by Sean Whittaker. Ben O'Keefe dropping off ever so slightly, and I fear that maybe that 3-horse battle that we were seeing is now slowly creeping itself into a duo out in front.
Potentially. We did see Ben O'Keefe just getting cut off a little bit by Sean Whittaker with a rather brutal block pass, it must be said. Of course, all is fair in love and war, and especially in racing. As long as it's not illegal, it's fair game in my eyes. You may disagree with me, Zach, but I'm a big fan of hard racing. You know, it's as long as you're not going over the line, anything goes. And that was a bit of what Sean Whittaker was doing, really shoved Ben O'Keefe out, and O'Keefe has fallen back. But also, looking at the lap time, Sean Whittaker, fastest lap of the race last time, of 57.039, looking very, very pacey. Of course, not as fast as Will Houth's blistering lap time back in 2018, that was in the 53s. That was with the old regulations, though, when the Moto Team bikes were a little bit faster, and you could get pit bike style machines in Moto Team as well. And Will Houth, I'm sure you are watching along. If you are watching, please come back. We miss you. It'd be great to see you back on the Moto Team grid, back in the paddock as well. Of course, Will Houth has been around for years and years, but has maybe lessened his commitment. Oh, that's wide from the number 8. That's going to allow Sean Whittaker into the lead. Shake of the head for the rider as they head through up into Erdales. Knew he made the mistake, knew Sean Whittaker was going through, and the number 1 now back to Pete.
Nicely done from Sean Whittaker. Of course, just didn't have to do anything, basically just rode the bike on the racing line, and that was that. Team Acme Racing were the ones to, you know, blink first and make that mistake. 4 laps to go at the line. They've got a couple of corners to negotiate until they get to that point. But for Team Acme, they've put themselves on the back foot, and now they've got to do all of the hard work of applying pressure to Sean Whittaker, and they've got less than half the race to go and do it. So Sean Whittaker trying to once again extend the margin that he's been able to get. Took the championship lead, of course, yesterday, coming into today in the Moto Team standard class. There was only 8 points separating them anyway, not much at all. Sean Whittaker able to come in flying for Rowrah, and at the moment is looking to maybe extend that championship lead. Looking at the 119 team earning the Badger, P4 overall, P4 in the standard class as well. Having a nice little quiet race, just suspended in no man's land, really.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with just, you know, going around enjoying yourself. A relatively small grid here in Moto Team, unfortunately. We were supposed to have 9 bikes, then there was 8 with Super Sally Mounsey unfortunately not making it to the grid. Then we lost Harrison O'Keefe, but you know, so a little bit of no man's land out there, but still pushing, still having fun out there. I'm absolutely sure, of course, this is the cheapest form of motorsport available in the UK. You buy a cheap of a bike as you can find off Tinternet, as they would say in Yorkshire, and then you stick a race fairing on it and you go racing. As simple as that. Again, if you're watching along at home, band together a couple of mates, throw a few quid in, and then, again, because it's Motor Team, it's all about the bike. You can share the bike across the 3 races across the season and have a blast. That's what Motor Team is all about. And it is a lot of fun to watch as well. There we do see Ian Jackson. He's currently only 9/10 of a second ahead of Gary O'Keefe, the only other competitor in the open class in this race. So maybe there is a fight going on in the open class. Ian Jackson, a disappointing start. I'm wondering if there's maybe a few issues with the bike, because it just didn't launch at all away from the line. And Ian just dropping down the order on the opening few laps. He's a rider that's consistently up the front, consistently fast, although maybe not quite up to his brilliant best here at Rowrah. It's definitely been not his finest showing, unfortunately, as that was them just lapping Madison Martley there. So just Madison Martley getting out of position, which was very nice of them. The 888 did not need to let them through, but they did so in due course. Unless that was the 119 of Team Ernie the Badger, but I'm not sure. It was the 119 of Team Ernie the Badger. So there you go. That's not a move for position. They're in 2 different classes, but Team Ernie the Badger dropping down into what will now be P6 overall.
Yeah, unfortunate there, of course, for Team Ernie the Badger. Of course, not losing any class positions as such, just dropping back behind the 2 open riders. So they're still going to be scoring the same amount of points, which is 13 for 4th place in class, but unfortunately losing out a little bit of prestige, I suppose, as such. They're going to be losing a little bit of maybe pride, dropping back a couple of positions, but Ian Jackson, Gary O'Keefe fighting for what is now 4th place overall. More importantly, the open win. 25 points on offer for a win, 20 on offer for P2. Last lap flag shown to Sean Whittaker. Look at the gap now. Back to Team FAB-Racing, 1.7 seconds. Sean Whittaker, one more tour of Rowrah to go, and he's going to take another victory this season.
Lap times very similar, must be said, so I think there was just a mistake somewhere from the number 8 as they go on their last lap, because last lap Team FAB-Racing were actually faster. There was a bit of traffic for both of them, but Team FAB-Racing 0.2 of a second quicker on the previous lap. Sean Whittaker, his best lap was 0.5 faster than Team FAB-Racing's, but 1.7 seconds, that's got to be a mistake surely somewhere. It's not been an easy ride for Sean Whittaker though. He did have to fight his way back through. Both Ben O'Keefe and Team FAB-Racing taking the fight to him early in this race, but ultimately it was the number 1 who was able to get back to P1 once again in what was a straight fight in the standard class. Sean Whittaker will round paddock bend for the very final time in race number 1 and take a well-earned victory in the standard class and the overall win. Great stuff from Sean Whittaker. Team FAB-Racing in P2 in standard and overall. We wait for the arrival of Ben O'Keefe to step up onto the podium. But Sean Whittaker takes yet another victory this year in Moto Team Standard. Lovely riding from him. When the going got tough, he stayed with it. He pushed on through. He got back to the lead and just stayed there. And when the others made mistakes, the others had issues, he kept on ploughing forward. As here we see further back in the pack, Ben O'Keefe still hasn't crossed the line yet. Is that Ben O'Keefe? No, I believe that's Gary and Ian Jackson fighting. Indeed it is. Ben O'Keefe has now finished 3rd in the standard class. This is for the race win in the open class. Can Gary O'Keefe get it at the line? Looks like it's going to be close, but Ian Jackson will just pip him at the line. Gary O'Keefe will have to settle for 2nd, which is also somehow last in the open class, but it's still a podium technically, so it could be a lot worse. As Team Ernie the Badger pick up 4th and Madison Martley pick up 5th in the standard class. Unfortunately, we did lose Harrison O'Keefe. So Sean Whittaker, Team FAB-Racing, Ben O'Keefe, your overall podium and your top 3 in standard. Ian Jackson and Gary O'Keefe were 4th and 5th. They were P1 and 2 in open, and P6 and 7. P4 and 5 in the standard class was Team Ernie the Badger and Madison Martley. Unfortunately, we lost Harrison O'Keefe, and Sullivan Mounsey, the Ox Racing bike, a DNS, did not start.
That's an F in it.
That is an F.
There's a big F in chat for good old Sullivan Mounsey. Hopefully we'll see him later on. But Motor Team are all done for race 1. We'll see them later on for race 2 and race 3. Don't forget, we've got 3 races of each class over the duration of today. Motor Team back later on.
Now the previous round, race number 3 of round 4 in the Mini F1 sidecars, produced what may have been the best Mini F1 sidecar race in FAB-Racing history. 3 sidecars fighting for the win. I don't think we've ever had that happen, ever. Just unreal, and it was proper racing as well. I mean, bashing into each other, elbows out. It was absolutely awesome. And the big losers were the championship leaders. Jason and Leo Greenstreet had to finish 3rd on the podium as Mick Lee in the 44 managed to slide on through. Mick Williams in the 26 machine taking the victory. That's 2 wins they've had this weekend for them. Let's see if round 5 has much of the same as the riders making their way out onto the circuit. I think once again we're going to have to be watching the 44 going from P3, Mick and Danny Lee. They were awesome in race number 3 in round 4. Now we're getting going in round 5 of this doubleheader weekend. Do they still have that pace to be competing with the likes of the Greenstreets and Mick Williams?
Let's hope, because the Greenstreets we saw on the last lap of race 3 of round 4 really had some issues. Still finished P3 and picked up some good points, but Williams, because of their pace and 2 wins thus far this weekend as well, roaring back some points in that championship and are going to be looking to do more and more. You may have noticed as well, you look at anything that moves around the circuit, flags, flowers, anything like that, it is getting windy. Of course, it's sort of a tailwind as you're going down that pit straight in towards turns 1 and 2. That is going to be affecting a lot of the bikes over today, of course, especially these sidecars as well, of course, trying to manage the ballast while also fighting against the wind or whatever it might be. A lot of challenges can come, not only from sort of weather conditions like rain, but also the wind really has a big factor.
Wind has certainly picked up, and it was already pretty windy this morning. Jason Greenstreet starts from pole position alongside Leo. Mick Williams in P2. Mick and Danny Lee on the 44 there from P3. Let's see how they go. with the number 11 starting in P4. Chris Impey and Dave Kays on the 457 in P5. Mark Parker on the 230 is in P6 with the Hoskermobile, the 127 of John Hosker in P7, and Vince Bailey on the 369 starts in P8. There we can see there, well, Jason Greenstreet locked in there, visor down, staring straight ahead, not even glancing over at Mick Williams, the old foes, the old rivals of Mini F1 sidecars. And, well, ready to go racing. But again, that 44 of Mick Lee. Let's see if they've got the pace. Again, there were multiple points in race number 3 of round 4 where any 3 of the front 3 could have won that race. Ultimately, it ended up being Mick Williams. Hopefully, we get more of the same here. We've already had one instant Fab Classic from the sidecars. Let's see how they get going in this one. Yeah, 44 just being ordered to push back a little bit. Hopefully that's not too bad of an omen. Just overshot the grid box there. But now we're ready to go. It's all eyes to the red lights. Race number 1 of round 5. It is lights out. We are underway. Great launch there from the 90, but slow in the second phase. The 44 is going to slide through. Great stuff from the 44. The number 90, good reaction. The bike just didn't go. The 4-stroke bogging down as the 2-stroke of the 26 launches away once again, gets them back into the lead. The start is slightly uphill here at Rowrah. That 2-stroke power maybe just helping them get away as the 44 puts away the pressure there on the X-Level craze from the number 90 of the Greenstreet. Holds on for that second place, running down Erdales now and down the back stretch. Mick Williams already a pretty comfortable lead, but he's not disappearing into the distance yet. The 44 still going, but the 90 pressuring them behind. There's an 11 making a move. Jamie Alexander working his way through. Mark Parker on the 230. Mick Williams wants to try and extend the gap though, wants to try and get away at the front and hold on for a victory.
Yeah, exactly. Mick Williams getting off a really, really good launch, it must be said, doing exactly what he needs to do. But look out for Mick Lee, of course, on that 44 machine, closing in. The pace is rapid. Come out of nowhere, really, for Rowrah. The Greenstreets as well seem to be slightly off their pace, uncharacteristically not where they'd want to be, and having to almost limit the damage as such. But if the 44 closes in on the 26 and they begin to battle, we might still see a nice three-way fight. Also, a little bit further back, because they are still there, Jamie Alexander versus Chris Impey, the 11 versus the 457. They could well be doing battle for 4th place as well. So, looking quite nice. Also, as well, the 127 of John Hosker versus Mark Parker on the 230. In fact, no, there's not. The Hoskermobile is, unfortunately, having some issues. Of course, you can see the duct tape on the front, and unfortunately the engine as well may be suffering some slight bit of problems. They seem to still be going okay, but maybe not to the same pace that they would have liked to be going, which is, of course, a slight shame for them, but still running around, still going to be getting some lap time in, still going to be getting some data and take that home and maybe find some improvements to make. Closing in on the end of the second lap, 5 to go. Mick Williams from Mick Lee, 1 and 2. Fastest lap just been set in the Mini F1 sidecar for the 59.056. That goes the way of the 44. Closing in less than a second between the two leaders. This could be a fight all the way to the end. The 90 isn't too far away either, but look out for Mick Lee because they're motivated, right? In terms of the championship, they've got a lot less to lose than the other two. They can afford to be a lot more aggressive.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure what's going on with the Greenstreets because they just don't seem to have the pace. They've always run quite well at Rowrah, even when they were still very much chasing Mick Williams in previous years. They always ran really well here, and today and across the weekend in general, it's just not looked like it's working. Mick Williams did suffer with a misfire or something along those lines yesterday. Been told it's possibly impacting the sidecar today. Oh, really sideways from Mick Williams. Big mistake from the 26. The 44 had to get out of the gas. Won't be able to capitalise. But if the 26 is suffering with those issues today, this could be the 44's chance. As I talk about the Greenstreets running badly, they've just set the fastest lap of the race by a good 1/10 of a second. On that previous tour, they were a second quicker than Mick Williams. So maybe that number 26 is really starting to encounter some issues. Look at how close the 44 is to the back of them. They are almost bump drafting them. Once again, we've got an instant Fab Classic on our hands. The 44 to the outside, onto the grass. Not quite to the lead. Really, really pushing, though. once again, in the Mini F1 sidecars, a three-way fight for the lead.
Here we go. At the moment, it is only two-way, but the Green Streets could still close in. They've got the pace, they've got the motivation, and of course, they've got the championship lead. They're not slow by any means. 3 laps to go at the line. The 44 closing in on Mick Williams, who's trying desperately to stay in front. A little bit squirrely off Paddock Bend once again, and that could once again allow the 44 to close in more and more through the chicane once again. And it seems as though Lee has got the measure on the straights, and also just in general round the lap, Mick Williams really sliding that sidecar around, and it's not helping their momentum. You can see the 44 a little bit smoother, able to close the gap, but also the gap to P1 and P2 is about the same as what it is back to P3 as well of the Green Street. So anything can happen. It's a very short fuse, but time is of the essence. Not long left to run.
Not long left to run at all. 2.5 laps left to go in race number 1 here of round 5. This doubleheader weekend in Rowrah. The number 90 pushing super hard in the corner. I think they may be having engine troubles as well, because if you watch them coming out of McRae's hairpin on the low end where the 4-stroke normally has that grunt, they're just getting left in the dust by the 26 and the 44 in front. They're having to make all the time up in the corners. Same thing with Mick Williams. You can tell they are having that engine issue. They're still struggling on the straights. They're having to really work the sidecar so hard in the corners. And then you got Mick Lee in this problem sandwich where everything seems to be running absolutely fine. Just can't quite find a way through on the 26, but now they're under attack from the number 90. Maybe they're going to have to go on the defensive as they make their way through McRae's. But look at this. Look at how far back the Green Streets drop. As they come out, that's where you'd expect the 4-stroke engine to be really strong, punching out of the hairpins. But they've just got nothing.
Yeah, for whatever reason, they really are struggling for momentum. But they have got to be careful, because like we saw yesterday, if they fight for second, all that's going to allow Mick Williams to do is get away. We've got a lap and a half left to run. If they want any chance, they need to, in essence, maybe even work together until the latest possible opportunity, because they want every chance possible to go and win. Have to say, full credit to Mick Williams. He's been able to really deal the pressure quite nicely. That 44 not really able to find a way through, but anything can happen with 1 lap to go.
One final tour in race number 1. Jason Leo Greenstreet at 58.915 on the previous lap. The fastest out of anybody, the only sidecar into the 58. This lap, though, a little bit slower. Mick Williams, meanwhile, a little bit of breathing room as well as they come down into Erdale's or McRae's hairpin. Oh, look how close that 44 was to the number 90. The ground the 90 is making up in the braking zones. Unbelievable. Just lacking that punch on the straight. For whatever reason that may be, was that a missed gear there for the 44 potentially? Someone was definitely banging on the rev limiter. I'm not sure who it was. It could have been the Green Streets potentially as well. Mick Williams, though, a little bit of safety behind him now. I don't think there's going to be a strong enough challenge this late in the day unless there's a dive bomb sent from above as Mick Williams in the 26 makes its way into the final few corners. They've had to work for this one once again because they face pressure, but once again Mick Williams faces the adversity and takes the victory here at Rowrah for yet another race win this weekend. The 26, the fastest lap on the final lap as well, a 58.835. The 26, once again, when the going gets tough, they deliver. Mick Williams takes the win. The 44 of Mick and Danny Lee once again into P2. And the Green Streets once again in P3. With the season they're having, they'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, that's going to be 9 points lost to Mick Williams for this race. And, of course, they did have a nice little gap back to them thanks to Mick Williams' missing lid. But ever since, if Williams can keep this going up, then maybe we could have a championship battle on our hands. Quick rundown of how things racked up. Mick Williams, of course, taking the win and the fastest lap ahead of Mick Lee, and Jason and Leo Greenstreet as well on the 90, finishing on the podium. Jamie Alexander was able to hold off the pressure from Chris Impey on the 457. That's the top 5. Behind that, Mark Parker, Vince Bailey and John Hosker, which unfortunately suffered some issues there early on in the race, but still managed to get to the end. P8 for them at the checkered flag. The Mini F1 sidecars, though, their action is not done. We'll see them later on for race 2 and 3. Hopefully another three-way fight.
This is the one we've all been waiting for them as we head into round 5, the second half of our weekend, the second part of this doubleheader, and it is time for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship race number 1. It's been an interesting weekend so far in the Premier Class here at FAB-Racing. We've seen Wilson Dilks looking fast, then looking too fast and crashing out, then looking fast once again, despite, by his standards, a disappointing qualifying. We've seen Archie O'Brien looking strong and steady, but just not able to take any strong results. Dilks, of course, winning 2 races this weekend, with Byron Johnson P2 and Archie O'Brien in P3 in race number 1 in round 4. Race number 3, it was Dilks from Johnson from Finley Polehill. Race number 2, though, the one where Dilks crashed out, he fell back early on, then just overused his brakes, overheated them and went down. Byron Johnson was a man possessed in that one, absolutely flew through the pack and took the win from Polehill and Archie O'Brien in P3. Byron's been having a great weekend. He's starting from P3. Realistically, any one of the top 5, the top 6 really, could win this race here. You know, you've got Polehill, O'Brien, Johnson on the front row, Dilks, Day, Watson on row 2. All very, very strong riders, all been very, very close out on the track. And any one of them really could be standing on the top step.
I think so, exactly that. I mean, Archie O'Brien, I hate to say it because he's been riding so well this season, but he's really been off the pace, right? And that is unfortunate for him. His starts really haven't been that good either. He's been struggling to get onto the podium. Maybe after a reset last night, he's able to find whatever the issue was and get his way on to maybe onto the podium again, maybe taking to the top step and really competing. But the favourites, ideally, Finley Polehill, Wilson Dilks and Byron Johnson, those really are the big names that we are going to be focusing on. Wilson Dilks, of course, a poor qualifying, but it's never phased him. Every single race, he's gone from 4th to 2nd on the opening corner and then is able to contest for the lead from then on. The only problem is Polehill and Johnson both have to some very, very strong pace, and if it goes their way, I see no reason why we can't have another 3-way fight.
Absolutely, and when you say Archie O'Brien is riding poorly, by his standards, yes, obviously in the bigger picture he's doing a fine job, nothing wrong with it, but you know, he's a rider you expect to be fighting for wins, not slipping onto the podium every once in a while. Again, coming into this weekend, he had finished 2nd in every single race so far this season. Consistency is key, of course. That streak has now been broken, but you know, we'd expect him to be up there and fighting for 2nd. He's been struggling on starts once again this weekend. Rowrah is always a track where he seemingly just can't quite nail the starts. And it's always struggled. He does struggle with his starts, yes, but Rowrah has always been a track where he's especially struggled with them. It is on a slight incline. I wonder if that has to do with anything, the starting grid. On the subject of that, let's go through it, shall we? Finley Polehill starts from pole. Archie O'Brien in P2 with Byron Johnson plays in the front row. Wilson Dilks starts in P4 on the inside down to turn 1. As Zach said, watch him. Will likely get up to 2nd before turn 1 even gets going. Harrison Day is P5 with Frankie Watson in P6. Row 3 is Travis Shaw, Matthew Thomas and Hamish McIntosh with Ollie O'Gorman in P10. But we didn't see Casey O'Gorman earlier in the Extreme 200, so I'm wondering if Ollie O'Gorman maybe isn't here. Luther Curtis is P11 meanwhile with Beth Ashby P12. Riley Paisley on his return to FAB after sustaining injuries at Three Sisters. He will be starting P13 on the grid and the sole rider on row number 5. So the riders coming into the grid now. Watch Wilson Dilks. That number 85, currently just hidden by that big metal pole, but you will see him, don't worry. He's superb on the starts. If he gets the launch, once again, Zach, he'll be looking to the inside, trying to slide at least into 2nd place, coming through into turn 1.
I think so as well. Of course, this is the Premier Class, their final step, unfortunately. Have we seen? He is. Wilson Dilks has been wheeled off the grid. He is not going to take to the start. This opens the door for so much more opportunity. A huge hit for our championship leader then in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s. All eyes to the lights. It's a slightly altered grid. Finley Polehill, Archie O'Brien, Byron Johnson the front row. Let's go racing for round number 5 of 2024. And Archie O'Brien gets a rocket ship of a start straight into the race lead. But Byron Johnson looks to go to the outside. Finley Polehill drops to 3rd. What a start that was for Archie O'Brien on the 91 machine. Straight into the race lead. His golden opportunity for his first win of 2024 comes right now. He's put his best foot forward. He gets into the race lead ahead of Byron Johnson.
Talk about drama at the start of the race. Championship leader, 2nd DNF this weekend. Look at Polehill to the inside of Byron Johnson. That is a lovely move there. Round and going through. Archie O'Brien holds on to the race lead though as they come through. Polehill looking to the inside. Can't quite squeeze on by. But certainly looking, certainly trying to find the gap, certainly trying to find a way through as they head into St John's for the first time. Now Sonny Ben, Matthew Thomas, he's had a great start up into 5th place there for him. Awesome job there. It's looking to the inside, actually going around the outside, should I say. Finley Polhill's got into the lead ahead of Archie O'Brien, who left the door open, I think. Meanwhile, there's changes further back as well. It's Harrison Day's through on Byron Johnson. It's all change up at the front.
Harrison Day, of course, very rapid on this 70. We saw him take a couple of wins at Ella Park. In fact, his only win of the season came in that first Wet and Wild race that we had at Ella Park. But, of course, he's motivated. Wilson Dilks is out and the door opens for pretty much anyone to take victory. Harrison Day wanted to be his day after a bit of a lull, couple of podiums, top 5s and things, but has overtaken Archie O'Brien. Nicely done. Going into Stewart's, gets the exit up in a 2nd place. All eyes now towards Finley Polhill, searching for his first win on the Metro Kit.
Lovely stuff from Finley Polhill to get up into the lead round Archie O'Brien. O'Brien drops behind Harrison Day. Harrison Day has won has won races this season, of course, winning race 1 at Ella Park in the wet with a wonderful ride. Let's see if he's coming through. This will be Polhill's first win, of course, in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship, if he's able to hold on from those charging behind him. O'Brien dropping now down to 4th place. I know he's not been happy with the bike this weekend, but this looks like something different. He's not been dropping back this far. I wonder if O'Brien potentially with a problem. Also got to remember, conditions a bit different to yesterday, so maybe you need to change the tyre pressures or change the brake pressure, something like that. Maybe changes haven't worked for O'Brien. Maybe they haven't made changes and the bike just isn't happy. So that young man is going backwards, and it doesn't look good for Archie O'Brien right now on the 91.
It does not, unfortunately for him, because again, it's his golden opportunity, but the pace at Rowrah hasn't really been what he would have expecting. It's still very, very good indeed. There's a look to the inside as well, nicely done. I think that might well be Hamish McIntyre or Travis Shaw fighting away with Matthew Thomas. Indeed it is, the number 4 through on the 47 as straight across the chicane. Oh my goodness me, Matthew Thomas, how has he stayed on that bike? How is he okay? What happened there? That has to be a brake failure. Went straight into the barriers and out of this race. He is so lucky to not have been thrown off there.
There's got to be a brake failure. There's no way that he just didn't stop there without being a brake failure. Tell you what though, kudos for staying on the bike as he clattered through the barrier. He could have easily gone head over heels over the handlebars, but he went straight through the barrier, a little bit unseated, had a leg on the floor, but managed to stay on the thing. Fair play to Matthew Thomas, but a shame to see him down and out of the race. Rowrah, it is a track where you use a lot of brake around here, especially into the hairpin corners. It is so easy to overuse the brakes. I mean, we've seen Wilson Dilks do it in race number 2 of round 4 earlier on. Used too much brake, went into the corner, brakes were overheated and had nothing, and went down. So Matthew Thomas, although he hasn't gone down, he stayed on the bike. Looks like his race 1 in round number 5 is over. There we do see race leader Finley Polhill on the number 99. 1.5 seconds clear of Harrison Day at the moment. With 8 laps left to run in this one, he is sitting in a very, very comfortable position as it stands. Is this the day where Finley Polhill is finally victorious?
Maybe so. Still a lot of race left to run though. He is looking very, very quick indeed. Came very close to it yesterday. Archie O'Brien under pressure, by the way, from Travis Shaw. This is the fight for 4th place. Byron Johnson settling in quite nicely to 3rd. Archie, though, just unable really to find the pace. That start was so good, and it's nice to see him finally figure the starts out, but he's now under pressure. Travis Shaw won't be long until he's finding a way through.
No, I doubt it very much. Travis Shaw has been monstrous this weekend as well, especially down in the 50s, and there does go Travis Shaw. Archie O'Brien left the door open a little bit, does get the switch back, but Travis Shaw with the drive again. There's got to be a problem on that number 91 bike. There has to be. I just can't believe that Archie, unlike Archie, even when he's not having one of his better weekends, to be dropping back like this, that's just something is not right on that number 91. We'll have to ask him later and get that confirmed, but it just seems bizarre. Back to some of the action though. There's the 71 of Lucy Curtis leading Beth Ashby on the number 8. 2 of our female riders here at FAB-Racing doing a great job. Currently down in P8 and P9. Ollie O'Gorman is in this race, by the way, so it looks like Casey is the O'Gorman who's gone home. As these two continue to fight though, down the back of the pack, of course, competing in the All-Rider Female Cup, brought to you in collaboration with the House of Moto, the first UK grassroots all-female rider competitor cup, currently being led by Nelly Nuth, who's dominating that cup, to put it politely. They actually, the way that the scoring works, I think they just take the points that you score in your race and then just all throw it into one thing, because it's obviously multi-class. Nelly Nuth, given that she is having an amazing season so far in rookies, is just dominating that. But these two, they're not doing a bad job in it either, don't get me wrong, and doing a great job out on track as well.
Yeah, they are indeed. Of course, having their own little battle as well, which is nice to see. Of course, we did have Lucy Curtis in with us in the commentary booth to talk over Nelly Nuth's race and sensational victory that it was in the AC40 Rookies yesterday. Fantastic commentator that she is, but also fantastic rider more importantly. Lucy Curtis keeping Beth Ashby behind for the moment in 8th place. 5 laps left to run. It's Finley Polehill still from Harrison Day. There he is, the number 15, searching for his second victory and to become, of course, moving up in the championship. He might well be able to close in on Archie O'Brien. He's already won a race this season. We've had 3 different race winners in 2024. He wants to add another to his tally. He's got 4 laps to go and close, but Polehill he's rapid. I mean, Polehill so far, he's had 1 podium and 5 top 5s coming into this season, coming into this round at Rowrah. And then it's just switched. I think, like we were talking earlier, you just have a track that you flow so well at. You find that setup, you find that groove, and you just switch on so well. That's what Finley Polehill is doing. Saying that, Byron Johnson's turned up the wick as well.
Yeah, nice start there from Byron Johnson. A 49.226, fastest of anyone so far in this race. Finley Polehill, though, gap back to Harrison Day, sitting pretty comfortably at 1.9 seconds. Finley Polehill, over the last few laps, him and Day have been running very, very similar lap times, but Finley Polehill was running like maybe a tenth and a bit faster every single lap. Fine margins, but just allowing him to extend, just build lap by lap by lap across the course of the race. And there we do see Byron Johnson. He's been on fine form this weekend, currently running P3, 2.5 seconds off of Harrison Day with 4 laps left to go. And as he starts whipping out lap record pace, I don't think he's going to be making up any places, of course, unless a disaster happens to the 2 in front. But Byron's having a fantastic weekend, loving life on that 70, loving life round here at Rowrah, and doing a spectacular job as he makes his way through McRae's hairpin. Must be said, Harrison Day up in front is in sight, and he is still lapping faster, so maybe there might be an opportunity come the end for Byron Johnson. But again, there's 3 laps left to go. The gap's at 2 seconds. Going to have to be a big ask, probably pending a mistake from those in front. Yeah, exactly. But even then, sort of, you make your own luck in motorsport. You've got to be the one there with your hands cupped, ready to pick up the pieces should something go wrong. Right now, Harrison Day, fair enough, he's 2 seconds back, but that's nowhere near a big enough gap for Finley Polehill to get complacent. This is by no means an easy ride. He's still got to maintain a high level of pace and consistency to keep Harrison Day at bay. In fact, actually a little bit slower on that last time by. And Harrison Day, should something go wrong with Polehill's bike, or he makes a mistake, or has a poor run through traffic, like we're seeing him work his way through Beth Ashby and Lucy Curtis, he's then the one ready to pick up the pieces. And like I say, you write your own luck. You are in control of your own narrative. And Harrison Day, P2 is still great. And if something goes wrong with Finley Polehill, he's right there ready. Absolutely, but Finley Polehill's got 1.5 laps left to go and is looking so comfortable, so calm and collective. What's running through the mind of that young man right now, who is on his way to potentially his first win in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship? Surely there are nerves, surely there's excitement, but surely there is commitment as well. 1 lap to go for Finley Polehill. Yeah, not long left at all. Finley Polehill has shown great pace all weekend long, fighting, of course, with the likes of Wilson Dilks and Byron Johnson through the first hairpin into the second. Finley Polehill came tantalisingly close to it yesterday in that fight with Byron Johnson and Wilson Dilks, but it was Wilson Dilks that took the victory ahead of Polehill, of Johnson. Came so close as well in the race before that, with Johnson taking victory when Wilson Dilks had his brake failure. But now it's Polehill's day. Dilks did not start. Polehill took that opportunity with both hands. He negotiates the final couple of corners now. He's set blisteringly quick pace, got the start, got the jump, overtook O'Brien. 1 more corner left to negotiate. Finley Polehill sees the flag first, takes victory for race 1 of round 5 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70
What a race that was for the 199. Issues as well immediately after the checkered flag. I think is all as good. Celebrations there for Finlay Polehill. That is one to remember.
His dad looking very happy there as he celebrated. Finlay Polehill on the top step here at Rowrah. A fist bump being offered by Travis Shaw, which is eventually accepted. Good to see that Finlay doesn't leave him hanging. Arch O'Brien there in the background. I'm sure different emotions running through the number 91's mind, but the number 99 delighted, waves to the camera. This is why we love what we do. We love just watching fantastic racing and riders coming through and showing what they can do. And this race anyway is Finlay Polehill's one. What a performance that young man. Harrison Day acknowledges that Polehill was just stronger. Day ultimately finished 2.8 seconds behind. He got caught up in traffic on the last few laps, but the gap was anyway stable around about 1.8, 1.9 seconds. Ultimately Polehill just too much pace. He takes a wonderful victory and a well-deserved one from Harrison Day in P2. Byron Johnson rounds out the podium. Travis Shaw was P4 with Arch O'Brien in P5. Hamish McIntosh in P6 with Ollie O'Gorman finishing 7th. Lucy Curtis in P8. Beth Ashby in P9. And Matthew Thomas, a DNF after that incident earlier on, a presumptuous brake failure. But you can never tell from a commentary box, but that's what it looked like anyway as he failed to come to a stop heading into the first chicane. Luckily he was all okay and stayed on the bike. That's it for race 1 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70s British Championship. They've still got 2 more races to come this weekend. Of course, a double header round. We're here racing on Monday. 6 races to come, 2 more to go. Race 3 for the Senior Mini Motos, their final race of this weekend's action. They've had 5 so far, and David Meyer has been dominating essentially every single one of them, Zach, as they get ready to head out onto the grid.
Yeah, exactly. But, of course, don't forget, a little bit earlier on, Matt Birkin, David Meyer made that mistake, came off, had the issues, did overtake Matt Birkin, and then Matt Birkin was like, nah, you don't, mate. I'm not having that. Launched it up the inside of Sunny Bend, and then David Meyer just sort of flustered by it, whatever happened, dropped back to P3. He's going to be looking to be firing back on all cylinders, trying to get that domination that he had from the first 4 races they had this weekend, now into the final, the Grand Slam finish that it will be for round 5 of the Senior Mini Motos. Looking for victory, all of them. Matt Birkin, David Meyer, arguably the 2 favourites, but of course in that championship, Matt Birkin looking very, very strong indeed. They're heading round for what will be 2 sighting laps before they'll make their way to the grid for then 9 laps of racing action. Let's run through the grids, shall we? Matt Birkin ahead of David Meyer and Keaton Payne 1, 2 and 3 as they've lined up all weekend long, and they'll do so together for one final time here at Rowrah. Chris Yeomans, Rhys Gentry and Mark Payne, that's row 2, ahead of Callum White, Nick Bennett and Gary Eldridge, row 3. Isaac Greenstreet completes the top 10. He's moved his way forward on a number of occasions this weekend and will be looking to do so once more. Steve Johns from Rob Gentry, the 12 rider field that we've got. But all eyes on Matt Birkin, all eyes on David Meyer. Keaton Payne has not been slow either. A number of podiums for him on that 112 machine as well. And once more, could maybe have a level of competition about him to maybe go and get it. They're lining their way up on the grid now. I believe maybe they're just going for one sighting lap indeed. Keaton Payne, of course, they've got a staggered start, so we're doing it MotoGP style, the 3 grid rows, as opposed, the 3 bike rows that we've got on the grid, as opposed to just the 2x2 that we usually would have at other circuits. But it's a shorter run to the final corner, and you need to get all the bikes on because you don't really want to be starting on a corner. So we've got 1, 2, 3 with a little circle. You've got to have your front tyre within that circle for it to be nice and fair. Ice to the lights, though, for one final time this weekend for Senior Mini Motos. Matt Birkin on pole, David Meyer alongside. Keaton Payne gets a good launch, but not good enough to match the front 2. David Meyer launches his way into the lead. Matt Birkin, a poor second phase. Keaton Payne looks to the outside, no way through as Chris Yeomans as well tries to get himself involved. But once again, David Meyer soaring into the race lead of Senior Mini Motos, trying to go for his 5th win of not only this weekend, but his 6th win, of course, of the season as well. He got one earlier on, trying to extend that margin and close into the championship. Is that Isaac Greenstreet with some issues? I think it might well be. Unfortunate, of course, for him. having a lot of success on the sidecar this weekend as well, but suffering some issues in the senior mini-motos, down and out. Nick Bennett side by side as well, going into Stuart Bend, not quite close enough on that occasion to find his way through the red and yellow overall rider ahead. David Meyer, Matt Birkin, very close. Is he going to launch another move to the inside of Sonny Bend? Yes, he is. Nicely done. David Meyer sees it coming, tries to get underneath. Not good enough, but Matt Birkin takes the race lead onto the second lap of race number 3. Senior Mini Motos comes down to this, and Matt Birkin is going down swinging.
It's not done and dusted yet, though. Matt Birkin still has to deal with the pressure from behind. But man, oh man, it shows that if Meyer does get through and Birkin stays with him, Birkin can certainly get back past. We saw it in the previous race number 2. We've seen it once again in race number 3. Looks like Isaac Greenstreet is down and out of this one, unfortunately. Nick Bennett also looks like he's run into issues. Speak of the devil, there he is, pushing the bike back into the pit lane. Real shame, but here comes David Meyer up the inside. Oh, side by side. Bennett, Meyer, nothing to separate them as they rush their way through the Stewart corner. Now to the S's into St John's, then Sonny Bend. This is where Birkin launched an attack in race number 2. Is there an opportunity in this one for David Meyer? Not on this occasion, but the two of them having an almighty tussle. The number 5 against the number 22. Meyer with the fastest lap of the race so far. 7 laps left to go. Now, Meyer still with the fastest laps. They complete the first true racing lap of 56.164, but still tailing Matt Birkin in front. Better exit out of the chicane for David Meyer. Going to have to go the long way round though. Does he get the switchback? Oh, that's really deep from Matt Birkin. A big mistake. David Meyer, in a jokey sense, kicks into the air, shoves Matt Birkin out of the way as well. Meyer back to the lead, but what can Birkin do? What can he do to get back? But look at Meyer already. That gap may be insurmountable unless Birkin has some serious pace. But Keaton Payne on the 112 has been running well here, not just in the senior mini motos, but in the pit bike 140s as well. He's really enjoying his weekend here at Rowrah. He's tailing Matt Birkin, and maybe he fancies giving it a go. As we see Payne there heading through Sunny Bend and into Paddock Bend, the final corner. Bumper crowd watching along here at FAB-Racing, as we so often have. The riders making it 6 laps left to go. Here are some of the guys further back in the pack. Chris Yeoman's in P4. Callum White's had a great opening few laps. He's worked his way up to 5th place. Awesome stuff there for the number 322. As maybe putting some pressure on Chris Yeomans, which would be amazing to see if he is able to do that. But the riders just making their way around. Yeomans extending a little bit of a gap up the hill, but look at the commitment there from Callum White heading into Erdels, carrying so much speed into the corner. That was ridiculous heading through there. That seems to be Callum White's strong point this weekend. Speed into the corner. If he can get onto the back of Chris Yeomans, launch an attack up the inside, heading into somewhere like Sunny Bend as we come up to that now, that could be the place to make the overtake move up into P4. But a great job from Callum White to be in P5 as it stands. David Meyer extending the gap up the front. Meanwhile, fastest lap of that race. Here are some riders further back in the pack. This, I believe, is Steve Johns and Rob Gentry. The 77 and the 147 are last riders out on track. Indeed it is, fighting for 8th place. Unfortunately, we have lost Nick Bennett and Isaac Greenstreet early doors in this race. Seem like mechanical issues for both. Yeomans has gone down. Chris Yeomans coming into McRae. The number 85 has come off the bike. That's allowed Callum White into 4th. Who's tailing him there? That, I believe, is Gary Eldridge on the number 99. So Chris Yeomans looks like he's in P7 at the moment. P6, something along those lines. Callum White, though, up into... Actually, no, he's not. He's only dropped 1 position, so he's actually Mark Payne behind him. I just saw Callum White up ahead on the road, so Yeomans maybe didn't go down, but certainly made a big mistake and has dropped right back. That's allowed Callum White into P4, which, if memory serves, would be his best finish this year, apart from a podium in race number 2 at Ella Park in the opening round of, or the second round of the season. So Callum White on for a fantastic result here. But David Meyer continued to lead up the front, setting more fastest laps of 55.7 on the previous tour with 4 laps left to run. It's now a 1.7 second gap back to Matt Birkin.
Side by side here, Chris Yeomans trying to keep Mark Payne at bay. No way through on this occasion for the number 18. Chris Yeoman's able to stay ahead, of course, has boasted a little bit of success this weekend. Couple of podiums to go his way. 4 laps left to go, make that 3.5 as they run their way through Stuart Bend. David Myatt running at such quick pace. It's not that Matt Birkin slow, it is just that David Myatt is so fast. Matt Birkin is good. David Myatt is rising to great levels so far in this weekend. Their final race, of course, of it. There's Mark Payne looking to the inside of Chris Yeomans, but no way through at Paddock Bend. 3 laps left to go, and I really don't see much changing at the front.
Matt Birkin may have had the pace early doors, but I think what we're seeing from the likes of Birkin and Myatt, essentially, if you're in front of David Myatt or he's within sight, you can fight with him. But the second he gets a bit of clear air, the second he gets a bit of pace, a bit of track in front of him and gets a bit of confidence, it's goodbye number 22. Good night Vienna, as they say. Matt Birkin, as though he is pulling away quite significantly from Keaton Payne on the 112 in P3. Matt Birkin just does not have the pace to match David Myatt. David Myatt's last time out on track was actually 0.7 of a second quicker than Matt Birkin. That is the pace that the 22 possesses, as there we see Chris Yeomans riskily lapping Rob Gentry on the 147 there. Had to go the long way round, heading through the left-hander, now getting held up into Sunny Bend. I believe that's Steve Johns there. As David Myatt even quicker on the last lap of 55.560. Another fastest lap, and the gap extends to 0.3 back to Matt Birkin as they go into the penultimate lap of the race. This is the closest battle that we've got out on track at the moment between Chris Yeomans and Mark Payne, fighting for 5th place.
Yeah, indeed so. Lap and a half to go. David Myatt still going quicker and quicker at 55.560, so still a few tenths off what he's been set in lap record pace. But let's focus on this battle for the top 5. Chris Yeomans defensive once again into that second hairpin. Mark Payne trying to get back underneath him, but not quite close enough. Does he have the legs on the straight? No, he doesn't. Into Stuart Bend. It's still going to go the way of Chris Yeomans, but still a lap and a half left to run, and way too wide there. Prioritising the exit is Chris Yeomans. That's exactly what you need to do. Be quick where you need to be and nothing else. 1 lap left to go for David Myatt to secure his 5th victory of the weekend.
It's not been the most dominant race for David Myatt, must be said. Had to deal with a Matt Birkin early doors, but it's still been a well-deserved one, and still one that, well, on paper, when you're looking at the timing sheets, you say, yeah, he was pretty up the road on that one. Gap at the line last time, 3.7 seconds. Put another 0.7 into Matt Birkin in that one. Of course, this, guys, it's their last race of the weekend for the senior mini motos. Round 5, race number 3. They've done their 6 races in just a short moment's time. They are done and dusted. You can hear the wind picking up, but it doesn't affect David Myatt. He heads into Sunny Bend for the very final time here at Rowrah, a track that has been so kind to him all weekend long. David Myatt, what a round, what a couple of rounds to remember. Victory once again in race number 3 of round 5. David Myatt has been unstoppable this weekend in the senior mini motos. Matt Birkin can only manage a 2nd place, 4.8 seconds down in the end. The last lap over a second slower than Myatt. I think he backed off, just tried to bring it home. Payne rounds out the podium as Chris Yeomans holds off Mark Payne for the 5th place by just 0.2 of a second. But David Myatt, that 22, what a weekend. One to tell the grandkids about for certain. He came into this one as a rider with 1 win to his name, as someone who'd pick up the odd podium and you know, would be consistently there, to one who has been fighting at the front and showing championship leaders how it's done.
He came into this race as one of 4 race winners. He leaves this round matched for the season total of race wins. Of course, Matt Birkin had 5 coming in. He got that one in race number 2 of round 5. David Myatt is matched with the championship leader of Matt Birkin in terms of race wins. If it wasn't for some other missed rounds, maybe he could be in that fight for the championship. But right now, he's doing himself a lot of favours going into the second half of the season. We'll see the senior mini motos back when we head to Dorset and to Clay Pigeon.
Race number 2 in round 5 of this double-header weekend for the OH Logistics LC40 Elites. A race where, unfortunately, so far this weekend, well, you can essentially predict who's going to win. It's going to be Logan Cousins. Not only has he got a machine advantage, being the only one really using the liquid-cooled bike, everyone else using the air-cooled mini-motos, but he's also got the skill to put that machine to use and just walk away at the front. But there have been battles for second place. Frederick, Austin, Caelan Ratcliffe, Max Johnson, Arthur Rich, all of them being involved. Jensen Ansel as well on his return to FAB-Racing this weekend. The 22, starting from P7, looking absolutely ridiculously quick, like he's blinking, his luck has never even been gone. As the riders make their way out onto circuit, it has been awesome racing throughout, even if the win, you could almost say, has been predetermined. But as a great man once said, anything can happen in motorsport, and it usually does. It's not a done deal just yet.
Exactly that. I mean, that's why we go motor racing, right? It's because of that uncertainty. It's because we're always suspended in that anticipation, waiting for something to happen, waiting maybe for something to go wrong. We don't go motor racing, we don't enjoy motor racing because there has a predetermined outcome. That's just boring. We like that constantly, lap after lap, corner by corner, things can change, reliability can strike, riders can get fatigued. Don't forget, these are just young kids that are on bikes that some of them are doing 12 races this weekend, plus practice, plus qualifying, plus early mornings, plus late nights. You know, it does take a toll. That's what motor racing can bring. Of course, they are ticking away quite nicely in terms of their race, their penultimate one of the round. Logan Cousins, he's got the best chance, let's put it that way, but it's not a done deal.
Cousins does start from the pole position with Mason Frederick alongside Rex Austin completing the front row. Max Johnson is fourth with Caelan Ratcliffe in fifth. He's on fine form and fast starting this weekend. Keep an eye for him. Arthur Rich starts in P6. Jensen Ansel starts in P7, Maxwell Keats in P8 and Tommy Keats in P9. Danny Longhurst 10th and Oliver Wilson in P11. That's your grid for this one as the riders make their way to the start line. Mason Frederick had a bit of an issue earlier this morning with his bike, but it seems to all be sorted. He's not had any problems since then. Let's hope that it all works out fine for the man starting in P2. The riders focusing in. Last words of advice from parents, and then it'll be all eyes to those red lights, and we'll go racing in race number 2. It is lights out. We are underway. Great start there by Cousins. Also from Frederick and Rex Austin also away cleanly. They'll hold their positions down into the opening chicane. Looks like Caelan Ratcliffe able to slide ahead of Max Johnson at the lights there. So he's up into P4 with the front three all away as you'd expect. None of them trading blows, trading places in the opening few corners. Logan Cousins already starting to extend a bit of an advantage as Mason Frederick maybe already started to turn his attention backwards to the 991 of Rex Austin behind him as the 991 looks to the inside. Austin with a sneaky move up the inside, but that was wonderful. And up into second place he goes. Mason Frederick left the door open. Austin saw the opportunity and grasped it with both hands. And through he goes up into second place as we come to the end of lap 1. It'll be Cousins from Austin, from Frederick, your top 3.
Yeah, exactly that. Beautiful stuff, it must be said, from Cousins just to lead the opening lap. But look at our big 3 from the AC40 Pro class. Once again, line astern in the elite. We've got Rex Austin, Mason Frederick, Caelan Ratcliffe, all of them nose to tail. Here comes Mason Frederick as well, using that slipstream, which of course as the wind picks up will become more powerful as the weekend develops. Now Mason Frederick on the back of the 991 trying to find a way through. These guys are going to be rivals for a long time to come, many years into the future. Caelan Ratcliffe as well there, he's taken a couple of wins this weekend, 2 in the AC40 Pro class, looking for a podium in the elite, but it's not going to come easy. Oh no, Rex Austin's gone down. Oh my goodness me, he's dropped it coming out of Stewart's and is down and out of this race. That was a big one.
That was a big one. Great avoiding action there from Mason Frederick as well as the bike slowly jittered his way across the racetrack. Good to see that Rex Austin is up and on his feet and a bit of a grumpy look on his face, but looks to be all okay after a bit of a knock and a fall. With the 991 down and out, that's a real shame for him, but just goes to show how easy things can change in a race. One little mistake, push too hard, just maybe lose grip suddenly, and it can all go so wrong. That means Mason Frederick promoted up to second. Caelan Ratcliffe now on the podium. Max Johnson and Jensen Ansel, they're now fighting for P4. Jensen Ansel, a little bit of a run out of McRae's hairpin. He's been looking good coming out of the hairpin so far this weekend, especially Erdels. He's really good at just hooking the bike round, getting it rotated, and then getting the drive down, getting on the throttle really early. This time though, Max Johnson able to match him as they headed down the back straight into the fast stuff. There you see Rex Austin sitting forlornly at the side, having a chat with his dad. A real shame there for him, but he'll be back out later on. Still one more race in the OH Logistics LC40 Elites Championship to come this weekend. This is race 2 out of 3 in round number 5. Jensen Ansel find a way through on that number 141. Behind them as well is Tommy Keats. If these two keep doing battle, this could very quickly become a three-way fight. 4P4. Ansel had to lift off the gas there a little bit as Max Johnson got slightly out of shape. Johnson defensive when he doesn't need to go. This could open the opportunity up for Jensen Ansel. Indeed it does. Gets the drive, gets the switchback, gets the move. Max Johnson did not need to defend. Down there into McRae's hairpin. He chose to do so. Ultimately, it has cost him the position. That's why you need to be so smart about when you choose to go on the defensive, Zach, because if you're doing it pointlessly, it's just costing you time.
Yeah, exactly. You look over your shoulder, and the moment you start to defend is the moment they're in. It's the moment they're latched in, the moment you're committing yourself to that battle. Stay on your racing line. Look in front of you. The race is only going to be outside the visor, only going to be in front of you. Nice to see Rex Austin is back on the bike, by the way. A bit of a battle as well beginning to form, but it's exactly that. You don't want to be focusing on what's behind you. Ride the bike to the best of your ability, and if you ride quick enough, you won't have to worry about what's going on behind you. Just focus, stay on your lines, and if you're not under any direct pressure, don't move over and put yourself in a vulnerable position. Of course, Max Johnson drops down to 5th place because of it. He was looking for his best result thus far of the season with a 4th place. He has been in the top 5 a number of times, but now continues to drop because here comes Tommy Keats to the outside into the second hairpin, and Max Johnson is down to 6th outside the top 5. Again, just a shame for him. Of course, he had that big off this time yesterday, but yeah, not riding too well in terms of pace relative to the two in front of him.
Yeah, it was a nice move there by Tommy Keats, just smartly using the drive out of the corner. Unfortunately though, Jensen Ansel, Max Johnson essentially handed him that position on a plate, and the 22, and yeah, thanks very much, as any sane person would in that situation. So Max Johnson has not been the best couple of laps for him, unfortunately. He just needs to rest, regroup, recover and get back on the attack. He's still well within the sights of Keats and Ansel in front. He can still go on the attack, still try and get some positions back, get some points back. Of course, looking at Tommy Keats looking pretty pacey in this phase of the race. Maybe he fancies attacking Ansel. That's an opportunity for Max Johnson to get back to it. Oh, look at Tommy Keats. Where did that come from? Tommy Keats has got a rocket ship in a straight line. Goodness me, I wonder if Tommy Keats is running on the liquid cooled bike, because look at it in a straight line. The thing's an absolute spaceship. It's just disappeared. Wow, okay then. I'm assuming that Tommy Keats, as they come through some lap traffic there, I'm assuming Tommy Keats is running on the liquid cooled bike, because that bike, it's got a little bit more waft under it, a little bit more oomph. So Tommy Keats has just flown up in front of them there, but Jensen Ansel staying with him, staying on the attack, so it's not over yet. But yeah, look at the speed down the straights for Tommy Keats. Coming to a stop there. Someone very unhappy. Who's that's come to a stop? I think that might be. It is. That's the race leader. Logan Cousins has come to a stop down at McRae's. Unbelievable. Suddenly, Mason Fedrick leads this race. An issue for Logan Cousins. Maybe down and out, but definitely out of the lead. Unreal. Logan Cousins, whether it's mechanical or he's come to blows, because it looks like they're trying to straighten the handlebars. I thought first it was punches of frustration, but maybe he's out.
He is.
Oh my goodness, late in the day, Logan Cousins in race 2, the race leader, the man who's dominated this championship, is out. Mason Fedrick leads with just 2 laps left to go.
Mason Fedrick is searching for his first victory in the elites this season. Logan Cousins has won all but 2 races. Those both went the way of Josh Perkins last time out at Three Sisters, one of which he finished in second, the other which he didn't finish at all. A second DNF then this season for Logan Cousins. It's not going to be overly detrimental for the championship, but this is huge for Mason Fedrick, because by 7 seconds he is home free for the victory with just a lap and a half left to go. He's going to be searching, of course, for that trophy. They've still got one race later on, of course, but as far as the weekend goes, as far as starting the second half of the season goes, Mason Fedrick on that air-cooled bike is looking very, very nice indeed, and that's what I was talking about. You've got to make your own luck and be there to pick up the pieces should something go wrong.
What a bizarre weekend that boy is having, isn't he, Mason Fedrick, as he starts the last lap of the race. He's been up, he's been down, he's been all around, as ZZ Top would say. But man, oh man, he's about to take his first race win in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite, the premier class in junior mini moto racing. Oh, God, sometimes racing, you can't script it, can you? As he comes into Airedales, Mason Fedrick Of course, Logan Cousins, has been the class of the field this weekend. But sometimes Lady Luck doesn't smile on you, and he hasn't smiled on Logan Cousins in this one. The number 7 rider down and out with issues, and that means that Mason Fedrick, with an 8.5 second gap behind him, has just got to cruise on home through the final corner. What a weird weekend it's been for this young man. For the first time in the OH Logistics LC40 Elites, Mason Fedrick is a race winner. It may have been handed to him by reliability, but that is racing. Sometimes luck shines down on you and he knows it, but punches the air in jubilation. A great ride from the number 5, and for the first time in the premier class of junior mini moto racing, he stands atop the podium. Caelan Ratcliffe inherits P2. The two share a celebration down at McRae's hairpin. Tommy Keats, with a great ride, manages to slot into 3rd place and fill out the podium. But Mason Fedrick, as he chats with his fellow riders, is a race winner.
That is remarkable. Of course, Rex Austin, you can see there having a chat as well, getting congratulations from Keats. Unfortunately, had that off from 2nd place, and again, it's those what ifs of racing, isn't it? What if Rex Austin didn't go off? He would have won that race as well and taken his first of the season. So many things are always in limbo, and that's why we talk about the harsh reality of motor racing sometimes. Mason Fedrick, though, made his own luck, a deserving winner, ready to go when things went wrong for Logan Cousins. You have to be there to pick up the pieces. You have to be there with your hands cupped ready. That's exactly what Mason Fedrick did. He didn't make a mistake. His bike didn't fail, and he was the one that won that race. Lucky, but he was the one that wrote his own narrative and takes his first well-deserved victory in the OH Logistics LC40 Elite class. We'll run you through the results in a full moment's time, but there you can see the full celebrations and what it means to Mason Fedrick, who's taken wins in the AC40 Pros, but nothing in the Elites thus far. And now that kid is going to be very much celebrating this evening. Mason Fedrick then, of course, understandably takes the victory ahead of Caelan Ratcliffe, who gets himself onto the podium, ahead of Tommy Keats as well, by the way. That is a fantastic result for Tommy Keats, because he's never actually finished inside the top 5 before Rowrah, and gets himself onto the podium. Jensen Ansell ahead of Max Johnson, the top 5, ahead of Maxwell Keats in 6th, Oliver Wilson from Rex Austin, and the only DNF that one was Logan Cousins, which is a huge shame, of course, for the championship leader. Hopefully he's not going to be too down in the dumps, and we'll see them later on for race 3. Next up, we head to one of the very much intriguing classes of this weekend here at Rowrah. It is, of course, the Pit Bike 140s, where Chris Wells has been in dominant stead all weekend long. Can Jamie King finally try and go and catch him, or will it be another easy affair for Chris Wells to cruise to victory? Let's find out. Of course, they do one sighting lap straight to the grid. That's their warm-up lap. Let's run you through the grid while we can. Chris Wells, pole position ahead of Jamie King. Keaton Payne as well, who got himself onto the podium ahead of Bailey Lawrence in race number 2. Race 1 earlier on of round 5. Sean Whittaker from Bailey Lawrence, that's the top 5. Daniel Gilbert, Rory Jones and Robert Leverage, the 8-rider field that we've got for the pit bikes. Of course, a lot more grunt on these pit bikes. Sounding fantastic, looking fantastic, but all eyes realistically onto the 3-time pit bike FAB champion of Jamie King. 2 race wins this season, and is yet to step up to the pace that the number 1 plate, the reigning champion of Chris Wells, can attain to. Consistently a second and a half, 2 seconds a lap quicker over the duration of this weekend. What can Jamie King do? Can he do anything with 2 races left to go this weekend? Of course, it's going to be eyes to the lights. Chris Wells from Jamie King. Race 2, a PB140 gets underway. Keaton Payne once again a better start than Jamie King. This time a little bit better for Pit Bike Sonic. Into the chicane for the first time. It's Chris Wells from Jamie King from Keaton Payne. Then, of course, Bailey Lawrence able to get herself up in a 4th place, trying to contend for the podium, but no way through for Jamie King. Chris Wells is then able to hold on to the lead. Jamie King, crunch time is now if he wants to get in front.
Absolutely, Jamie King needs to find his way through, but he's a lot closer to the back of Chris Wells than he has been on previous occasions. Chris Wells, quick glance back from the reigning champion. Pit Bike Sonic right on his tail, banging down the gears as they head down into Stewart and onto the quick back section. Wells not quite breaking away as he has so far across this weekend. Jamie King also not looking like he's pushing extremely hard. The bike isn't moving all around like he normally does when King is riding on the ragged edge. You can really see the thing moving under him. Right now, looks pretty calm, pretty collected, and it looks like he's drawing alongside Chris Wells as well. To the inside, pit bike Sonic gets the lead down into the opening chicane. Lovely little move. There was a small opportunity. The 76 gave it a go and slid on by. He's into the lead of the race on lap number 2. Jamie King slides through on Chris Wells. Pit bike Sonic's up in front.
Yeah, nicely done. Can he keep it though is the question. He's done the hard work, but now comes the even harder, the mountain to climb, and already a poor exit. Here comes Chris Wells on the counter-attack towards Stuart Ben. Can the reigning champion get after the 3-time champion? No, he can't. Jamie King stays ahead, searching for his 3rd race win of the season and extending that championship lead, of course, that he's worked so hard for. Chris Wells immediately trying to find a way through, but Jamie King has the answer.
Yeah, lovely stuff there from Jamie King. Going to be 10 laps to go very, very shortly. Going to be a long 10 laps for these two if they keep fighting each other like this. But we can be treated to a classic pit bike battle here. King leads Wells. Bailey Lawrence up into 3rd place as well. Although there's only 6 bikes out there on the grid, we are being served an absolute treat. Quality over quantity, as they say. Oh, look at that. Keaton Payne trying to move to the inside of Bailey Lawrence. Didn't quite come into fruition. Bailey Lawrence holding on. Look at the front of the bike, shooting down as they get onto the brakes. Chris Wells, great run. Jamie King, can he hold on? Manages to squeeze Chris Wells as they come through Stuart. Almost contact between the pair of them. Now King is really pushing. You can start to see the bike moving underneath him. Chris Wells is turning the wick up. Will Jamie King hold on, or will he have to let the reigning champion through? Because Wells has the inside. Wells slides on by through Paddock Bend. King has the inside though. Does he have the drive down into turn number 1? Yes, he does. King back into the lead. This one is going to go potentially to the wire.
I think so. Jamie King very, very clever about that. But Chris Wells dummy into the inside, late brakes going into McRae's. Not quite close enough there. Jamie King forwards the attack off. 9 laps left to go. Chris Wells all over the back of pit bike Sonic. He has to call upon every ounce of talent that he's got left if he wants to take victory for race 2 of the PB 140 Championship. Chris Wells once again a good run out of the second hairpin. Is it enough by the time they reach the brakes for Stewart's? No, it's not. King able to swoop his way around the outside with the momentum. This is a timeless classic that I'm sure will be remembered for years to come.
2 very different lines from our 2 front riders heading through Stewart's. That's something to watch out for. King happy to make a much more of a geometric racing line. Wells apexes much later. Another look to the inside there at Paddock Bend. This time Chris Wells with the inside on Jamie King. King has enough legs on him, has enough pace just to stay in front. 8 laps left to go in this one. King still leads, but Chris Wells, he's all over the back of pit bike Sonic, looking left, looking right. Just can't quite find the gap at the moment. Both of them really starting to push. Meanwhile, as they're fighting, Bailey Lawrence and Keaton Payne still giving it a go as well. Bailey Lawrence holding on once again to that podium. She's having a monster weekend here at Rowrah. Keaton Payne wants to get onto the podium though. So does Chris Wells, except he's already on the podium. He wants to move up one step and get onto the top.
He does. He's trying to extend his win count this season. Looks to the inside of St John's, but no way through. 7 laps to go at the line. King wants his 3rd win of the season. What can Chris Wells do to try and topple the championship leader? Jamie King searching for his 4th title in FAB-Racing this year. Might well be attainable, but he wants the race wins to go with it. 7 laps to go, and no real pressure from Chris Wells that lap. Jamie King was able to have a decent enough margin. I don't think that's going to be a luxury he can afford for long.
No, King is having to use every ounce of his ability to hold the reigning champion behind the championship leader, looking for his 3rd win this season. Chris Wells looking for, I think it'll be about his 6th or his 7th or something along those lines off the top of my head. Even though he's not doing a full campaign, he's just so fast. Again, Jamie King was talking to us going into this race, said he's lapping Rowrah 4 or 5 tenths faster than he's ever lapped it before. It's just that he can't beat Chris Wells because he's too good. But in this one, he is beating Chris Wells. It's soon to be 6 laps left to go. King still holding on to the lead.
Yeah, this is nail-biting stuff. There goes Chris Wells to the inside of Paddock Bend. Jamie King once again sees it coming, but this time doesn't quite have the drive to get it back into turn 1. He's going to be aggressive, but Chris Wells goes through with 6 laps left to run at the Pit Bike 140 race 2 of round 5. Jamie King, is this win hopes done and dusted in the bin? He left the inside open. Chris Wells said thank you very much. Through he goes, and goodness me, Jamie King, could this be the end of what has been a titanic battle?
Potentially, but it's not over yet. Bailey Lawrence a little bit wide. That gives Keaton Payne a run to the outside. Coming up to Erdels. Bailey on the inside. Oh, squeezing the pair of them, almost banging knees as they come round the hairpin there. Then back down the hill they go. Lawrence holding on from Payne for the time being in this fight for the final podium place. Bailey Lawrence wants to make it yet another P3 so far this weekend. She has been having a great time out here at Rowrah. Keaton Payne also having a phenomenal time. Of course, Bailey Lawrence as well competing in the House of Moto Highest Achieving Female Racer Award, along with many other female talents here in FAB-Racing. But Keaton Payne wants to upset the apple cart, wants to move up into the podium places. Maybe has the drive down into the opening chicane. He's certainly got the inside line. Bailey, though, breaks a bit later, sweeps around the outside, shuts the door. She'll stay put for now. Yeah, nicely done. Of course, they've been jostling places, swapping it on the podium all weekend long. Bailey Lawrence searching for another one, a little bit wide out of McRae's. That's going to invite Keaton Payne through. The number 9 will still have the inside line, let's not forget. But Keaton Payne, braver on the brakes. It's not over yet, though. Still 4.5 laps left to run. But Keaton Payne got the measure of Lawrence in race number 1 earlier. Has he got the measure of her in race 2 as well? Swapping for the podium. And this, hopefully, is going to be a nice finish to the end between the pair of them for the podium. Don't really know what the situation is like at the front. There it is, actually. Jamie King, to his credit, is all over the back of Chris Wells, searching for their opportunity. But time is of the essence. He has not got the luxury of waiting around. Jamie King, fastest lap last time, 53.067. Made up 0.6 of a second with that one. Jamie King really wants this win, doesn't he? You can tell. 4 laps left to go. Chris Wells, can he respond to the pace set by the 76? Of course, Jamie King did get the whole shot, held the lead through turn number 1 on the opening lap. And these two have just been fighting tooth and nail ever since. Wells opening up a little bit of a gap again, once again, as they head through Stewart's. Now to the blistering back section, though. Through the left, then the right of St John's, then the left of Sunny Bend. This is where Jamie King is making his money. I feel he's just a little bit better through there than Chris Wells, but it's the opening section through the hairpins. That's where Chris Wells is superior to the number 76. 3 laps left to go at the line this time. And Chris Wells does respond with the fastest lap, 52.989. First rider into the 52s this race. Jamie King, 53.236. Not that far off. And again, Chris Wells is still right there. Nothing separating them. Meanwhile, Keaton Payne has got through on Bailey Lawrence, the 112, up into P3. How does Lawrence respond? Yeah, exactly. Of course, it has been the status quo for the last couple of laps. But Bailey Lawrence, one mistake from Keaton Payne, and she goes through, running a little bit wider out of that first hairpin relative to the 112. And I think that's really what's been letting her down. Left her open, of course. She had an attack from Keaton Payne, and that has now put her on the back foot with 2.5 laps left to run. A lot of intrigue then, quality not quantity for the PB140 race 2 in terms of the grid. We've got a fight for the win, a fight for the podium. What more realistically could we ask for as they approach the way on to what is going to be the penultimate lap? Can Bailey Lawrence find her way back through? Can Jamie King find his way back through? 2 laps left to run in the Pit Bike 140s race number 2 of round 5 here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, better known to you or I as Rowrah. Bailey, I think a small mistake there for the number 9 coming through the paddock bend, just slowed down a bit, and Jamie King as well, I think, just dropping back a bit as well. Gap was 0.4 of a second at the line last time. Visually looks a little bit bigger than that, unless King's maybe drop back intentionally just to try and regroup and then go for one all-out attack on the last lap. Yeah, it's easy to actually get bogged down. Sometimes, as backwards as it sounds, it's worse to be closer. Sometimes you just have to drop back and then use that momentum to close in and get that sweep, because what happens is you start to follow, you get bogged down, there's no gaps. Sometimes you do just need to drop back, reset. However, he has not got time to do that. One more tour of Rowrah for race 2. Chris Wells seems secure for another victory. Jamie King has done a lot better, but still not quite close enough to conquer Wells. Close, but maybe not quite close enough for Pit Bike Sonic. Chris Wells, half a lap away from yet another victory here this weekend at Rowrah, but this one has been the closest one of the lot. The gap at the line last time, the biggest it has ever been, 1 second. For most of it, Wells and King trading blows and trading places. But late in the day, when King faded away, Chris Wells was able to hold on. The reigning champion, a handful of corners left to bring it home, to bring home another victory in race number 2 of round 5 here at Rowrah. Chris Wells rounds paddock bend. It was close this time, but he still holds on. The number 1 is on top once again. Chris Wells takes the win here in the pit bike 140s. Jamie King, oh so close. But unfortunately, at the end, just fading away. He finishes just under a second away in P2. But the two share a handshake. They know that was a tough battle. They know they've put on a show for Ross. And they know they've done well. Keaton Payne ultimately got the podium with Bailey Lawrence in P4. But Chris Wells on top once again.
Yeah, very, very good stuff indeed. Of course, a lot better than from Jamie King. Still didn't get the win, but a lot closer to Chris Wells. We've seen a lot of times this season that maybe Jamie King showcasing some single-digit IQ moves in terms of his defence, but this time was a lot better versus Chris Wells. Still left the door open. Maybe that's something to learn from. He was relying maybe on that switchback the first time, maybe assumed that he'd get it again, but unfortunately in the end it was Chris Wells that took victory. Still one more race for the pit bikes though. We'll run you through the finishing order. It's Wells from Kings and Keaton Payne at the top three. Bailey Lawrence so close, just 3/4 of a second off another podium ahead of Daniel Gilbert and Rory Jones. Our 6-bike field. The pit bikes will be back for race 3.
Moto Team Race 2 awaits us now. Is Sullivan Moundy in this one? Let's wait and find out. But, oh no, it's not Moto Team. Apologies. My grid has been mixed up. It is, in fact, the Mini GP 50s up next. So, we'll have the Mini GP 50s up next. I was wondering why it looked like the Mini GP 50s. The schedule has been slightly altered since this morning, so it's easy to make a mistake, I suppose. Yeah. Shall we say, Zach Sweeney?
Yeah, that's true. Especially for you, Ross McIntyre. But anyway, the Mini GP 50s are working their way out onto circuit and running really well in terms of the time progress that we're making. The Mini GP 50, of course, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. And the racing that we've seen from these guys all weekend long is amazing, isn't it? I mean, the level of competition that we've had all throughout it between the likes of Frankie Watson, Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, trading those places on the podium. They've got one sighting lap before they head to the grid. But again, Frankie Watson dominating in race 1 earlier on of round 5. Is he going to be expecting to do a similar thing?
We'll have to wait and see. It could be very close. Don't forget about Byron Johnson. He's been on fine form, and several riders on this grid in general have been looking tasty. Frankie Watson starts on pole position with Byron Johnson in P2. Travis Shaw starts third, completing the first row. Sebastian Gosławski is in P4 alongside Bradley Curtis and Matthew Thomas. Row 3 is Archie Hooper, Riley Paisley making his return after that accident with Three Sisters last time out, and Harris Watson in P9. And rounding out our grid, it's Daisy Polden, Kai Hawken and Callum Maxwell. 12 bikes out there as they get going on their sighting lap, and it should be a very, very exciting race. The Mini GP 50s brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. It's been very, very close out there, to put it politely. Lots of action on the track. Let's see if this one continues to deliver.
Yeah, let's see. Of course, lining their way up onto the grid, the staggered starters we've got. 3 rows, the front tyre must be within the little positional circle that you've got. The level of competition that our championship leaders are rising to. Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, Bradley Curtis, Frankie Watson, all 4 of them inside the top 5. Seb Gosławski as well inside the top 5 in the championship, starts inside the top 5 for these races as well. Can he get another good start? Can he maintain the pace that he's shown? Just waiting for final checks at the back. Frankie Watson already raring to go. He wants to stretch his margin and take another victory in the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. Race 2 of round 5 gets underway. Good launch from Byron Johnson. A very poor one from Travis Shaw in the background. Bradley Curtis splits them through the middle, but Shaw hangs on for third. Brilliant start, though, it must be said, from Frankie Watson, who is the man on form this weekend. Byron Johnson, though, very brave when it comes to the overtaking. Same to Travis Shaw. A little bit of a look to McRae's, but a nice start from the front 3.
Yeah, great stuff there from Frankie Watson to get up into the lead. Exactly what he needed from pole positions. Byron Johnson, also a good launch, as with Travis Shaw, holding positions away from the lights, as they have done a couple of times this weekend, but all of them strong starts. There we see Brad Curtis doing well. This is his favourite track, I've been told, around here, so the 71 will be hoping for a good result. He started 5th, of course, making his way forward as well. Just a strong weekend. Matthew Thomas, I think, may have lost a place or two away at the lights. No, actually, he's running in P6 where he started, so he's doing okay for the time being. But the front 3 very, very close once again. Byron Johnson looks like he's maybe thinking about setting up a move down into McRae's. If not there, then certainly Airedale's. Byron Johnson's left the door open, though, and in fact, while he was trying to set up a move, he's been done himself. Travis Shaw up to second.
Yeah, nicely done, Travis Shaw. He's been eyeing that move up all weekend long. He loves the braking zone going into McRae's. often takes that tighter line just in case the rider in front goes a little bit wide. He loves to just to sneak his way on the inside. Now moves his way up in a second. Of course, it might be a little bit of a pinch point, of course, getting squeezed from both sides, trying to attack and defend at the same time. But equally, he's now the one leading the charge, trying to contend with Frankie Watson. He needs to apply that pressure though, because if this weekend has proved anything, it's that Frankie Watson is not a rider you want to let get away. But there's a move straight back to the inside. Paddock bend. The 37 goes through. Travis Shaw sneaks his way back with a cutback towards the chicane. The number 4 is the inside. Can Byron Johnson go the long way around? No, he can't. Way too wide and ruins his momentum. Travis Shaw stays in second, but crucially losing time to the race leader.
Yeah, Byron Johnson really had to back out of that one just a little bit too deep into the opening right of the chicane, and that really messed up his entry into the left. Now he's got to do it all again, but they need to start moving forward, because Frankie Watson last time fastest lap of the race by 0.3 of a second. Gap was 7/10 of the line. He started to disappear up the road. You can see already with 9 laps left to run, the gap visually getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger every corner, every single lap. It looks like Travis Shaw and Byron Johnson need to put aside their differences, work together and push forward if they want to stay in contention for the race win.
Yeah, it's that mutual benefit, isn't it? Right now we can settle for second, or we can just put our pride aside, our egos aside for just a couple of laps, right? If it gets to maybe 4 laps left to go and we think, oh, okay, maybe we're not catching, then yeah, absolutely fight. But right now, give it a go. Just see what can happen if you work as a pair and try and attack Frankie Watson, because it's worth it, because then you can maybe go and get that win. You are very much rewarded for winning a race. And I know that obviously sounds silly, but relative to the points distribution, you get 5 points for a win, you get 20 for P2. That's a 5-point differential, the biggest of any different positions. You really need to make sure you're winning these races if you want to be anywhere in the championship consistently. 7.5 laps left to go. Travis Shaw he's got the pace to go and catch Frankie Watson. It just depends if the damage has already been done.
Potentially. Well, there's going to be 7 laps left to go in the blink of an eye. And we'll have a look at the gaps. Last time Frankie Watson had a fastest lap. This time Byron Johnson has a fastest lap of the race. So maybe they're starting to close in. A 51.135 that time from the 37. And actually he's starting to close up to the back of Travis Shaw, who himself was quicker than Byron Johnson, or then Frankie Watson, should I say. So they're starting to close up to the race leader, maybe on that lap anyway, just showing each other a whiff of pace as they now come down into Stewart's. Frankie Watson, still a healthy gap. He's not facing any immediate pressure, but any mistake and he's going to tumble down the order, so he needs to make sure he stays on the black stuff. There's some of the action further back in the pack. That's Riley Paisley fighting with Harris Watson. They come up to Erdell's. Riley Paisley, a nice move there, leaves Harris Watson an off space on the inside and then moves on up. That'll be up into P8 there for the 17. So nice stuff there from Riley Paisley to continue his charge up the field. And it looks like we've got a lap record here. Frankie Watson, that previous tour, 50.855. A new lap record, breaking the lap record set by Luke Flatcap Fitchett back in 2022. That was a 50.889. So only about 400ths quicker, but a new lap record nonetheless. Frankie Watson is pushing very, very hard now. He wants to open that gap back up. He wants to show that he's in control of this race.
Yeah, exactly. That is a statement of intent from Frankie Watson. To be fair to Travis Shaw, he's basically matched what the previous lap record would have been. He's done it. He's literally matched it. He hasn't actually. He's a 100th of a second off. I got confused. It's a 50.889. That was the previous lap record. Travis Shaw just done a 50.899. Very, very close. It's just that Frankie Watson has got that extra little bit. Travis Shaw is great. Frankie Watson is excellent in this race. 5 laps left to go. The gap, to be fair, very, very small indeed. They've left Byron Johnson for dust. Now they're closing in on a little bit. Traffic. Byron Johnson down.
That's coming out of McRae's. Johnson's lost the rear of the bike and low-sided. We've seen a few riders having issues at McRae's hairpin before this weekend. Especially today, it seems slippier on the Monday than it did on the Saturday and the Sunday. And it's called Byron Johnson out. He will tumble down the order. Travis Shaw now alone to try and hunt down Frankie Watson. And Frankie Watson's hit some traffic as well. This is maybe an opportunity for Travis Shaw. He doesn't have any traffic or much traffic to contend with, it must be said. He's not got any pressure from behind in Byron Johnson. He can now just focus his efforts in front, but he's been held up there by the traffic. That was the 111 of Callum Maxwell, just getting in the way a little bit. But this is potentially an opportunity for Travis Shaw. 4 laps left to go. Has he got the pace to carve into that 1.1 second gap?
It's going to be tough because Frankie Watson has been bulletproof, right? And to the credit of Travis Shaw, obviously he's done a very, very good job of chipping away at that gap, but it has definitely seemed that Frankie Watson is a little bit more comfortable in his riding style and that consistency. And of course, don't forget that he lost a race yesterday because of traffic. He's learned from it, and he's really been able to deal now with finding his way through, and that's the experience that you have to learn. Of course, they're really towards the top level of their sort of rookie start of their career at this age on the 50s. They definitely have a few years of experience under their belts, but you still constantly are learning, and that's something that after Byron Johnson was able to win yesterday, Frankie Watson was like, I'm not letting that happen again. I cannot let that happen again. Has now dealt with the traffic really nicely, pulled out that gap to what is now 2.7 seconds at the lap. Another lap record set by Frankie Watson at 50.668, going to new heights, pushing himself more and more. Was the favourite coming into this weekend after Friday practice. 3 laps left to go. Frankie Watson, keep it on the black stuff, and it's an easy victory.
Well, if his previous lap was chipping into the lap record a little bit by half a tenth, this time he's absolutely smashed it. What a lap from Frankie Watson, really making Rowrah his own. We've seen a few lap records go this weekend. The conditions have been right for it. And the 50s latest to go. Frankie Watson, a lap record holder here at Rowrah in FAB-Racing. 2 laps left to run, penultimate lap of the race. There is Travis Shaw. He was big time held up once again on that previous lap due to traffic. The difference between himself and Frankie Watson now 3.5 seconds. That now, I think, is insurmountable. 2 laps left to go, 1.5 realistically. 3.5 seconds. What it's going to take for Travis Shaw is a miracle and a Frankie Watson problem/crash. And well, given how good Frankie Watson's been this weekend, I doubt we're going to see the latter. Reliability-wise, the bike's been sound. Essentially, he's got to cruise home now and take another victory.
There are only 3 riders sub 51 second laps. That's Frankie Watson, Travis Shaw and Byron Johnson. And all 3 of them are not only under the 51s, they're under the 50 mark as well. Last lap flag shown to Frankie Watson, but those 3 in this championship is absolutely fantastic. Frankie Watson coming into this weekend knew that Rowrah was going to be a good track. Friday practice proved it. Qualifying on pole proved it even more. Taking victory on a number of occasions this weekend further cemented his dominance at Rowrah. But coming into race 2 of round 5, Frankie Watson had something to prove, something to go and get. He's had issues this weekend in the 70s, but when it comes to the 50s, his main championship focus, he is trying to recover. He's trying to make up some ground in the championship after a couple of DNFs where maybe he's let himself down a little bit. But now Frankie Watson to kickstart the second half of the season. He's done it in perfect fashion. So far, a clean sweep for round 5 in the Mini GP 50, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. Frankie Watson is victorious ahead of Travis Shaw. Fantastic stuff indeed. Bradley Curtis completes the podium for what will be the 7th time this season. What a race that was. And Frankie Watson ascending to new heights, finding more and more about himself and his skill level, finding that confidence. And he is going to be a force to be reckoned with.
What a ride from Frankie Watson. What a performance. What a weekend. A lap record to boot as well. In a show of dominance, 4.4 seconds up the line. Back to Travis Shaw. That number 14 can go home happy. Quick shout out to Bradley Curtis as well, getting on the podium at his favourite track. That is a great result for him. He ran a very, very solid race, it must be said. Of course, commiserations to Byron Johnson down in P6 after that crash. But it is Frankie Watson who takes victory from Travis Shaw by 4.4 seconds. Bradley Curtis rounding out our podium. Sebastian Gazlowski got up to 4th place in the end with Matthew Thomas in P5, and Byron Johnson could not recover any further than P6, unfortunately for him. Archie Hooper was in P7 with Riley Paisley in P8, Harris Watson P9, Daisy Polden in P10, Kai Hawke in 11th, and Callum Maxwell in P12. There is one more race that awaits the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre this weekend. Or today, should I say. No longer the weekend. It's a Monday, isn't it? Still trying to wrap my head around that one. Motorsport on a Monday. Oh, what a time to be. But we'll have to wait and see what happens in that race later on. Race number 2 in the Extreme 200s. And look who's back. Casey O'Gorman getting ready to head out onto the track. And, should be very, very exciting, hopefully. As there we see Austin Johnson as well, getting prepared, getting ready. But yeah, we'll wait and see. Of course, Wilson Dilks, a pretty lonely ride last time. But, that's not to take away. We saw some good battles, and we saw Wilson Dilks, crucially, showing what he can do. Because Wilson Dilks just came through and just looked right at home. He was super, super comfortable, super just relaxed and focused, and I wouldn't say perfect, but he was beautiful out on track.
Yeah, he really was. Wilson Dilks, I mean, just this season, both in the 70s on the Metrica and on the Avali in the Extremes, he just is the benchmark for anything. And this weekend, granted, hasn't been perfect, but even then, he's been able to limit the damage. And for some, they would actually dream of a weekend that Wilson's having, but yet Wilson's coming out of it maybe a bit disappointed. That's how good of a rider that young lad is. And once again is going to be looking for hopefully a fantastic battle between himself, Casey O'Gorman, and of course Dan Goodman on that front row. Let's run you through the grid, of course. As they rack up before they get to the grid, it's Wilson Dilks, O'Gorman and Goodman, the front row ahead of Pole Hill, Blake Wilson. Sullivan Mounty should be taken to the Extremes, but of course bike issues on Friday meant that he can't. Harrison Day from Austin Johnson and Holmes Williams, that's the front three rows. From Bishop, Harley Baker, Beth Ashby, Annabelle McCarthy and Fahad Lada complete what is a 14-rider field. Of course, we have got a couple at the back, the likes of maybe of course, of Archie O'Brien and Finley Polehill, I believe, as well. Oh, he qualified P4. He was meant to be here. But a couple of maybe those on the Metricas entering their bike into the Extreme 200 race just for extra track time, because it is so valuable. Of course, you can see no Casey O'Gorman just yet lining up in second place. Where is he?
Not here again, by the looks of things. Thought I saw him. Guess I was wrong, unless he's stunning up. I don't think he's here, unfortunately. Unless there's the 126 in the... Oh, yeah, there he's 71. Yeah, he is there, apparently. He's just... No, the 27 is Austin 67. Johnson. That's not Casey O'Gorman, so maybe he's not there. Who knows? We're underway, though. Great stuff from Wilson Dilks, the 48 well as well. But it is Wilson Dilks that takes the lead. Looks like Blake Wilson in P2, Finley Polehill in P3, and Austin Johnson up to P4 as well. Great start there. Harrison Day, he'll be a bit disappointed with that one. Dropped down the order a little bit. Who's that? Is that Richard Holmes Williams who's made his way out to the circuit? I believe it is. On the 126, he started right down at the back. Richard Holmes Williams decided to join in the fun here in the Extreme 200s as they make their way down to Stewart's. That being said, Wilson Dilks is not plain sailing yet. Blake Wilson, oh my word, the bike complaining, protesting underneath him, moving around. And tell you what, Blake Wilson's taking it to Wilson Dilks right now.
He really is. We saw some great pace from Blake Wilson and Finley Polehill in the first race earlier on. They were really the fight for second that was happening. But Wilson Dilks, obviously, is the favourite. But if Blake Wilson is able to keep this pace up, we could well have another three-way fight for the Extreme 200s. It's a class that a lot of people use just for extra track time, but actually it's now in 2024 really becoming a fantastically competitive championship with fantastic close racing from rivals that are obviously familiar with each other time and time again. This is turning into what is hopefully going to be a fantastic race. Austin Johnson ahead of Jensen Bishop and Harrison Day. That's a fight for fourth place as well, so two separate packs of three.
Awesome stuff there from Blake Wilson to stay on the back of Wilson Dilks, but it's not done yet. The front two starting to pull a bit of a gap ahead of Finley Polehill in P3, but as I say, that Polehill closes right back up to the back of them and maybe looking to the inside. Finley Polehill had to sit the bike up there to not cause an accident, but it was worth the look for the number 99. 10 laps to go then in this one as they cross the line. Dilks still leading from Wilson. Try not to get confused between Blake Wilson and Wilson Dilks. Pretty tricky, that one on occasions as they come through there. You see Austin Johnson looks like he's lost a position to Jensen Bishop, and indeed he has. Jensen Bishop, of course, a rider who is absolutely spectacular on the brakes. That's really one of his strongest skill sets. And Rowrah, a track where braking is absolutely crucial. Just asked Wilson Dilks in the 70 yesterday when he used too much of them and went down and crashed, and he's had to really kind of reset his mentality ever since then. But since then he's also been looking better than ever before. It also looks like Blake Wilson is up in front of Wilson Dilks at the front of the pack. But as I say that, Wilson dilts to the inside. Does Blake Wilson get the switchback? No, he does not. Yes, he does actually. Gets the drive neck and neck into the opening chicane. Blake Wilson down does lead the way.
Blake Wilson is smashing it. Of course, they're ages off the lap record set by Wilson Dilks in race 1 of a 48.282. But the racing that we've got in store, Wilson taking it to Dilks. Oh my word, who'd have thought after the first race that Blake Wilson would be able to rise to this level? But he is. 9 laps left to go. It's not going to be easy. Wilson Dilks, though, under pressure. And we've seen in the 70s that maybe there can be some cracks start to form in his defence. He's got to look backwards to keep Pole Hill behind. He's got to look forwards to attack Wilson. He is not in an optimal position.
No, he is not right now. 9 laps, soon to be 8 laps left to run. Wilson Dilks needs to sit back and think. It's a bit like race 2 of round 4 when Casey O'Gorman and Wilson Dilks and Dan Goodman were putting on a display. But Casey O'Gorman, you could tell, was really... Oh, Dilks has made a big error.
Oh.
Dilks has fallen down right back from the leaders in Wilson and Pole Hill. I'm not sure what happened, if he missed the chicane or what, but in fact he's dropped back to 4th. I think Jensen Bishop has slid on through. Wilson Dilks has gone wrong somewhere and fallen backwards. Still on the bike, still going, but problems there for Wilson Dilks. That's not what you want to see.
Nah, last thing at all for Wilson Dilks. Of course, he is naturally going to drop back then. He's going to have to spend the rest of this race trying to recover some positions, some time, ideally, because he's still going to emerge probably in about P3 after the fact. But, again, it's that time loss for Blake Wilson and Finley Pole Hill. There's a change for position as well. Looks to the inside, not quite able to thwart it, is the 27 of Austin Johnson. So I think that's Harley Baker moving their way through. In fact, it's the 48. We have got a couple of riders, I believe, potentially without transponders on. That might well be the cause for the confusion. 7 laps left to go, and a fight for the lead on our hands. Half a second separate Blake Wilson and Finley Pole Hill. There they are, of course. Finley Pole Hill off the high of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s, his first win on the Metro kit. You wait long enough for one bus, 2 can come at once, and that might well be what could happen for Finley Pole Hill here.
I think that is Harley Baker on the 48. I think he's just got the wrong transponder number on. He turns up as a different number on our live timing, but I recognise the leather, so I think it is Harley Baker. So panic not, Zach Sweeney. But back to the front we go. Blake Wilson and Finley Pole Hill neck and neck. Fastest lap of the race from Finley Pole Hill. The 199 does a 49.324. Wilson Dilks is in P3, 2 seconds away. You can see him there. So clearly the error not as substantial as we thought. As running wide there goes Blake Wilson. Is that an opportunity for Finley Pole Hill? Not quite, but again, could be a second race win of the afternoon for that young man if he plays his cards right. He's got 6 laps left to go, and he's in prime position, chasing down the race leader. He's got fastest lap of the race as well on that number 99 machine. Finley Pole Hill's got to be feeling confident. He's got to be feeling pacey, feeling racy. And when he looks it as well, out on the circuit, he's just got to make his way through Blake Wilson. That's the only thing in his way. Yeah, and Blake Wilson is not going to want to give that lead up without a fight, but we've seen how raceable Rowrah is. It flows nicely, and the momentum really can shift. A lot of heavy braking zones, granted, of course, but as well a lot of opportunities to get that switch back and maybe go for that move into Stewart or Sunny Bend or Paddock Hill, where you've really got to lean the bike in and carry some good speed through. 5 laps left to go. The gap between them, absolutely nothing. Wilson Dilks only 2 seconds back as well, so they can't afford to fight too hard because they run the risk of not winning at all. Yeah, that's what you want to do. You don't want to make a mistake, make an error, have a collision, something along those lines, and have it all fall apart. It's all about risk. It's how much do you want to risk it? As you can hear the wind, they're really picking up. Goodness me. As Wilson still leads Pole Hill as they head through Sunny Bend. Unfortunately, the sun seemingly going away for some clouds today, but through Paddock Bend they go. 4 laps left to run this time by, and into the opening chicane. Finley Pole Hill, another fastest lap on the previous effort of 49.269. That was 2/10 quicker than Blake Wilson in front. There's maybe a gap here as Blake Wilson runs wide. Finley Pole Hill, who have the outside coming into Erdales, decides against it, decides to tuck back into the toe, maybe get the drive out of Erdales. No, can't quite get it. Blake Wilson using the grunt of that number 8 machine to hold on to the lead. Drew Stewart's, they run now onto the back section. They go. Blake Wilson doing a great job. He looks mighty through here, but watch Finley Polehill through St John's, so confident, just grazing the curb in Sunny Bend as well. He's gaining a lot of time through those corners, putting a lot of trust in the Rowrah, a lot of trust in the mechanical grip of the bike that is helping him out, because if it comes to 3 laps left to go, still right on the tail of our race leader.
Yeah, exactly that. Not long at all. Finley Polehill just is waiting for that initial opportunity. He's not quite been close enough to really mount a meaningful challenge. Unfortunately, I think further back we're watching a battle as well start to unfold. They're going to start their third to last lap. Also, that's the 126. That's Richard Holmes-Williams on the back of Annabelle McCarthy, of course, on the 113. So they're going to be doing battle for 9th place honours. But very close. Blake Wilson, Finley Polehill keeping each other honest, rising each other to new levels. Of course, Wilson Dilks has been dropped and left for the dust. The 126 of Holmes-Williams tries to find his way through, but Annabelle McCarthy says absolutely not, and is able to keep that position in 9th place. Penultimate lap begins now as Blake Wilson leads Finley Polehill by just a 10th and a half.
Super close between the front two. Annabelle McCarthy, another one of our talented female riders here at FAB-Racing, but he's getting close up the front of the pack. I think Richard Holmes-Williams actually having some fun racing with her. Richard Holmes-Williams starts at the back as he rockets through, but letting her through here as well. So I think Richard Holmes-Williams just bringing the race to Annabelle McCarthy a bit, having some fun, seeing what they can both achieve out on track, trying to see if there's anything that they can pull off as they head on to their penultimate lap of the race. Richard Holmes-Williams now actually starting to extend the gap a bit. There is our leaders though. Soon to be the final lap. Round Paddock Bend they turn. You couldn't fit a razor blade between the pair of them. Last lap flag is out. Here we go in race 2 of the Extreme 200s. Blake Wilson holds on to the lead by millimetres from Finley Polehill. Look at how hard they're pushing as they bring it all the way out to the white line. Heading through the opening chicane. Bit wide there from Blake Wilson. Heading through McRae's hairpin. We're used to seeing that from him. He prefers a wider line on the exit. Now bringing it in. Finley Polehill likes to tuck the bike in at the exit of Erdales to try and punch down the straight. Just doesn't quite have the same grunt that Blake Wilson does. Into Stewart's for the very final time. Finley Polehill, it's going to have to be a last chance saloon move into Sunny Bend, I think, because that's where he's strongest. Does he have what it takes? The 99, the inside beckons. No, not quite on this occasion. Maybe the final corner if Finley Polehill feels brave enough. He certainly has a look. Do they come together? Almost contact. But it will be Blake Wilson that holds on by a 10th of a second to take the victory at the death. But man, oh man, what a battle that was in the Extreme 200s. Blake Wilson and Finley Polehill right to the wire.
Good effort from Finley Polehill. Of course, you can see both of them celebrating. Both of them have cause for celebration. But Blake Wilson into this round in the Extremes, 2 top 5 finishes. And that's good, don't get me wrong, but it's not a huge aspiration. Then he comes into Rowrah, and another one of those riders that something just switches on really well for him. He had that pace, was closing in on Wilson Dilks on merit, forced Dilks into a mistake in the end, and then was able to run away with Finley Polehill and then still deal with the pressure of that last lap charge from Polehill. Let's take a look as to how things wrapped up. Blake Wilson, a number of podiums this weekend. He takes victory for race 2 of round 5 at the Extreme 200s. Finley Polehill and Wilson Dilks join him on the podium ahead of Jenson Bishop and Harrison Day. Another top 5 finish for the young 15. Harley Baker in 6th ahead of Austin Johnson, and then comes Hamish McIntosh. Richard Holmes-Williams ahead of Annabelle McCarthy. In the end, it was the 126 that was able to tip the 113 to 9th place. Fear not, because the Extreme 200s will be back later on for race 3.
Race number 2 then for Moto Team awaits us. And well, race number 1 was exciting to say the least. We had a great 3-way battle in the standard class. All the way through the race. In the end, Sean Whittaker was able to finish on the top, and right now is the only one who's head out onto track for some reason. But Sean Whittaker gets going and gets a move on. He will start from the pole position. Guy Kite qualified in P2, but he's not been seen all weekend so far. The Team Acme Racing starting P3. Phil Mapplevik qualifying P4. Ben O'Keefe in P5. Team Only the Badger P6. Harrison O'Keefe P7. Gary O'Keefe P8. And Madison Marley in P9. We also haven't seen much of this weekend, but I think I actually did see them up there in the dummy grid. So maybe Madison Marley taking an appearance. No Ox Racing, no Sullivan Mounsey to be found in this one. after failing to get started in race number 1 earlier today. Hello and welcome. If you are just joining us, to Monday Motorsport action here, the back end of the double round here at the FAB-Racing Minibike British Championships, rounds 4 and 5, all in one weekend at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, Rowrah, better known as, nestled in the northernmost part of the Lake District. You've joined myself, Ross McIntyre, Zach Sweeney alongside me, bringing you all of the action. And it's time to go racing on a Monday for the Moto team, race number 2.
Yeah, lining themselves up on the grids, the usual one sighting lap and then straight to the grid, trying to save time. The good thing about moving ahead of schedule is that obviously people get to go home quicker, but the bad thing is that if you have issues like Sullivan Mounsey did in race 1, you've actually got less time to fix the bike and figure out what that issue is, and it sort of does mean for a bit of crunch time, which is a shame that we're not going to see the Ox Racing bike take to the grid. But look at that fantastic race. Remember that fantastic race we had for race 1 between Sean Whittaker and Team Acme, all of the likes. It is going to be ice to lights for race number 2 of round 5 of Moto Team. Who's going to get the better jump this time? A little bit of a jump start, I think, for the 64 of Ben O'Keefe, but it doesn't matter at all. The 65 finds his way through. There goes Ian Jackson on that 27 machine. Team Acme have the answer to it. Sean Whittaker is then able to lead quite nicely, it must be said, in towards the first hairpin for the first time. Team Acme right behind Sean Whittaker. It did seem like he creeped forward a little bit to that 64.
Potentially. We're waiting to see what the stewards have to say. Race controller right next door to us here in the commentary box, so they can literally just poke their head round the door and just tell us if anything's going wrong and anyone's got a penalty. The number 1 leads, the number 8 leads, the number 27 though. And so what? I think it might be Sullivan Mounsey on the number 27 because he's got the correct leathers on, so that could be him there. Maybe, I don't know, actually it might not be. It might be Austin Johnson potentially, I don't know. Sometimes the riders chop and change, but it will be Team Ian Jackson for the 27. Sean Whittaker though leads from Team Acme Racing, and the 27 was in third place, being overtaken by Ben O'Keefe, I believe it was, and indeed it is, as they come to end the first lap. Ben O'Keefe up, or it was Harrison O'Keefe actually on the 65 who's got through. Ben O'Keefe has fallen back to 5th place overall. He's currently 4th in the standard class.
Yeah, of course, we have got 2 races if you are just joining us for the first time. This is Moto Team, one of the cheapest forms of motorsport in the entirety of the UK. Get yourself a bike that fits the regulations, Facebook Marketplace, eBay, the FAB-Racing website. Get yourself a race fender, get some mates, that's the difficult bit, and then get yourself on track and racing for relatively cheap prices in terms of UK motorsport. And of course you can have a lot of fun. We've got the standard and the open class, and it's all about the bike. Irrelevant who's on it, of course it helps if they ride it quickly, but it's the bike that scores the points, and you can chop and change session by session. There is the move, the 27. It seems the 65 might have some issues. Going wide is Harrison O'Keefe, allowing...
Big problem.
What is that? Is that a wire snap?
Oh, yeah, is that the rear brake, maybe?
I think so.
Or something like that? Yeah, that's...
Cables.
Yeah, rear brake cable, coming down. That's a real shame there. That's a real shame for Harrison O'Keefe. Should be able to continue if he crawls along, but I don't think he'll be wanting to. Rear brake looks like that has come to an end. A real shame there for Harrison O'Keefe, who was running so well. Up at the front though is Sean Whittaker and Team Acme Racing still going side by side, as you saw in race number 1. They're 1 and 2 overall, and in the standard class the Ian Jackson number 27 bike up to P3 overall. That's leading the open class. Ben O'Keefe is currently 3rd in the standard class in P4 overall. Second place in the open class is Gary O'Keefe, the number 64. He's down at P6 overall at the moment. But this battle out on track looking like it's going to get hotting up, because the Team Acme bike is pushing very hard. Last lap, the 10th quicker, fastest lap of the race at 57.698, and all over the back of Sean Whittaker. We did see in race number 2, or race number 1 earlier, should I say, that the Sean Whittaker, he's not invincible. He was overtaken a few times, had to fight his way back through, and really had to push towards the end of the race. Ultimately, the others who were fighting them did fade away a little bit, and he started to really push on and set fastest lap after fastest lap, so the gap on paper ended up being pretty sizable. But in the race, he was overtaken a few times. He was made to fight, it's not like he's just going to sit there. The chances are the number 8 bike will be giving it a good go.
Yeah, exactly. Team Acme, of course, that last time by was faster of the 2 bikes. Not by much, granted, less than a tenth of a second between the pair of them, but it is a statement, and it is saying to Sean Whittaker that I am not going absolutely anywhere. You are going to be having to look over your shoulder maybe in the near future. And of course, it was a fantastic battle that unfortunately Team Acme Racing, having that issue just a little bit wide through the first hairpin, allowed Whittaker back through, and then of course allowed Sean Whittaker to take the win. So Team Acme Racing need to avoid a similar mistake.
There we do see Madison Martley out on track. Good to see Madison here. They did qualify. The 888 qualified P9 at the back of the grid, but haven't actually seen them out on track this weekend. So not sure what happened, but the 888 has made it out onto track for race number 2 in round number 5, the 5th race for the Moto team, guys, this weekend. So great to see Madison out on track, or the Madison bike, should I say, anyway. But it is Madison behind the handlebars, I can tell. So great to see the 888 out there and showing face. And it's a shame for whatever reasons it may be that they were not able to compete in the other races. Oh, that's the number 8 having a look to the inside of St John's. That was aggressive, that was brave, and that might have cost them a few tenths of a second. That's not a place you have a look up the inside there. Should have waited to try and have a go at Sonny Ben, the left-hander that immediately follows it. Much easier to send a dive up the inside because the rider in front isn't thinking about defending. They're thinking about getting the bike over to the right-hand side of the circuit to open up the corner. It leaves them so exposed on the inside. Unfortunately, the number 8 bike went too early, went a corner too early, and it's compromised them. Still stuck behind Sean Whittaker on the number 1.
Yeah, but it definitely shows Sean that, we're here, we're racy, we want to battle, and again can catch him off guard. We know the appeal of the Sunny Bend is that it really does surprise the opponent. Like you say, they're more worried about taking the racing line, less concerned about having that inside open, and it catches you by surprise. Similarly into St John's, it was worth a go because it's unorthodox. We always talk about familiarity and learning when to sort of expect moves to be made. You don't ever expect it into St John's. It was worth a go. It didn't work. Lesson learned. They're still in contention. Still got 5 laps left to go and chase for the win. And of course, these two direct championship rivals. It was Acme that led coming into Rowrah. It will be Sean Whittaker, as things stand, that leads coming out of it for the second half of the season. But Team Acme want to, at the very least, limit the damage and have the best chance going forward for that championship.
Do you know who's just started banging in laps 1.5 seconds quicker than anyone else and is suddenly on the back of the 2 leaders? It's the 27. Where's that come from? These guys will not be fighting for position. The 27 is in the open class. The number 1 and the number 8, they're in the standard class. But the 27, which I think has Austin Johnson on it, suddenly the pace has arrived, and up the inside, there he goes. That was simple, that was easy. Up through goes the 27. Oh no, it's Dan Goodman on the bike. It's Dan Goodman at the on the 27. So Dan Goodman is in this race. I saw in his leathers the Goodman name, so that'll definitely be him. So Dan Goodman's on the 27. Got a slow start. Dan Goodman on Ian Jackson's bike, trying to go for the overall lead. I was wondering why the pace was so strong. That would explain why. It's a British Talent Cup rider on there. So Dan Goodman moves up into 2nd overall. He's essentially got the open win in the bag, unless Gary O'Keefe's able to go 10 seconds quicker than anyone else over the remaining 3 laps. And even then, Gary O'Keefe's still going to finish 2nd in that class anyway. New overall race leader, yeah, Dan Goodman on Ian Jackson's number 27 again. That doesn't matter for points-wise because he's in the open class. Whittaker and the number 8 bike, they're in the standard. So this is more just for pride and glory. But there you go, overall leader change. Dan Goodman's figured out how to ride the 27. And turns out, when you stick an R&G British Talent Cup rider on a bike, they're actually quite good.
Yeah. It's funny that, isn't it, really? You wouldn't expect it, but apparently he's all right, is Dan Goodman, and is at the moment in the race lead. And overall, of course, and in the open, so we'll be scoring some good points for that 27 bike, which, of course, it's not a separate championship. It's not the rider's name that gets entered. It is the team name that gets entered. And obviously some riders, if they know they're going to be on the bike, will just obviously have their name. So technically it's Team Ian Jackson. It's more common that Ian Jackson will ride the bike, but sometimes, as we say, you can swap and chop and change whatever you want. As long as the number's on the bike and it correlates to the championship, it's fine. 2 laps left to go and still a fight for the standard lead. Points are at stake for this one.
Absolutely. Again, it's part of the joys of motor teams. Sometimes you've got no idea who's on the bike. Cast you back a few years ago as Jamie King used to have part ownership of a team called Pinky in the Brain, and before that, when it was just under the name of the entry, was obviously just Jamie King's bike. He used to do a giveaway on his Pit Bike Sonic YouTube channel where you could win yourself a round, basically, or win yourself a race, or 3 people could win a race at each round to have a go on his Moto team bike as Dan Goodman starts the last lap. And honestly, it was a nightmare trying to figure out who was on it each time, because it was chop and change for Jamie King. But he also took 2 Moto team titles along the way, so, you know, not bad going for him. Or 1 Moto team title, should I say, so not bad going for him overall. Dan Goodman then starts the last lap. No competition for him, only 2 open bikes in this race, so as long as he stayed on 2 wheels, Team Ian Jackson machine with Dan Goodman on it was going to be on the podium anyway. But Gary O'Keefe on the number 63, the only other open rider, quite some way back. So that 27 machine with Dan Goodman behind the handlebars, set to take home a very easy open class victory. A slow start, but once he got used to the bike and once he figured out how it all worked, he shot into the overall lead and hasn't looked back. Around the final bend comes the number 27. Dan Goodman takes the win for Team Ian Jackson on the 27 in the open class, also takes the overall win. Sean Whittaker just about holds on from the number 8 to take the standard class victory. Team Acme Racing will take home the standard class P2. Ben O'Keefe set to bring it home P3 on the standard class. But yeah, turns out stick a British Talent Cup rider on a bike is quite good. I think that might be it's Dan Goodman's first race win in a while here at FAB-Racing, we'll say that much. But as I was saying, yeah, take someone who's in the British Talent Cup, stick him on a bike, and it turns out they can actually ride pretty fast. Who'd have thought of that one? Of course, yeah, pointing to the team as well. Great to see Dan Goodman showing some support, of course, like many other riders here at FAB-Racing. Dan's off competing in other championships, so if you're a British Talent Cup rider watching at home, or you're a Free Tech rider or something like that, no limits maybe, come have a go. It's good fun. Would recommend. That's it for race 2 of the Moto team. They'll be back later on this afternoon for their race number 3. It is the Ian Jackson bike that takes the victory. Sean Whittaker in P2, the winner of the standard class. Team Acme Racing P2 in standard. Ben O'Keefe P3 in standard. Ernie the Badger P4 in standard. Gary O'Keefe second in open. Madison Martlew and then Harrison O'Keefe rounding out a fortunate DNF after a brake issue early doors in the race. The Mini F1 sidecars coming up now for their second race of round number 5. And this one should be very, very exciting as they get ready to go racing. We've seen some great racing so far this weekend from the Mini F1 sidecars, some instant Fab classics, and maybe, just maybe, we'll be seeing more of the same in this one. The final race before our lunch break here at FAB-Racing, rounds 4 and 5 at Rowrah, our double header racing. During lunch, we'll be replaying some of yesterday's action. The LS2 Helmets Mini GP70s British Championship, the Pros, the AC40 Pros, and the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup, the AC40 Rookies. So we'll be replaying them. Instant Fab classics for you there. But I mean, I can tell you right now, in 5 years' time, some of these races that we've had this weekend will be the ones getting broadcast as the Fab classics. They have been absolutely amazing. And the sidecars, well, some of the best sidecars action I think we've ever seen, full stop. It's been brilliant. As they get going in their sighting lap, let's run through the grid. It is the Green Streets on pole position, but they've not been able to convert their qualifying speed into race pace so far this weekend. Can that change in race 2 of round 5? It is, of course, McWilliams on the 26, starting from P2 alongside the Green Streets. The surprise entrance into the front runners this weekend. Mick and Danny Lee, the 44, a real staple of the sidecar grid, but not someone you'd expect to be traditionally fighting for wins until this weekend. They have been on fine form and upsetting the apple cart. A few second places, a few third places. Can they make it onto the top step? The 11 starts in P4. Jamie Alexander did a great job to get that sidecar there with Chris Impey and Dave Caves on the 457 starting P5. Mark Parker, the 230, starts 6th. Final row of the grid, the 127, the Hoskermobile, and alongside Vince Bailey, the 369, our 8th and final sidecar. A very healthy Mini F1 sidecar grid, it must be said. But as we get ready to go racing, anything can happen. Again, it's all eyes on those front three, really. The ones that, well, the two we're expecting to be fighting in Mick Williams and the Green Streets, and then Mick Lee and Danny Lee, the 44, who have, been a very pleasant surprise. Don't get me wrong, it's great that they're fighting, but a surprise nonetheless. I don't think anybody expected them to be up there having, matching pace, unless, of course, they've been doing some ridiculous work on the bike since the last time out at Three Sisters, which, 6 weeks, it's a decent time chunk between then and now, rounds 4 and 5 here at Rowrah, this double-header weekend. The 44 is looking quick. Who else is looking quick? Should we find out as Lee Clowes, the flag marshal? Once again, the 44, they did that in race number 1 earlier, just stopped a little bit too far forward, but they've gone backwards. Now it's all eyes to the lights. It is lights out. We are underway once again. Mick Williams gets away well. The 4-stroke grunt of the Green Streets just not quite helping them away from the line. They've been struggling with engine issues all weekend. I wonder if more of the same today. Mick Williams very slow though. Out of the opening chicane, the Green Streets had to properly dive out of the way to avoid an accident. Williams also struggling with engine problems this weekend. I wonder if that is causing them issues, but looks okay. Heading up into Airedale's. A little bit sideways. Oh, the 44 almost into the back of the number 90. I think they just about avoided contact. Now the 44 to the outside. Oh, now there is contact. The 90 plays hardball, shoves the 44 out to the side, holds the position, but that was aggressive. That was a little bit naughty, if anything. They're going, no, you're not coming through here like you did in race number 1. We're staying here. We're the championship leaders. We're going to take the fight to Mick Williams ourselves. It will be Mick Williams that leads that one. The Green Street second and the 44 in P3, but already some argy-bargy in this race.
Issue. There's an issue. Is there a puncture? Something's wrong.
Have they got
the
a
number
puncture?
90, I think that because they ran wide, didn't they? Potentially some issue, whether it's a puncture or not. Not sure. They're still continuing. They're side by side, of course, as you can see with the 127, but trying to fight their way forwards. That is not ideal. Mick Lee then released to try and go and catch Mick Williams, but the damage is done. Look at the gap that they've already been able to form because Williams got away well. The Green Streets, this has not been their weekend at Rowrah.
I'm not sure what's happened. I don't think it is a puncture. We saw them get a puncture last time at Three Sisters, and that caused them issues. They obviously came together with Mick Lee, but they've seemingly been able to get going once again, so I wonder if there was an engine trouble. Again, there seems to be a few engine problems in the sidecars this weekend. The 4-stroke grunt of the number 90 is just not there. You can see visually when they get onto the straight, something just isn't quite right with the power of that sidecar. I wonder if there was maybe a misfire or the engine bogged itself down or something like that and just didn't want to move. It seems okay now. They're back through the 457 of Chris Impey and Dave Cave, so they should be running at about P5 at the moment. Indeed they are. Ahead of them, Vince Bailey on the 369. So a bit of time to make up to get back to the podium places, but that is potentially them down and out of contention for the win. 5 laps left to go in this one. Mick Williams has a lead of 2.6 seconds, but last lap, Mick and Danny Lee, fastest lap of the race of 59.481, 5/10 faster than the 26 outfit. Maybe they're slowly starting to crawl their way back in.
I think so. 0.5 of a second that last time by. Mick Williams is going to have to be looking over his shoulder, I think, at the latter portion of this race. The thing for Mick Lee is that he's having to spend most of this race catching up as we see the Green Streets move their way back through the field. They're trying to limit the damage. That's all they can do. The win is out of the question. Maybe they can scrape a podium if they're lucky, but Mick Lee has to spend most of this race catching Mick Williams. He had all of race 1 to overtake him. Now he's only going to have a couple laps at best.
Mick Williams has been getting more and more confident as the weekend gets on, though. That's the thing. Rowrah, it's not been the happiest of hunting grounds for Mick Williams. Even in the years of dominance, there'd always be a little issue here or there or something. So you're just having to get through. And I'll tell you who the passenger is there on Jamie Alexander. You've got Green Street versus Green Street. You've got Jason and Leo on the number 90, Jamie Alexander, family friend, and Isaac Green Street as the passenger on the number 11. So a bit of a family affair, but the number 90 looking to make its way through pretty evenly. Isaac having a pretty disappointing day, unfortunately. Had some issues in the senior mini motos earlier and some reliability problems, but the 90 goes through there, and Isaac will watch the rest of his family sail on by as they continue to wallow. That puts Jamie Alexander out of the podium places, down in P4. So the number 90's back onto the podium. There's still a trophy at the end of the day for them. But again, the Green Streets are going to be walking away from Rowrah very, very disappointed. They've thrown away a lot of good points in the championship here just by not being at their normal best. And, they'll be going home and going back to the drawing board for Clay Pigeon in 3 weeks' time.
And this could well potentially be another 9-point loss for the Green Streets. And that is going to be huge. I mean, obviously, we've touched on it before. Williams missed that first round at Lid. They missed 2 races effectively. There is 50 points wasted. But ever since, granted that Ella Parky lost 15 extra points because he only finished second to the Green Streets sweep. But then the Three Sisters started turning it up ever so slightly. Now at Rowrah, I think we are starting to build upon that pace. Mick Williams, maybe to the latter portion of this season, could be an outside shot for the championship. However, Lid definitely was a big hindrance. Took him a while to bed back into the season, but even then, I think we've got a championship on our hands. 2 laps left to run. The 26 leads by a decent margin, 5 seconds back to Mick Lee.
Yeah, I think the 44's backed off at this point, to be honest. I think they thought, look, we're not going to catch the 26. It's too far in front. Let's just back off, take it easy. We're a long way in front of the Green Streets. As we see them battling further back in the pack. That's the 457 of Chris Impey and Vince Bailey on the 36. Oh no, it's not. It's 127 the 369. That's Vince Bailey and John Hosker. I do apologise. But yeah, I think the 44 outfit, they've just gone, look, we're not going to catch Mick Williams. The 26 is too far up the road. We've got a good gap behind us in the Green Streets. They're not going to catch us either. Let's just back off and bring it home, which I think is what they're doing, which is fair enough. Again, they're in a great position, podium once again, picking up huge championship points, which is great for them as the 127 gets through there on Vince Bailey. Maybe a problem for the 369. One of the more temperamental sidecar outfits, it must be said. The 369 has been falling backwards this race. They got a great start. Unfortunately, it's not been going their way. The Hoskermobile continues on its charge. There is the 26, though. Final lap of the race, set to take yet another race win.
Yeah, exactly that. They've had 3 thus far this season. They're searching, of course, for their 4th. And what a 4th race win it could well be. Trying to take that challenge to the Green Streets and start a championship charge. Half a lap left to run. They've been the dominant force, and it all started from lap number 1. They got the good launch, and they didn't look back. Green Streets and the 44 were too busy battling with each other that they lost so much time, and then Mick Lee ran out of steam. The pace wasn't there for the second half of the race, whereas Mick Williams has not been slowing down at all, consistently within half a second of his fastest lap time. Couple of corners left to negotiate for the 26, and it'll come home for race number 2 of round number 5 here at Rowrah. Mick Williams, we say it's not necessarily his best hunting ground, but he has been hunting here at Rowrah, hunting for the championship, and puts his best foot forward, taking the checker flag first and winning race number 2 at the Mini F1 sidecars here at Rowrah for round number 5 of FAB-Racing in 2024. Mick Lee brings it home in second, with Jason and Leo Greenstreet another 3rd place and another 9-point loss to Mick Williams.
Well, the Green Streets have a lot of work to do on the drawing board. Mick Williams takes the victory in the 26. Mick Lee in the 44 in P2. The Green Streets, the number 90 in P3. Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet in P4. Chris Impey, the 457 in P5. John Hosker, the 127 in P6. Vince Bailey and A.B. Tilbrook, the 369, will come home in P7. And Mark Parker on the 230 will bring it home in P8. That is it for the Mini F1 sidecars. We're now going to go to our lunch break. To entertain you, though, we've got some Fab Classics, and by Fab Classics I mean some of yesterday's action, because it was brilliant. Let's head straight over to the last race of the day for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s British Championship. Now it is time for race number 3 in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s British Championship here at round 4 in this double header weekend at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club, better known to you or I as Rowrah. And well, Zach, the Mini GP 70s, it's the championship, it's the premier class that everyone wants to watch, everyone wants to win. And so far this weekend, it's been some very exciting racing. And it's been interesting as well because, of course, the qualifying a little bit mixed up at the front. We've got likes of Wilson Dilstown and P4 Finley Polehill taking a great pole position. Maybe not what we would have expected coming from those guys, but as they are getting ready to head to the dummy grid, should be very interesting. Let's see what happens in this one.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, earlier on, we saw them take to their second race of round 4. Byron Johnson was then able to take his first ever MotoGP MiniGP 70 win. Of course, that was a sensational battle between himself and Finley Polehill. Wilson Dilks, of course, suffering some issues with the rear brakes. Archie O'Brien not really on the pace, but was able to then promote himself onto the podium. So much talent stacked into this grid. Hopefully, coming with it is going to be a fantastic battle, because Rowrah has produced it all day long.
It will be Finley Polehill who starts in P1. Alongside him, Archie O'Brien and Byron Johnson to complete the first row of the grid. Wilson Dilks, championship leader. He starts in P4 with Harrison Day 5th and Frankie Watson in P6. Travis Short goes up a P7 with Matthew Thomas alongside and Hamish McIntosh in P9. Row 4 is Ollie O'Gorman with Lucy Curtis in P11 and Bethany Ashby in P12. And rounding out our grid of 13 riders is the returning Riley Paisley after his injury at Three Sisters. Great to see him back out on the track here at Rowrah. This could be interesting, Zach. I mean, well, we know it's going to be interesting. Of course, we've had 2 great races in round 4. We've got this one. We've got 3 more races in round 5 to come over the remainder of this weekend as well. And as the riders come into the grid box, it'll be all eyes, especially to that front row. Watch Wilson Dilks from P4. He's been very fast starting. Archer Bryan off of P2. A bit of a disappointing start in race number 2 earlier. Let's see how he gets going in this one.
Yeah, unfortunately for Archer Bryan, he still hasn't really sussed out those starts for whatever reason, but Wilson Dilks has got it down to a T. We saw him go from 4th to 2nd earlier on in race 2. Let's see if he's able to do the same thing for race 3. Nonetheless, we've got a cracking race ahead of us.
Now then, the riders all ready and waiting on the grid. It'll be all eyes to the lights in just a short moment for race number 3 in the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70 British Championship. Oh, a bit of a problem there with the lights. Frankie Watson down on the ground. What has happened with some of the riders in the back went, and then the front row didn't go? I wonder if there was a problem with the lights or something along those lines. Frankie Watson went down on the ground. He's up on his feet. Hopefully everything's okay. Not the start that we wanted to see. Hopefully it all gets sorted. The riders were all ready to go. The front row didn't move. Some on the second row did. I think I saw Harrison Day going as well there. And is Frankie Watson down and out before this race has even started? That's not what you want to see.
No, absolutely not. I think because obviously he got the jump, the bike lifted up and he went straight into the back of Byron Johnson's exhaust. Then unfortunately the tyre's gone pop and now there's no time to change it. So we're going to go straight to the lights once again. Polehill from O'Brien, Byron Johnson, the top 3. Now, of course, behind that, you've got Wilson Dilks and Harrison Day. Once again, eyes to the lights. For race 3 of round 4, we get underway for the LS2 Helmets MiniGP 70. What a launch once again from Wilson Dilks. Takes it 3 wide into turn 1, but takes second place off of Archie O'Brien. Byron Johnson drops to 4th place, but what a launch that was from Finley Polehill on that 99 machine into the second hairpin. Has a solid lead, but look out for Wilson Dilks because his pace is scary.
Great start there from Finley Polehill. Also a great start from Wilson Dilks as through goes Byron Johnson on Archie O'Brien, but it's not done yet. Still side by side. Now it is done. Better drive out of Erdales for that number 37 machine up into the podium places. He slides. Wilson Dilks already trying to hunt down your pole sitter, as there we see Riley Paisley has come to a stop early doors in this race. A shame for him. Problems with the bike, but back to the front we go as we come to the end of the first lap. It will be Finley Polehill leading from Wilson Dilks. Dilks had a bit of a problematic race number 2 earlier on, ended up DNFing after cooking his brakes, just using too much brake, but he was out in the Extreme 200s earlier, used it to really just reset his mind, refocus, get to grips maybe with using a little bit less brake than he'd be used to. We know he loves to really get on those brakes hard, and now he is looking mighty, looking ferocious out there, and already trying to hunt down Finley Polehill.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, Finley Polehill, he's fine. He's so well composed. He's been here before, and he knows, yeah, fair enough, Wilson Dilks is over his shoulder, but he will not let that crack the pressure one bit. He will be absolutely fine just by riding, hitting his apexes, and is actually more tentative on the brakes. Wilson Dilks very aggressive, likes to come to a nice sudden stop. There could well be a move into Paddock Bend, but not quite close enough for Wilson Dilks. Polehill, though, is dealing with this pressure very nicely indeed. He's never won a Mini GP70 race thus far in 2024. A couple of podiums, it must be said, but nothing higher than P3. He's searching for that inaugural win, and at the moment is dealing with the pressure quite nicely. Maybe
this is the chance, or maybe it won't be, because Wilson Dilks is looking rapid. The two of them already starting to bolt away from Byron Johnson down in P3. Let's see how it runs over the remainder of this one. The front two, Polehill and Dilks, locked in battle. You can see already, compared to race number 2, Dilks riding a lot smoother, just letting the bike float more naturally into corners and being much softer, especially on that rear brake. We're so used to seeing the rear of the bike squirming with Dilks. Right now, it looks very calm, very collected, trying to go the long way around maybe into Paddock Bend as Polehill goes a little bit defensive, doesn't completely shut the door, but maybe just trying to cover off from Dilks. But Dilks seemingly very happy to be patient at the moment, very happy just to sit there, wait and watch and see what Polehill is doing. On the brakes now, down into McRae's, and then blasting back up the hill into Erdale's, the highest point on the circuit, probably the trickiest corner on the circuit as well. Let's see what the drive is. They come back down the hill. Looks very good for Finlay Polehill. He should be holding on, but trying to break the toe, coming across to the middle of the track, then shooting back across to the left to get the line into the bottom end of the circuit. And now the super fast, flat out S's section. What has Finlay Polehill got in his locker to keep Wilson Dilks behind as he's almost into the exhaust of the rider in the lead? Into Paddock Bend they go. Is this the opportunity for Dilks? No, not quite yet. As they come to the line once again, it will be Finlay Polehill leading the way, still holding on to that first place. He is maintained from the lights, from pole position. Dilks, though, all over the back of him. Yeah, he is indeed applying that pressure. It's going to be all eyes on Finlay Polehill, making sure he does not make that all-important mistake, because that could be pivotal. Right now, he's all good. That bike is nice and wide, and there's no way through for Dilks. But right there, through the second hairpin, way too late on the brakes, and Dilks goes straight back through. Now, is this the race done? Has Dilks got the pace to get away, or can Finlay Polehill stay right on that rear fender? We'll have to wait and see. Dilks has been rapid this weekend, but so has Finlay Polehill, and he's looking really, really hungry in this race. And watch Byron Johnson there in the background. Byron Johnson really came alive across the last couple of races. He's been fast all weekend, but he's starting to close up to those leaders, and especially given they're fighting, and with Finlay Polehill looking to the inside there, up into the opening chicane. If they continue to fight, they're going to lose time. That could be an opening for this to become a three-way fight for the lead. Yeah, exactly that. Archie O'Brien not a million miles away either, but more of an outside shot. It's going to take a lot of battling for him to close back in, but Byron Johnson, by all means, has got a shot to take this race victory. We've seen how brave he is all day long on the brakes. He's not scared to get his elbows out. He's not scared to go for a very courageous move on the brakes either, and his pace is just as, if not even better than the two in front of him. Byron Johnson sees those two in front battling, and he just sees an opportunity. He does indeed. Dilks withstanding the pressure from Polehill, who tried to go in the attack, looking left, looking right, nowhere to go for the number 99. Maybe an opportunity around the outside at Paddock Bend as Dilks takes a bit more defensive line. And look at Byron Johnson. He is right with the leaders now. Where has this come from? He is all over the back of Finlay Polehill. Suddenly, what was a two-way battle for the lead, every podium place is now scrapping. Polehill almost clashes with Wilson Dilks coming down into McRae's hairpin. A little bit late on the brakes. The bike squirming under him. Byron Johnson with a wonderful block pass to get up into second place. That was majestic. That was magical. That was brilliant from the 37. Moves up a place. Now he's trying to hunt down Wilson Dilks. Yeah, a little wave of an apology from Byron Johnson. I don't think it was necessary. I think it was rude, but there wasn't anything necessarily malicious or wrong about it. Just incredibly aggressive. Now he wants to be the one to lead the charge versus Wilson Dilks. It's dangerous fighting for P2 in a three bike train when you're trying to fight for a lead, but Byron Johnson has got that pace, and he's got the aggression to go and attack Wilson Dilks that maybe Finlay Polehill doesn't. What Finlay needs to do is sit on the back of Byron Johnson and wait for something to happen. Wilson Dilks very squirmy. Byron Johnson, he's comfortable, he's chilling, he's consistent, and that pressure will start to ramp up more and more on Wilson Dilks. The way that Byron Johnson is able to pivot the bike around as he comes into the exit of a corner, absolutely superb. It just means he can get the drive down perfectly heading out of corners, and now he is closing in on Wilson Dilks, but Polehill still with him as they come into the back end of the track. Can Johnson find his way through on the championship leader? We'll wait and see as they make their way through the sweepers now into Sunny Bend. There goes Byron Johnson into the lead of the race, just as I was talking about. about it. Byron Johnson seen the opportunity on the brakes into Sunny Bend. We've seen a few moves there today. We've seen it from the likes of Wilson Dilks as well. I don't think Dilks was expecting it. Byron Johnson caught him unawares, gets into the lead.
Beautifully done, but Wilson Dilks straight away on the attack. Is that a half look to attack, half look to defend, but nonetheless he's going to take the lead of the race. There goes Byron Johnson trying to get back underneath him. Look for Finley Polehill as well, looking to try and maybe set up a cutback. Byron Johnson unable to get underneath Wilson Dilks, who parks it perfectly on the apex. A drag race between Finley Polehill and Byron Johnson, but it's three as they were line astern into Stewart's. Wilson Dilks assumed this race lead from Byron Johnson. Finley Polehill 1, 2, 3 as they have been. We're about halfway through this race right now. Time is of the essence, and we have no idea who's coming out on top.
This is simply superb action here in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. A look up the inside into Paddock Bend from Byron Johnson does not come into fruition, but shows he's got the pace. He's already got through Wilson Dilks once in this race. Can he do it again? Oh, Dilks really wide onto the grass almost from the 85. Means he's going to have to really compromise his exit, and this could be the opportunity for Byron Johnson as he comes to the outside. No, Dilks a little bit later on the brakes once again, just parking the bike on the apex. That really hurts Byron Johnson coming down this back straight. Playing a bit of defensive aggro there is the race leader, Wilson Dilks, just moving the bike a little bit to try and keep Johnson behind. Ooh, a little bit wide there through the left-hander as they come into St. John's. Maybe once again from Byron Johnson. No, backs out of it, has to sit the bike up a little bit. Tried the same move that he did previously, didn't work that time. And now, Zach, we've got some traffic to play with as well.
Yeah, we do indeed. We've seen it change the tide of a race, and Byron Johnson, of course, we saw him earlier on the Metrica Mini GP50 where he took his first race win on a Metrica ever. Finley Polehill looking to the inside. That's getting very busy into the first hairpin. Nicely done from all three of them. But Byron Johnson knows his way through traffic, and he is very, very intelligent, just able to pick the gap very nicely. They've all cleared it equally. No real gap changes at all, so nice to see the experience shining through. But speaking of experience, Wilson Dilks is wise to those dive bombs from Byron Johnson. The whole appeal of it from Byron Johnson is that it catches them by surprise, but you do it too many times, they catch onto it. Wilson Dilks now knows where and when to expect an attack from Byron Johnson.
Looking at those riders coming through the S's section, it's like synchronized swimmers. Absolutely superb, neck and neck. It's like a Moto3 race as we head onto the last lap. Is this last chance saloon potentially for Byron Johnson, who's made a small mistake heading out of the chicane? Dilks goes defensive once again, but Johnson himself was defending from Polehill, but it may not have been enough. Three wide, Polehill backs out, Dilks defensive to the inside. He'll be parking the bike once again to prevent an attack from Johnson as they blast down the hill following Erdales and into Stewart's Bend. Time is ticking, time is running out for Byron Johnson. Does he have what it takes to get through the championship leader? I'm not sure, because there's only a handful of corners left. The three of them still neck and neck into Sunny Bend for the final time. 1 turn to go. It's going to have to be last chance miracles for Byron Johnson. Dilks defensive on the inside. Dilks holds on. Dilks takes the checkered flag. He wins race number 3 here in the Mini GP70s at Rowrah. I believe that it was Byron Johnson who just held on for P2, and indeed he did. Finley Polehill missing out by under a tenth of a second. But what a race there to end round 4 here at Rowrah. It will be Wilson Dilks that takes yet another victory in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70s British Championship. But once again, Zach, it wasn't smooth sailing. He had to work for it.
Yeah, I mean, all season long, he's just ticked off his 9th race victory of the season thus far. Wilson Dilks is firmly the favourite for the LS2 Helmets Metrica Mini GP70 Championship, but these last 2 races have really been sort of telling him of some troubles that might be creeping in, and that is how easy it is to get complacent. Here are the full results. Wilson Dilks took victory ahead of Byron Johnson, and Finley Polehill just 77 thousandths of a second behind. Less than 2 tenths covered the entirety of the top 3. Archie O'Brien, his first ever race finish off of the podium this season, just goes to showcase his consistency, but an unfortunate race in terms of pace. Harrison Day, another top 5 for the 15 ahead of Travis Shaw. Matthew Thomas, after issues on the initial start, is fine and finishes P7 ahead of Hamish McIntosh. Ollie O'Gorman, Beth Ashby and Lucy Curtis. Of course, it was Beth Ashby that completed the top 10, with Frankie Watson and Riley Paisley an unfortunate DNS and DNF respectively for the 2 riders, who unfortunately, as we say, an issue with the lights we suspect for Frankie Watson, catching him off guard, popping his tyre, and that's day done.
A real shame there. Frankie Watson out before it even got going. That is it for round 4 of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70s British Championship. But of course, it's a double-header round, Zach. They'll be back for round 5 on Monday.
Next up then, we're going to be heading back to some mini motos and going to continue their 5th round, their second half of FAB-Racing in 2024. We kickstart things, of course, with the AC40 Pro class, where it's all eyes to our big 3. Mason Fedrick, Rex Austin, Caelan Ratcliffe, trading wins, trading podiums, trading pole positions, trading positions all season long. This race should be no different.
Well, if any of the other races this weekend is anything to go by, we are due some absolute fireworks out on the racetrack. You see them making their way onto the grid there. Fedrick on pole with Austin and Ratcliffe alongside. Those 3 have been mighty all weekend, and there has been absolutely nothing to separate them. Absolutely superb action all weekend on track. And as we get going on the sighting lap in race number 2 of round 5, the AC40 Pros, it's sure to be the same. Fedrick starts on pole position. Alongside him will be the other 2 of the big 3, Rex Austin and Caelan Ratcliffe in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Max Johnson starts in P4. Alongside him in row 2 is Preston Baker and Arthur Rich. Jensen Ansel is 7th alongside Henry Brody in P8 and Maxwell Keats in P9. Tommy Keats starts in 10th. Danny Longhurst in P11 and Oliver Wilson in P12. A 12-rider grid out there for this race. Maybe not the biggest we've seen before in the AC40 Pros, but as we've seen all weekend so far, one that has just produced spectacular racing.
Quality over quantity. I'd rather a good race than a abundant rider race, I suppose. I don't really know a much more majestic way to put that, but you want to see good racing. It doesn't matter if you've got 3 riders, as long as they're nice and close. You can have 30 riders, and if they're all 10 seconds apart, then it's a bit boring. So we've got fantastic riders, young riders, of course, the stars of tomorrow here today in the FAB-Racing paddock. All eyes, though, of course, naturally on our 3 championship contenders, Fedrick, Austin, Ratcliffe. Wins for all 3 of them. Mason Fedrick taking 5 thus far this season, coming into this doubleheader round. He's got a lot to prove, but 2 very worthy rivals alongside him.
Very worthy, doesn't even start it. These boys at the front have been absolutely superb all season long, not just this weekend. And of course, let's not count out the other riders on the grid as well, the likes of Max Johnson and Preston Baker, so often in the mix. It should be very, very exciting, to say the least. Race 2 of round 5 here at Rowrah in the AC40 Pros. It is lights out and we are underway. What a launch that is for Rex Austin. Caelan Ratcliffe as well starts into 2nd. A bit of a disappointing getaway there from pole sitter Mason Fedrick. He'll have to settle for 3rd heading out of the opening chicane, as he maybe Caelan Ratcliffe trying to go around the outside of Rex Austin, unable to make it come into fruition on this occasion. But now look at the drive from Ratcliffe on the run up into Werdales, and that was as easy as they come, just using the power of the bike to slingshot his way up into the lead of the race. Down into Stewart's they go. Is Ratcliffe from Austin, from Fedrick, your top 3. A reverse of where they were starting on the grid. Ooh, a little bit of a wobble there for Ratcliffe, though, as he starts into the S's section. Look at Fedrick looking to the inside, maybe coming into Sunny Bend. Decides against the move. Still early doors in the race. You can't win a race in the first lap. You can certainly lose it. Don't want to maybe make a mistake going for position and then cost yourself time or even come off the bike. At the end of lap 1, though, it is Ratcliffe from Austin, from Fedrick, your top 3.
You can't necessarily win it, but you can definitely give yourself a nice helping hand going forward, and maximising track position is a way to do that. For Fedrick, though, he's already had that poor start. He needs to settle into this race quite nicely. Setting up a double switchback might well be the way to do it. Rex Austin finds his way into the lead. An immediate dummy to the inside, though, from the 96 of Caelan Ratcliffe to respond straight away. That fluorescent yellow bike, as you can see, Ratcliffe so aggressive and at such a young age, so courageous to go for those bold moves.
Awesome stuff there from the number 96 to get back into the lead. Fedrick very, very close to the back of Austin. All 3 of them separated by well under a second at the line last time. Ratcliffe pulling a little bit of a gap there as Austin decides to go defensive on Fedrick. Ultimately comes to nothing. Fedrick didn't even try making a move on this occasion. He's quite happy being patient, just waiting, sitting there. And now as they come out of the paddock bend to cross the line once again, still in the same positions as they were just 1 lap ago, and still nothing between them. You could fit a razor blade in there and it would all come to naught. Heading down into McRae's hairpin. Fedric taking a bit of a wider entry there, maybe trying to get the switch back, get the drive up out of the corner, as there we see the number 93 of Preston Baker being tailed there by Jensen Ansell. Quick shout out to Jensen Ansell. This is his first race back at FAB in 2024 after he had a really big accident training in December last year. Multiple injuries, unfortunately, and was out of action for quite some time, but he's back this weekend and putting on a brilliant show. Apparently he's been itching to get back on the bike for a long time, and he's been beaming from ear to ear the entire time he's been in this weekend. And cherry on top, he's doing very well out on track as well. So great stuff there from Jensen Ansell. Back to the fight for the lead though. Ratcliffe pulling a bit of a gap as Baker goes, or Austin should I say, goes on the defensive from Fedricks. But ultimately, again, coming to nothing. Fedricks, he's not making the moves. I think he's just waiting almost for the gap to appear.
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, he's got time to. We've got a little bit of time left in this race. Not a huge amount, but still enough for him to just breathe, assess the situation and find his way through calmly. We saw at Three Sisters that when he loses his head, when he gets aggressive, that's when mistakes start to happen. That's when he comes off. That's when DNFs start to occur. Take your time, have a nice rational approach to it, because you can. You're third place in a 3-bike train. You've got the opportunity to, you can afford just to wait back a lap or two, assess the situation and then start to attack. Like this, potentially a look to the inside of St John's, maybe into Sunny Bend. We know Fedric quite likes that, in all fairness, but Ratcliffe at the moment leading this train from Rex Austin. Rex Austin, he's not a bad rider in terms of overtaking. It's just that Ratcliffe has all the answers in his defence. Ratcliffe
has been absolutely superb in his defence, and maybe this is an opportunity to Mason Fedric to the inside. No, gets it all shot firmly in his face by Rex Austin, who sweeps round to hold on to that second place. Oh, Fedric almost off the road there. Went down a big dip in the track as he ran slightly wide and just shook the bike about, lucky not to get thrown off. And that's cost him a bit of time as the front two maybe start to pull away, but Fedric straight back on the seat, straight back to pushing, is the number 5. He desperately wants that race win, or at least to move up into second place to get in front of Rex Austin. Right now though, the number 991 is doing a superb job of making his bike as physically wide as he possibly can. Fedric looks to the outside heading into St John's, nothing comes of it there. And once again, Austin doing a superb job just blocking the moves where the overtaking zones are. And maybe not into Paddock Bend though. Fedric to the inside, Austin squeezes him round the outside once again. Second time in a lap where Fedric's seen an opportunity to move to the inside, and ultimately Austin has just shut the door, squeezed on round the outside and made Fedric sit up and back out. You have to feel for Austin though. He's got to look forwards to attack, backwards to defend, and look at Fedric, very brave on the outside. A dive to the inside from Rex Austin though. Goodness me, Caelan Ratcliffe did not see that coming at all, but the response is quick. They're momentarily 3 wide towards the second hairpin. Ratcliffe trying to go the long way round, takes the apex and takes the lead of the race with it as well. Beautiful stuff as Rex Austin immediately needs to defend from Mason Fedric. Bit of lap traffic to deal with as well for all 3 of them, but not that much time left to go in this race. Time is of the essence and opportunities are running out. Yeah, time is certainly ticking away here at Rowrah as the sun begins to set as we head later and later into the afternoon. Ratcliffe still holding on from Austin, still holding on from Fedric. Austin once again really defensive on the inside. That's going to compromise his exit, potentially give Mason Fedric a chance as they come to the line once again, but ultimately nothing. Fedric just unable to fully commit to a move, fully make his way through on that 991 machine. All the while, both of them absolutely hounding the number 96, none more so than Rex Austin, who squeezes on by and block passes the 96, shoves Ratcliffe out wide, and he goes from first to third. Meanwhile, Fedric's got up into the lead amongst all the commotion. 2 corners and lots of changes. They've swapped positions completely as Fedric into P1, Austin maintains P2, and Ratcliffe falls down to P3. We said that Fedric needs to be patient. He's got the time to, and he's now reaping the rewards of it, getting them both in one foul sweep. They reversed on the first lap from their starting order. They've now reverted back into their starting order from Fedric, from Austin, from Ratcliffe, with not long left to go in this race at all. Just a handful of laps. Fedric, Austin, Ratcliffe, all 3 of them deserving of this race win. Unfortunately, there's only one top prize to take here at Rowrah for race number 2 of round 5 here for the AC40 Pro. Fedric has got the pace. He's trying his best to not look back and have to be forced back into that battle. Can Frederick keep the pair behind? He took a long time to get through into the lead. Then the opportunity finally opened, and he took it with both hands. But now he's got two ferocious riders behind him. The Hunter has very much become the hunted as Ratcliffe squeezes through Austin up into second place. A lovely move, textbook, simple, but super, super effective. At the same time, down into Stewart's. Once again, they fly. Looks like Frederick a little bit of a gap back as they start to work their way through the back portion of the track and into the S's. But look at the commitment from Caelan Ratcliffe in there, just absolutely hanging off the bike and leaving it all out on the table. And maybe here comes Caelan Ratcliffe to the inside. Oh my goodness me, Mason Frederick squeezes him as they come round to start what will be the final lap of the race. One more tour to decide who stands on the top of the podium in race number 2.
Mason Frederick, Caelan Ratcliffe, Rex Austin, 1, 2, 3. You cannot separate them at all. Yellow flags in the first sector. That could well slow down this battle ever so slightly. I think once they're past the incident, they are allowed and are free to race. So hopefully Caelan Ratcliffe is able to launch an attack on Mason Frederick. Of course, the number 5 is hoping that he doesn't, and he has a plain sailing finish all the way to the end. But half defensive going towards Stewart. Does Ratcliffe see the move? He does. He waits for the door to open and sends it. Mason Frederick tries to get back underneath. What a race this could well be for AC40 Pro. Ratcliffe with an almighty send to the inside of Stewart's, now takes the lead with 3 corners remaining through St John's. Then Sonny, is there anything that Mason Frederick can do, or is it all in vain? He tries to get the acceleration. We know how good he is through Paddock Bend. Can he get the run to the line? He gets underneath. Can he get the power down? The checkered flag waves. Who sees it first? Ratcliffe takes victory ahead of Mason Frederick. Rex Austin completes the podium in what was an absolutely scintillating battle from start to finish. These young riders take a bow. Such little experience, but such bucket loads of maturity.
Once again, the AC40 pros have served us up a treat. What a battle, what a race, what a finish. Caelan Ratcliffe saw the last chance saloon and waltzed in and took the victory. You can see absolutely delighted with that one, pumping the air in jubilation. A well-deserved win. But Rex Austin and Mason Frederick as well do not take away from their performances. Some almighty riding from all 3 of them out there, and just brilliant, brilliant stuff. It was Caelan Ratcliffe who took the victory by under half a tenth of a second from Mason Frederick in P2. Rex Austin in P3 with Jensen Ansell P4. Preston Baker was 5th with Max Johnson in P6. Henry Brodie 7th with Maxwell Keats in 8th. Tommy Keats was 9th, and Danny Longhurst in P10. Arthur Rich in P11, and Oliver Wilson rounding out our 12 bike grid. That is it from today's action for the AC40 pros, and almost done for their action for the entire weekend. They've only got one more race in this double round. Got 5 done and dusted over Saturday and Sunday, but Monday morning, one more race for the pros in this doubleheader weekend. The riders slowly making their way back into the pit lane. What a race that was. What a time to be alive.
Now we go from the pros, which have a little bit of experience in their motorcycle racing journey, to some riders that have taken just their first step. The AC40 rookies, the same mini motos, but just sort of that first year or two to acclimatise themselves to a racing environment. These are the riders that are on their first step of a very long ladder to the top in motorcycle racing, and so far has been one of the most competitive championships that we've seen. Emilio Pereira versus the likes of Jensen Cedras and Tommy Williams, but also Nelly Knuth. If it wasn't for potentially a little bit of inexperience in wet weather at Ella Park, could well be really hammering on for some really good results in the championship. She has taken the most amount of wins of anyone so far this season for the rookies, and her pace in the dry is staggeringly quick. Not quite enough for pole position. We'll talk you through in the grid in just a moment. But what we've seen so far throughout round 4 and the beginning of round 5 is that Nelly Knuth is a force to be reckoned with.
She has been on fire this weekend, to put it politely. Nelly Knuth didn't get pole position. Emilio Pereira with a great lap to get onto that pole, but Nelly Knuth in the races has just flicked a switch, and she is getting faster and faster every single lap. as they get going on their formation lap. It is Emilio Pereira who starts on the pole, Nelly Nuth alongside, and Tommy Williams completing the front row. Austin Dilks starts in P4 with Jenson Cedras 5th and Finley Stars in P6. Joey Atasich is 7th with Randy Carter and Reed Saxelby completing the third row of the grid. Freddie Taylor starts in P10 with Noah Barfoot 11th and James Dermer in P12. Logan Paisley is 13th alongside Emerson Oakley and Daisy Grayson. Seth James starts 16th alongside Oscar Rowland in 17th and Oscar McAllister in P18. Claudia Dubman is 19th with Casey Reeson in 20th. 21st is Ethan Bayliss, and rounding out our 22 rider grid is a debutant to FAB-Racing this weekend, Caden Bailey. You'll be seeing him at the back with his high vis. This is his first racing weekend. For him, this is more about track time rather than competing, but it's great to have Caden here. He's very much warmed up the paddock. Everyone seems to like him very much from what I can tell, so great to have him along, and we're hoping to see him at many more FAB rounds in the future.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we had two brilliant young ladies in here earlier, Daisy Pold and Lucy Curtis, to help commentate the first race of round 5 for the rookies. And I said, you know, what advice would you give to someone starting out? And Daisy just said, do it. Just get on a bike and go. It's scary. It's daunting. Granted, it's not an easy thing to go and do, particularly when you're sort of 5, 6, 7 years old. You know, you're still very young. You're not even really out of infant school going into primary yet. But just do it. Just get that nerve done. Get that weight off your shoulder and do it, because you will find it so enjoyable. So for Caden Bailey, fair enough. But we've got a championship to focus on. We've got the top 3 in said championship up there on the front couple of rows. Emilio Pereira, Nelly Nuth, the 2 most important ones. Eyes to the lights. Can Pereira get that launch he needs? Of course, just waiting for all of the riders to line themselves up on the grid, and then they'll be pointed, directed to focus on the lights as to not miss the start. There they are. And there we go. Emilio Pereira gets a good launch, but Nelly Nuth gets an even better one. Look for Tommy Williams as well as he tries to attack El Toro into the first chicane. Not quite enough, but Nelly Nuth is through into the race lead as she does. Now is she going to check out, or can Pereira mount some form of pressure, some sort of challenge to keep her in check? Because her pace otherwise, her consistency is going to allow her to stretch away. A couple of moves in the background as well for sort of the lower places inside the top 10 and the lower points paying positions down to P15. Tommy Williams under pressure as well as Jenson Cedras and Finley Styles try to fight their way into contention, but so far so good for the young superstar that is Nelly Nuth.
Nelly Nuth using her 6th sense once again to just nail the launch away from the light. She's so consistently good at it. Sometimes she's a little bit too good and gets a jump start penalty, but then she's so far up in front by the end of the race, it doesn't even matter, as we saw a few rounds ago. But what a start that was from that young lady. Emilio Pereira, though, able to hold on to 2nd, withstood the attack from Tommy Williams and will be in P2 come the end of lap 1 as they come to the line now. A few changes for position elsewhere further back in the pack. Tommy Williams under some real pressure there from Austin Dilks, and as well Jenson Cedras getting involved on that number 2 machine. He'll be trying to move forward. Very quick round there this weekend has been Cedras. Maybe he wants to try and improve his position. Well, of course he wants to try and improve his position, but maybe he wants to try and attack now, and indeed he did have a look to the inside there on Austin Dilks. Unfortunately didn't come to nothing on that occasion, but Cedras early doors in this race already letting Dilks know, I'm here, we're going to be fighting.
Yeah, exactly, and I think we are going to start to see a train start to form behind Emilio Pereira, who of course is a fantastic rider in his own right, has won races and of course is leading the championship. But if Nelly Nuth can continue this strong form, chipping away at that gap, who knows what we could be looking like when we head to Ella Park in a couple of months' time at the beginning of September to round off 2024 of FAB-Racing. But let's focus on the rest of this race first and foremost. Very close to going side by side there. Nice little move, it must be said, from the number 2 machine of Jenson Cedras to Paddock Bend. Nicely done, up into 4th place. Now he's going to try and chase down the podium.
I mean, we've got a very interesting dynamic here in the FAB-Racing Rookies Cup at Rowrah, because everyone else still has 2-3 races to do tomorrow. This is race 2 of round 5. These guys only have one more race. Their weekend is almost done and dusted. So what we're really seeing here is trying to finish off the weekend on a strong, while everyone else is, still very much in the midst of their battle and still going on, as there we see moves trying to be made. That was Reed Saxby, I believe, trying to get it, or not Reed Saxby, it was Austin Dilks under attack from Finley Styles, should I say, as Jenson Cedras has slid on through. And once again, on the defensive there, up the inside was Austin Dilks. Great defensive work to keep Finley Styles at bay. And meanwhile, Emilio Pereira still withstanding that pressure from Tommy Williams behind, doing a great job to hold him off. There is Jenson Cedras, who's broken free of the shackles that held him behind and is now starting to close in. on the two in front in that fight for second place. And elsewhere, still plenty of battles everywhere you look. The FAB-Racing Rookies Cup continues to put on a show for us. Again, many of these riders, this is some of the first racing that they're doing full stop. A lot of them, they're still getting used to being on track with other riders, still getting used to what it's like to be in a race instead of just whacking round and round on testing days. Well, some of these guys, they're a bit further along in their abilities and their development. The guys at the front like Emilio Pereira, Nelly New, Tommy Williams, your top three at the moment, who, you could probably stick them in the AC40 Pros and be very, very competitive. So you've really got two very different kind of races going on out there. But all the while, everyone, A, is having fun, I'm absolutely certain, and B, is giving it their absolute all out on the track, and none more so than maybe these three here. Emilio Pereira, Tommy Williams, and Jenson Cedras in this fight for P2 are leaving it all out there and pushing each other completely to the limit.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, just on that point about saying that some of these rookies could hack it up against the pros, just compared the pole times of Emilio Pereira to the qualifying times of the pros, and it would get him onto the second row fairly comfortably, probably in that sort of fourth or fifth range, in fairness to Emilio Pereira. So it just goes to show that these guys are very, very rapid in their own right. And of course, that initial stage, that first sort of growth is very rapid. Then you start to sort of try and optimize when you get into sort of the 50s, then the 70s, then obviously beyond FAB into the British Talent Cup and Redbull Rookies and things like that. But right now, there's almost an exponential growth. You're learning new things all the time. As Emilio Pereira, don't know where he's learned that move, but it was definitely brave, weaving in amongst the traffic going into Stewart's Bend. And of course, now sat in P2, fighting with Tommy Williams for that respective position, because I think Nelly Nuth, she's checked out and she's gone. It's a fight for second.
It absolutely is. Of course, no blue flags here at FAB-Racing. You have to negotiate the traffic on your own accord. Unfortunately, that can sometimes cause a bit of chaos. That's what's happened there too. Jenson Cedras, unfortunately, just got held up by the traffic. Meanwhile, the 51 of Tommy Williams to the inside of the 31 of Emilio Pereira. Lovely move by Tommy Williams to make his way up into second place. That was superb. But Emilio Pereira, he's back on the tack up the inside. Does he go a bit deep? Yes, he does. That will give the 51 the switchback. But Emilio Pereira has the drive and, crucially, the inside line into Erdell's hairpin. And as quickly as they swapped back. Pereira back into P2. And I tell you what, actually, look at that. Jenson Cedras, despite being held up by the traffic, because of those two fighting, already starting to catch them back up. So great to see Jenson Cedras showing some fantastic pace out there.
Yeah, exactly. He's done a fantastic job. And of course, negotiating traffic, it can go one way, it can go another way. Of course, you'll only learn how to get better through it with experience, but sometimes you can just get the short end of the stick and get a little bit of bad luck. But look at that, immediately he's starting to contest with the top two. Emilio Pereira from Williams, of course, that's second and third. Almost have to see this as a separate race to the one that Nelly Ruth is running out in front, because she is so far clear. Tommy Williams looking to the outside of the chicane, forcing Pereira to defend. Here comes Jenson Cedras as they have to weave their way through at Caden Bailey.
Yeah, awesome stuff there from all three of them to get through the traffic in an orderly fashion, and doing so bravely as well as they make their way a bit more traffic to contend with up the hill to Airedale's. Tommy Williams, not a great run. Adam McRae's hairpin, that could give Jenson Cedras a chance. Oh, Cedras a little bit too deep on the brakes, got a bit unseated as well. I don't think he was expecting to go that deep in the corner, had to adjust his body to get back on the bike. That's going to cost him a bit of time, but not a complete disaster. Not the end of the world. Still in this fight for P2 as time ticks on. The laps tick away. Pereira making his way now through St John's and into Sunny Bend. Can Tommy Williams try a late lunge? Not on this occasion. A bit too far back, but that has been a popular overtaking spot all throughout this race. As there we do see Nelly Nuth taking the last lap flag. One more tour for this young lady before she is set to take yet another victory in the FAB-Racing AC40 Rookies class. She has been absolutely outstanding all weekend. And well, once again, look behind her. Absolutely nothing. She got the great start that she needed, and it's just gone.
Yeah, to be fair, there's not really much else you can say about it. she's been on fire, and when she's in her rhythm, when she's in her zone, when she's got that consistency, she just settles into her own pace. And like I said earlier, she doesn't ever really need to overtake anyone because she's so far in front that she's just running around and riding around so well, so consistently, in such great pace. Not too far off of that record. I think was only about a tenth or so off a lap record that Henry McCartney set there, who stood for 6 years. Who is that off? In the background, Nelly Nuth just negotiating it. We'll see her take the checker flag, of course, but I think a couple of issues that the marshals might have to deal with. Nonetheless, nothing is stopping this young lady. She sees the checker flag first and takes victory for race 2 of the AC40 Rookies here at Rowrah for round number 5. A couple of issues, of course. One of the riders has gone down, and we'll see, obviously, Emilia Pereira and Tommy Williams across the line to see what order they finished in, of course, as well. Yellow flags are out, but Nelly Nuth, a lot to smile about today.
Absolutely. I think that was Seth James that went down there coming through Sonny Ben, so we'll get it confirmed that he's all okay for you in a moment. But Nelly Nuth, what a run that was. Absolutely awesome from all of them. Let's run through the results, shall we? It was Nelly Nuth taking yet another spectacular victory, 7 seconds up the road from Tommy Williams, who did manage to pip Emilio Pereira to the line by a tenth of a second. Unreal stuff from him. Meanwhile, Pereira third with Jensen Cedras just about missing out in P4. Austin Dilks was fifth with Finlay Stiles in P6. Reed Sachs will be seventh with Joey Apicic in P8. Freddie Taylor was P9. James Dermott in 10th. Randy Carter 11th. Noah Barfoot in P12. Ethan Bayliss 13th. Logan Paisley 14th. And Daisy Grayson was P15, as well as some other riders that finished further down the order. Welcome back to FAB-Racing, the afternoon's action here on Monday. The final 9 races of this double-header round at Rowrah as the riders in the LS2 helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship get going out to the track. The racings that you just saw, that was all from yesterday's action late in the day. They will be all uploaded, all of yesterday's action, onto the FAB-Racing pages, onto Motorsport Radio as well. But it's time to go racing. The LS2 helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship.
Let's get going then. Of course, we're going to be joined once again by a very special guest in the form of Sullivan Mounsey, who has actually been doing all right today, it must be said. He's an imposter. He's been disguised as one Mr. Dan Goodman, but you've been doing all right. No other ride for this weekend, so you're stuck with us in the commentary box, unfortunately.
Yeah, sadly. Well, no, it's all good. It's there's some proper action so far this weekend in both this class and the Extreme 200s with most of these riders. But no, it's been a good weekend for me, helping Finlay Polehill and many of the other kids, and just watching them progress, because it's always a lovely sight to see. But now we're getting ready for some proper action now.
Yeah, let's bring it on. Of course, we saw a fantastic race 1 of round 5 for the LS2 helmets Mini GP 70s. Wilson Dilks couldn't even take to the start. Didn't quite confirm what the issue was, but what it did mean was that Finlay Polehill was able to cruise to his first Metrokit victory. Let's see, as it is going to be eyes to the lights. Race number 2 of round 5 for the LS2 helmets Mini GP 70. Polehill on pole, Archie O'Brien alongside, and he's gone nowhere. Goodness me, huge incident in the background. The 22 has gone off straight into the back of Matthew Thomas. Archie O'Brien's poor start has caused an absolute calamity in the background. Who was that? Hamish McIntosh, huge off before the races even began.
Oh, what a shame that was for Hamish. We were speaking earlier about how he can keep the tyres warm, but that's not the way to do it. Sadly, that can happen. Archie O'Brien struggled to get the bike going, but he finally got going, and luckily it wasn't anything too serious. But back to the race now. Finlay Polehill, he's trying to stretch out this gap already. Wilson Dilks' bike ended up blowing up, is what I've heard around the paddock. So he's on his other bike that he's selling at the moment. There's Travis Shaw up the inside of Frankie Watson, but he's not going to do it. And Harrison Day round the outside of Travis Shaw. Harrison had a very spectacular ride earlier on the race before, where he got second place, and Byron Johnson as well was in third place. I thought he'd be up there with Finlay, but at the moment it looks like he's struggling just to hang on the back of Finlay. Finlay's been able to put a 51.1 out, and there's Harrison Day up the inside of the Frankie Watson. So it's just these guys, we've got battles all the way through the field at the moment.
Yeah, we do indeed. Of course, fantastic racing to enjoy. Byron Johnson, as you say, very uncharacteristically off the pace relative to what he's been doing this weekend. But Harrison Day this morning has just been smashing it ever since. He got a top 5 in the extremes, like you say, really was able to capitalise in race number 1 of the 70s, and now is setting some blisteringly quick pace. The overtakes that he's pulling off are remarkably brave as well. Let's see if he's able to go and catch that top 3 battle of Polhill, Johnson and Dilks. Of course, Harrison Day, if they begin to battle, will start to reel them in. There is Travis Shaw versus Frankie Watson. Of course, both of them were doing battle earlier in the Mini GP 50 race. Obviously, that was Frankie that took the victory. This is sort of their just experiences. Archie O'Brien, an almighty send to the inside of Travis Shaw through the McRae's hairpin. That would be sensational if he's able to pull it off. I think with the inside line was able to, but focusing on the front, Finlay Polhill, well, he got his first metric win earlier on. He wants to do 2 in a row.
Yeah, well, indeed, he's doing very well. But Byron's able to 49.7 on that last lap and just rein Finlay Polhill back in. But they've dropped Wilson Dilks, who actually seemed to look like he looked down at the shifter. So maybe there's a problem for Wilson, or he's just not feeling as comfortable as he did before. But Byron's now stepped up his game this lap and he's back on Finlay Polhill. And now Wilson's putting the hammer down and caught them as well. And there you go, that's fastest lap of the race for Byron Johnson, which is 49.6, and just been smashed by Harrison Day, who's done a 49.6 as well. So he's trying to get with these guys, but at the moment he's just a little bit too far back to have anything. But let's see what he can pull out the bag for the rest of this race. But bear in mind, everybody, this is much colder than it was before. It's not as hot. These times won't be as fast, so they have to be a bit more careful on the front end and the rear.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, is there any other sort of adjustments you make when the track is colder? The tyres obviously are colder as well. How as a rider do you adjust to the temperatures?
Well, as a rider, you've got to be careful. And there's Byron Johnson almost up the inside of Finlay Polhill, just giving a look. But you have to make sure, just have a look and be careful, because you have to adjust to the conditions. Make sure you're not pushing the front, because there's not going to be as much grip when it's cold. However, when it's too hot, it can be greasy. So it's a cost up. Sometimes you can be perfect conditions. At the moment, this is just a bit on there. Oh, and there's Wilson Dilks up the inside. And lovely move there. But Byron Johnson around the outside. Who's going to have the inside line? Is Byron going to go for a move up the inside? Yes, he is. He's done Wilson Dilks up the inside. This is only helping Finlay Polhill. Wilson Dilks on the cutback now. They're going to have the run into this next corner. Wilson's the bigger rider. Is he going to do it? Yes, he is. He's up the inside, but no, bags out the last minute. Byron Johnson around the outside. Finlay Polhill's now got a little bit of a gap over these two. Looking like a bit more of a 0.2, 0.3 gap. This is exactly what Finlay Polhill wants. These two scrapping away, but Byron's now putting the hammer down. He needs to catch Finlay, and he's almost done it. But this is not what these two need if they're trying to win this race. And there we go. We've not got any fast lap times. Finlay Polhill just set another consistent 49.6, but Byron's just reined him in. He's got a bit closer, but Wilson's now just trying to catch. They need to stay in a train and just try and catch Finlay Polhill, because at the moment this is not what they want.
Yeah, exactly. A game of chicken at the apex really of Stewart's more than anything, and it was fair to Byron Johnson, who just committed around the outside. Wilson Dilks wasn't exactly backing out on the inside, but Byron Johnson just had that bravery to sweep around the outside. There is Archie O'Brien leading a bit of a train ahead of Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw for the back end of the top 5. Now, obviously for a lot of riders they would love to have a weekend as good as Archie is having inside the top 5, but for Archie he's really been struggling to get the ball rolling. And what do you think have been some of the issues that he's been suffering? Obviously that start didn't help, but all weekend long he's been ever so slightly off the pace of those in front of him.
Yeah, well, I think he's just had one of these bogey weekends where it's just not all gone to plan, and sometimes that can just happen, and you've just got to take it with a pinch of salt and just kind of try and help stay as close to the championship as possible. At the moment he's still about 30 points away from Wilson Dilks, and obviously this isn't going to help his championship, but he's just got to try and reduce the point reduction as best as possible, because at the moment Wilson's had 2 DNFs this weekend, so it's only going to be helping with Archie O'Brien, but he just needs to stay on the bike and just try and do as best as he can and just have fun, because this is what it's all about, having fun. And Finlay Polhill, this has been his best ever weekend, and he's enjoyed it the most because he's done his best, but sometimes you have to think about the long run and not just one race. But there we go. Must say, just while I was talking about that, Wilson Dilk set another faster lap time with a 49.2. Not close to the lap record of the times they was doing yesterday, but they are just making sure they're able to do a decent, safe pace without throwing the championship away. And that's the key point, and what Wilson's been able to do. How he's won so many races is so impressive. But here we go, Byron Johnson, he's having a look, but he's not going to be able to do it this time around. It's just about chipping away, and at the moment Finley now knows Byron's there. Finley looks like he's taking it a bit more safer rather than Byron who's pushing all that. And there's Byron Johnson up the inside of Finley Powell. Lovely clean move there. Now Byron goes very defensive. There's Wilson Dilks up the inside. Finley has just lost 2 places in 2 corners. Not what you want when you're trying to win this race.
Nah, exactly. You're under pressure from Byron Johnson, who loves that move into Sunny Bend, just waiting, keeps the throttle open, takes to the inside and catches you off guard. Then Wilson loves the other move into Paddock Bend, where again you just keep that throttle open, take to the inside, it opens up nicely and you swoop your way through. Finley Polehill would have been shaken by being overtaken by Johnson. Then the inside was open, and very quickly the pendulum can swing. The momentum goes the way of Byron Johnson. Of course, he has taken a win so far this season. All 3 of these riders have won at least 1 race this weekend. Now, who's going to be the one to take the penultimate race of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 here at Rowrah? Byron Johnson, of course, looks very, very quick, very comfortable on that bike, and his overtaking as well has been so remarkably brave. He is not scared at all to send the moves when they count.
No, not at all, really. And he's just trying to push on it quite a bit, actually, because he's just pushing and trying to get away. And here we go. Here we've got a couple other riders here, Matthew Thomas and Ollie O'Gorman. Ollie O'Gorman's the brother of Casey O'Gorman, but actually he's doing quite impressive. He's very small, but he's able to battle here with Matthew Thomas, and it's all, like, we've got battles all the way through the field, and this is exactly what you want. You don't want to just be riding on your own, because you're always improving your craft when you're riding with other people, and this is what it's all about. This is the road to MotoGP. We've already got Ollie O'Gorman's brother, who's got through he's on the path to road to MotoGP, and so is his little brother Ollie O'Gorman. And we've also got Matthew Thomas, who's made quite considerable steps this year, having quite a couple good finishes in both 50s and 70s, and it's really good. He's been struggling a little bit with his lines in turn 1, 2 and 3, but he's been chipping away, and that's what it is. He's very resilient, and it's kind of exactly what you want to see, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. At grassroots level, it is just about refining your craft, sort of learning lines, the fundamentals of bike racing. Oh my goodness me, it's getting very busy here with some lap traffic. Wilson Dilks under pressure from Finley Polehill, as Harrison Day is now involved as well. They're trying to lap the 22 of Hamish McIntosh, who, remember, had some issues off the race start. Look at Finley Polehill trying to get back underneath off the exit of the second hairpin, squeezing his way through. Wilson Dilks leaves him no room, as much as he can get away with through into Stewart's Bend. Wilson Dilks stays in second place. This is allowing Byron Johnson to get away, but look at Harrison Day, he's closing in. 3-bike fight for P2.
Yeah, well, exactly. Finley's he was back on Wilson Dilks, but Byron's gone. Byron is in a comfortable lead now, but Harrison Day, he might get involved. We're going on to the last lap of the race now. Wilson Dilks takes the defensive line. We've got Byron Johnson, who is just taking it easy now. He's got a nice gap over the other guys, 1.8 seconds. There he goes, up the inside of Bethany Ashby, and he is just chipping away as Byron. But there we go, Wilson, Finley, Harrison, all in the background, battling for second place. But Byron's just comfortably leading, and we're now back on these 2. Harrison Day, is he going to get involved? We don't know. They're going to overtake some lap traffic now. Are they going to get past, or are they going to get stuck? They've all got past quite freely. Finley has to line it up now. He's got about 2 more overtaking opportunities that he could do cleanly, and he's not going to do it in that first one. But here's Byron Johnson. He's going to go to the line. He's just taking it easy, and he's going to bring it home. But Wilson goes ridiculously tight in the last corner. But congratulations to Byron Johnson. He's going to do it. And is that going to be Finley Polehill? Finley Polehill, I think he might have snatched it. Yes, he did. Finley Polehill snatched that second place by 0.036 of a second. What a race by Byron Johnson, who just kept his head down, kept chipping away, and he was able to go. Well done to Byron Johnson, and well done to top 3. And Harrison Day, it was a very impressive ride by him as well, who was actually off the back of the front group and ended up catching them all up. So very impressive. And the thing is, his rookie year in the MotoGP 70 class, so very impressive by Harrison Day.
Yeah, he's one of obviously our 4 race-winning riders in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 is Harrison Day, winning race 1 at a very wet and wild Ella Park, and he is just smashing it. You're very right. Consistent top 5s in whatever race he he's competing in. But let's have a look as to how things racked up after then the 11 laps of racing. Byron Johnson taking his second win of the weekend in the 70s, his third, of course, if you count his win in the 50s, ahead of Finlay Polhill, who narrowly got the jump on Wilson Dilks to the end to demote the championship leader to third place. Harrison Day from Archie O'Brien, making up for a poor start, was our P2 man of Archie O'Brien there in fifth place. Then comes Frankie Watson ahead of Travis Shaw. Matthew Thomas in P8 after being hit into by Hamish McIntosh off the start. Ollie O'Gorman from Beth Ashby, that's the top 10. And then comes McIntosh, who, as I say, got a very unfortunate getaway after Archie O'Brien's poor start, catching really everyone off guard. Lucy Curtis rounds off the top 12 and the final rider of the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s. They'll be back for race 3 later on.
Well, what a race we have just seen in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s British Championship. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Now then, final race of the weekend for the LC40 Elites, brought to you by OH Logistics. We're being joined in the commentary box by a very special guest and someone who's got some family members out on the track, Gino Pereira. Gino, welcome to the commentary box. How are you feeling looking forward to this one?
I'm feeling really excited and happy that I'm here, and I'm looking forward to see the race.
Yeah, it should be a good one. Let's just run through the starting grid very quickly. Logan Cousins starts on pole position. Mason Fedrick in P2, Rex Austin alongside. Max Johnson starts in P4 with Caelan Ratcliffe 5th and Arthur Rich in P6. Row 3 is Jensen Ansell, Maxwell Keats and Tommy Keats, and Danny Longhurst and Oliver Wilson rounding out our grid of 11 riders. Looking forward into this one. Should be a great race out there. Gino, who do you think is going to be on top come the end of it?
I think all of them definitely have a chance, but I think it could be Logan to come out on top.
Well, Logan has been very, very quick all weekend. Let's see if he can take yet another win, or maybe someone else will be coming through to take the victory. Only time will tell. We are moments away from the start of the final LC40 Elites race of the weekend, brought to you, of course, by OH Logistics. Logan Cousins has been the man to beat all weekend long until race number 2 earlier on. A mechanical issue put him down and out of the race, and ultimately Mason Fedrick went through to take the victory. Can Cousins recover? Can Fedrick use that race 2 victory as inspiration to bring the attack right to the pole sitter, the championship leader? Let's find out. It's time to go racing. Race number 3 in the LC40 Elites. The lights go out and we are underway. A bit of a disappointing start there for Rex Austin. Just a little bit slow away from the lights. Mason Fedrick keeps P2 as Logan Cousins gets an excellent start, as he always does. All single file heading down into McRae's hairpin. Cousins leads from Fedrick, from Austin, your top 3. Look there, Caelan Ratcliffe, the number 96, started 5th on the grid, already up to 4th, maybe trying to push his way up into 3rd, because he is tailing Austin very, very closely behind. Now making their way back down the hill from Erdell's hairpin into Stewart, the big right-hander down the bottom end of the track. Caelan Ratcliffe pushing very, very hard, but not quite close enough to Rex Austin just yet. Making their way St John's for the opening time. Now Sonny Bend, the left-hander, before they reach the end of the lap, the opening lap of this race, number 3. Ratcliffe still not quite close enough. So leading the opening lap will be Logan Cousins. As you predicted, Gino, he looks to be the favourite in this one, but he's not quite far enough ahead yet where he's comfortable. Mason Fedrick, Rex Austin still very close behind. So as we continue to get racing, there we see Logan Cousins making his way round. Gino, obviously, your brother Emilio, he's racing, not in this race, but he's racing over in the AC40 FAB-Racing Rookies Cup. You know, what's that been like for you as a family, you know, watching him come on, watching him leading the championship at the moment as well? That must be a lot of fun. Yeah,
it's very overwhelming and nerve-wracking, because you never know what he's going to do, and if he's going to crash or stay on. It's really nerve-wracking.
I can imagine, obviously, racing, it can be pretty dangerous, but Emilio's making a good job of it at the moment, running very, very well. Yeah. Leading the championship coming into this weekend, so you guys must be happy over in the Pereira camp?
Definitely.
That is great to hear. Back to the action very briefly. Austin starting to pull away from Caelan Ratcliffe behind, maybe setting his sights on race 2 winner in round 5, Mason Fedrick, who's been having a great race weekend and Monday as well. The top 4 all pretty evenly spread out at the moment as they make their way through McRae's hairpin and bombing up the hill towards Erdales, the trickiest corner on the track, making his way around and then back down. Of course, Emilio, again, just talks about your brother, and then obviously you get to watch a whole weekend of racing as well. When you're here, what's that like? Must be a pretty fun experience, coming here, not just watching your brother going out and competing and winning races, but getting to see the whole kind of show here at FAB-Racing.
Yeah, it's really fun as well, because I'm making a lot of friends in the making of Emilio's career and journey.
That's great to hear, and of course, friends is what it's all about. If we're not having fun, why do we go racing, Tell you who is having fun at the moment, Logan Cousins, fastest lap of the race last time, 54.325. He's now got a 2-second gap ahead of Mason Fedrick. Starting to pull away is the pole sitter on the number 7 machine. Fedrick also maybe having to contend with Rex Austin pretty soon, because Austin is starting to up the pace and starting to close in on that number 5, leaving Caelan Ratcliffe in a little bit of a no man's land. What do you think riders have to do in this situation? Still quite early in the race, but you want to make up positions. Has Emilio kind of told you what kind of runs through his mind when he's racing?
He just said he doesn't really think about anything. He just goes for it and just thinks about overtaking and thinks about the next corner on, not just the corner coming. The next one is the next one. So
just kind of, he basically just thinks about riding as fast as he can, and then just getting the job done, basically. That's a very good mindset to have. As we see there, that's the 1-4-1 of Max Johnson, currently trying to hold off Tommy Keats. Tommy Keats had a great race too, made his way up into the podium places and looking for a way through on Max Johnson. Right now, the number 8 bike, 5 laps left to run for these guys. Not quite close enough to launch and overtake just yet, but certainly getting closer and closer. Max Johnson possibly feeling the pressure as they make their way through McRae hairpin. Obviously, it's been a long weekend this weekend, Gino. A double round. Has that been, pretty... there we go. Tommy Keats up the inside. Nice move into Erdales. Pretty simple. He was pulling lots of that in race 2 as well. He moves up into P5. As I was saying to you, before we got interrupted by the on-track action, very long weekend this weekend. Obviously, we've had 6 races for Emilio. Some riders out there have been doing as many as 12, some even more. It's been tough, Do you think maybe everyone's starting to get a bit tired towards the end of the day?
People definitely get tired because of all the effort that they're putting in, trying to gain places and win.
Yeah, very true. Normally we only have 3 races in a weekend. Then you double that, you're doubling the amount of time you're on track. Obviously, it's a lot of fun because you get to go out there and race more, but it's got to be pretty tiring as well. As there we see, that is Rex Austin closing in on Mason Fedrick, the number 5, really starting to feel the pressure now, potentially. Race 2 winner. Austin launches a move to the inside. Brilliant from Rex Austin. Fedrick left the door open. Austin seized the opportunity, slid on by, coming down into Stewart, and has slid up into 2nd place as well. Can Fedrick respond? Only time will tell as they make their way through Sunny Bend and up to Paddock Bend. At the line last time, Logan Cousins was 3.5 seconds ahead of 2nd place. He's booked his ticket and checked out. Now 4.5 seconds, gaining a second on that last lap ahead of Rex Austin. But these two, I'm pretty sure they're locked in battle for 2nd place. You got to be a bit excited, watching at the side when, your brother's maybe getting involved in battle like this. Obviously, it might be a bit scary, but when he's doing well, it's got to be a good feeling, surely. Yeah,
it definitely is, because when you know he's progressing, you're just really happy.
Yeah, that's great to hear, and of course, you want to see your family do well.
Yeah.
Of course. Mason Fedrick unable to mount a challenge with 3 laps left to go in this one on Rex Austin. Austin starting just an inch away, corner by corner, as they bring themselves through to the fast S's section. And now coming to the left-hand side. Gino, is there anyone you'd say in racing that you look up to? Is there anyone that you'd say is kind of a racing hero? Your Marc Marquez or Valentino Rossi, someone like that?
It would definitely be Marc Marquez. He's a big inspiration for me because of all that he's achieved.
Yeah. Is it the same for Emilio as well? Is he a Marc Marquez fan?
Definitely, yeah.
Maybe one day he'll be maybe on track with him. Maybe the age difference is a bit too big to be racing against him. So Mark is entering the twilight of his career, or beginning to get there anyway. Emilio just getting started.
Yeah.
But certainly, maybe he could be achieving the same things one day. We can only hope for the success, not just for Emilio, of all of our riders out there. Also, Gino, I just want to say on air, thank you very much for your presence to myself and Zach. The Pereira family have been very kind to us, to giving me and Zach in the commentary box some nice little presents and some nice little notes. It was very kind of you guys, so thank you so much. 2 laps left to go though, Emilio. Logan Cousins looks like he's got this one in the bag. Do you think he just... 1 lap left to go now. Do you think he essentially just needs to cruise home, take it nice and easy, and he's got the win?
Yeah, he's leading by a couple of seconds. So, yeah, I definitely think he can just stay calm and comfy and just stay where he wants to be.
Absolutely. After that heartbreak in race 2 earlier on, the mechanical issue late in the day preventing Cousins from taking the win. Mason Fedrick graduating to the top step of the podium. This time, Logan Cousins, with half a lap left to run, is all set to take the victory. Home and dry almost. A bit of lapped traffic up in front to negotiate with, but shouldn't cause too much hassle, because at the line last time it was a 4.5 second gap. Into Sunny Bend for the final time this weekend. Logan Cousins has been dominant, has been brilliant, has been marvellous, and has been winning. Logan Cousins once again takes the victory in race number 3 here in the LC40 Elites, brought to you by OH Logistics. Rex Austin will take P2 with Mason Fedrick rounding out our podium. What a great race from all 3 of those riders that was. Gino, Logan has got to be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, I'm definitely very happy for him, and I know that he's going to just get better and better and better as the years come by.
Absolutely. I guess now it's time for the celebrations to start. I suppose the weekend's over, you can whip out the chocolate and all of that. Let's go through the results. Logan Cousins takes the win once again. Rex Austin in P2 with Mason Fedrick rounding out our podium. Caelan Ratcliffe in 4th with Tommy Keats 5th. Max Johnson in 6th. Maxwell Keats was 7th. And Oliver Wilson rounding out our 8-bike grid in this one. Unfortunately, a few riders dropping out before the race even started. Gino Pereira, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. It's been a real pleasure, and we hope you enjoyed the racing.
Yeah, thanks for having me here.
Always a pleasure, Gino. Brilliant to have some special guests in there. That was the LC40 Elites, brought to you by OH Logistics. They are done for the weekend. But of course, they'll be back 3 weeks' time when we head to Clay Pigeon for the next round of the season. Coming up now, the Pit Bike 140s getting ready to head out on to the circuit for their final race of the weekend. Story of the day, Jamie King. He's been getting closer and closer and closer to Chris Wells all weekend. Race 2 of round 5 earlier on. He was right on his tail until the very last couple of laps. Maybe in this one, Jamie King can finally get his way through Chris Wells. The two of them, of course, good friends, sat together in the dummy grid, but they will race each other fiercely on the circuit. Just waiting to head out onto the dummy grid. You can see there Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence also sat next to each other on the right of your picture. Also in the middle, I suppose. They've been racing each other very, very hard. Bailey Lawrence is getting the better of Keaton Payne so far this weekend, though. Can Keaton respond, or can Bailey continue that brilliant run of form that she has brought up to Rowrah? Few words being had from Jamie King to one of our roving marshals. Of course, a big thank you to all the marshals. Couldn't go racing without them. Same for the medics and the likes. As they head out onto track, let's run through the grid. Chris Wells starts on pole position. Jamie King alongside Keaton Payne completes the front row of the grid. Sean Whittaker in P4 with Bailey Lawrence 5th and Daniel Gilbert in P6. Rory Jones is 7th and Robert Leverage starts in P8. Well then, Zach, it'll be all eyes once again on Chris Wells and Jamie King. Jamie King has been getting closer and closer and closer all weekend. Race 2 was with Chris Wells, overtook Chris Wells a couple of times until the last handful of laps where he just started to fade away. It's the last race of the weekend. If he wants to get the win here at Rowrah, he needs to get it done now. But given how his weekend's gone and is slowly improving, this is also going to be the best opportunity he's got. Yeah,
exactly. It all depends, obviously, on his start, because that's realistically, I mean, obviously where it all starts. But we always say that you can't win a race on lap 1. You can definitely lose it. But on that winning side, you can, you know, you can't win it, but you can definitely give yourself a very good helping hand. And for Jamie King, if he wants a chance, he needs to get track position within the first lap or 2. realistically before Chris Wells starts to extend that gap, because we've seen how strong Chris Wells is. Of course, Rowrah last year, he got 2 P1s and a P2. In round 5, he's got 2 P1s. Is this the race he gets the P2?
We'll have to wait and see. Jamie King, race 2, was able to launch in front of the line and fight Chris Wells for a long, long time. He'll be needing the same today. Our riders are all on the grid. It's time to go racing. It is lights out. We are underway. Keaton Payne gets the better launch of the front 3 and maybe tries to go around the outside of Jamie King. And indeed he does. Keaton Payne launches up into second place away from the line. It was a good start from all the front 3. But Keaton Payne was just better. But up the inside goes Pit Bike Sonic. Gets back into second place. Only a 5-bike grid out there for this final race of the weekend. But they're all riders that we want to see pushing each other. We've got Wells, King, Payne, Lawrence and Rory Jones. All of them are going to be pushing each other to the absolute limit. But already, because Jamie King lost that second place off the line and into turn 1, cost him a bit of time, a bit of a gap building already to Chris Wells. Jamie King might have to start pushing harder earlier than he wanted to.
Yeah, it's not ideal, of course, for Jamie King. That goes without saying. Going backwards off the race start is the last thing that you want. But he was able to recuperate quite quickly. And now the gap to Chris Wells, he's been able to limit the damage and is still within strike zone. But Chris Wells looking over his shoulder, that could be quite important, because we've said as soon as you start defending, as soon as you look backwards, that's then when the attacker is in. That's then when they start to get the high ground. So potentially this is Jamie King's in, and he needs to be aggressive. He cannot afford to wait around, because unfortunately, and I hate to be harsh, he hasn't got the pace to.
Absolutely. Has Pit Bike Sonic ran out of lives, or has he got one more shot left in him? He's close in to Chris Wells, and it could be quite interesting to see how it's all going to unfold. Pushing Wells is King, the 76, following the number 1, but not quite close enough at the moment. Wells just, the gap fluctuating, I'd say. Again, King is very, very strong in the opening part of the lap, but over the second half of the lap, Wells is even stronger, and that's where the gap was beginning to open up over the previous few races. You can see there as well, Bailey Lawrence has actually got through Keaton Payne on the previous tour. Bailey Lawrence back up to 3rd, but for how much longer? Because Keaton Payne already looking to the inside. Keaton Payne was in 2nd briefly at the start of this race. Most of this weekend, he has been staring at the exhaust of Bailey Lawrence, who we wanted to try and get in front of him.
Yeah, the last 2 races, though, it's actually been Keaton Payne that got the measure of Bailey Lawrence. In race 2, of course, she ran wide out of McRae's, and that allowed Keaton Payne through, and unfortunately she wasn't able to recuperate that position. But at the moment, she's got the track position. Let's see if she's able to keep it. Still got 10 laps left to go in this race. It's Chris Wells from Jamie King, Bailey Lawrence, Keaton Payne and Rory Jones. Unfortunately, a little way off, but 4 of the riders that we have got, we've got a fight for 1st, a fight for 3rd, 2 duos out there on circuit, battling away. 9 laps to go at the line, and what is hopefully going to be an historic finish here for the Pit Bike 140s. Will Chris Wells do the triple? There's a look to the inside from Keaton Payne, but no way through. 9 laps left to go. The gap at the front stays the same. Less than half a second between the two. Less than half a second between these two for 3rd.
See, part of me wants to believe this is Chris Wells toying with Jamie King a little bit, just holding back to see if King has what it takes to go around him. I don't think that is the case, though. I think King does generally have the pace to at least stick with Wells for the time being, as Payne and Lawrence continue to trade blows like a heavyweight title fight. Both of them leaving it all on the line in this battle for 3rd place at the moment. Lawrence better drive out of Erdales and down the hill into Stewart's Bend. Just holding on at the moment. A little bit of a tighter entry there for Keaton Payne. Might compromise his speed down this back section, but means he's able to carry more corner speed at the midpoint. Coming now through St John's Sunny Bend, opens up the inside, but Payne decides against it. A little bit wide there from Bailey Lawrence. Keaton Payne to the outside. Lawrence might have to go defensive. Maybe a switchback opportunity. Payne doesn't get the drive, but suddenly he does with the inside. Keaton Payne, is this the opportunity? No. Wonderful defensive stuff from Bailey Lawrence. She's been doing that time and time again, just slamming the door at Keaton Payne at the chicane and getting through. And again, she just needs to hold the inside here, and she will get the drive. Keaton Payne, though, good drive. Bailey Lawrence gets the extra legs on him, though, and will hold on to that 3rd place, but the inside is open. Bailey Lawrence once again, defensive excellence from the number 9. This is brilliant stuff in this battle for 3rd place. We've got 8 laps left to go. these two are going to fight it all the way to the wire.
Yeah, they very much are. 8 laps left. Of course, Chris Wells versus Jamie King. They're up in the distance, less than half a second separating them at the moment. Bailey Lawrence, as you can see, in competition for the highest achieving female racer award, in collaboration, of course, with the House of Moto, doing a fantastic job. I think only second to Nelly Nuth, who is dominating her respective class of the AC40 rookies. But at the moment, Bailey Lawrence is not worrying about the all-female Ryder Cup. She's worrying about keeping Keaton Payne behind her for the next 7 laps to take what is going to be another sensational podium. Fastest lap goes the way of Chris Wells, 53.0. These guys, 55.5 on that last time by. So not quite to the pace of the leaders, but way too deep there from Bailey Lawrence. Keaton Payne gets back underneath her, looking to the outside of that second hairpin. Once again, trying to get the exit. Does he? He does. Gets the power down. It's a drag race towards Stewart.
I think Bailey Lawrence just has a bit more straight line speed than Keaton Payne this weekend, and she will get away with that one up the front. Gap's now 9 tenths of a second. Chris Wells has started to extend the gap just a little bit. You can see there just in the background the gap visually getting bigger and bigger with each passing lap. Oh, Lawrence, a big mistake. And is that a problem? Big problem for Bailey Lawrence. The bike, something went wrong there, definitely. She's going to continue going round, but she ran wide, sat the bike up and slowed down massively, signalling for something or trying to get the attention of someone watching along in the paddock. Bailey Lawrence, there was an issue there momentarily. We've been seeing the bike throwing out puffs of smoke all weekend long, but it hasn't seemed to have caused any issues. But Bailey Lawrence has dropped back 2.5 seconds back as a result of that. Up the front, gap still 8 tenths of a second between Chris Wells and Jamie King. Chris Wells just starting to do what he did in race 2, just starting to slowly eke ahead. Pitbuck Sonic really needs to start pushing hard because he's going to run out of time otherwise.
Yeah, exactly. 6 laps left to go, 5 at the line, so make that 1 less. And Jamie King, you're right, he's not really been able to actually throw much of a challenge at Chris Wells, and he got that poor start, fell backwards. That definitely didn't help, but even then Chris Wells has just been slowly but surely bridging that gap more and more, further and further away from Jamie King. One small mistake from Chris Wells, and obviously Jamie King is right back on him. You can see closing the gap in this first part of the lap, but realistically the second half has a lot more in terms of overtaking opportunities, and that's where Chris Wells makes the time back up. So over the lap they both reach a similar lap time. It's just that Chris Wells is faster in the better places.
That being said, last lap Jamie King closed the gap back down a little bit, down to 6 tenths. His personal best lap of the race of 53.374. Chris Wells 5 tenths down on his personal best. Not a great lap from the reigning champion. Jamie King, though, we'll see what the gap is when we get to the line once again. Visually looks a lot smaller. I think King starting to turn the wick up. Championship wise, Chris Wells is definitely going to be in second at the end of this weekend, I can tell you that much. Might even, I don't think he will be in the lead of the championship, but he won't be far off of Jamie King, I don't think. Just doing some quick mental maths. Gap last time, once again Jamie King a personal best, but Chris Wells only a couple of hundredths off of the fastest lap of the race, so the gap actually got a little bit bigger. So Wells responding to the pressure from the 76 on that occasion. 4 laps left to run. Jamie King, time is running out for a race win at Rowrah. Took his first win in some time, in many, many years. A few weeks back at Three Sisters. In fact, he got so happy with one of them, he took 2. And then, it'll be interesting. It looks, so it's currently 86 points. Wells will gain 34. So King will still be leading the chat. So it'll be 54 points even. So King will still be leading the championship, but it'll be a lot closer.
Yeah, exactly. Just doing some quick maths. Obviously, the gap between P1 and P2 in terms of points is 25 and 20. In fact, actually, no, we've been completely wrong. I'm assuming he's gaining 9 points. He's not. He's only gaining 5 per race. If he's done that on all 6 occasions. No, we're getting there. We're commentators. We're a bit slow. It's fine. We've still got 3 laps. 6 times 5, he's gaining 30 back on an 86-point lead that Jamie King has. So it will be a big help. But it won't be anywhere near the level that Chris Wells needs to be if he wants to tip Jamie King. Of course, King has been here every single round, within the top 3 on most occasions, and scoring points on a regular basis, points winning prizes, even if he's only won 2 races thus far. 2 laps left to go at the line. And there's a reason we don't trust the commentators. It's fine. Anyway, Chris Wells, penultimate tour of Rowrah about to come up. Jamie King, not in contention.
Another fastest lap for Chris Wells, 53.001. That is faster than the lap record, but he did set a lap yesterday which he says was even faster than that, but we didn't see it. but, well, we'll wait and see. No, I'm getting my maths wrong. I'm looking at the wrong time as well. It's all going wrong here, isn't it? But it is the fastest lap for Chris Wells at 53.001. But apparently yesterday, he did set a lap record, which we didn't see. That's what he says. Anyway, we'll wait and see. Either way, he's still going a lot faster than Pit Bike Sonic is. Not doing his name very much justice on this occasion, is he, Jamie King? The second is the gap now on the penultimate lap of the race. Soon to be the last lap. Chris Wells, a little glance back. At this point, he's essentially home and dry. And although it doesn't actually, as it turns out, have too many championship implications, because of Jamie King's consistency at finishing on the podium and actually turning up, it just goes to show, you know, Chris Wells is still the man to beat when he's here at FAB-Racing.
Yeah, exactly that. Half a lap left to go. Chris Wells, when he turns up, he wins. Jamie King, he turns up and get points. 1 lap left to go. The number one, of course, you can see the golden plate, the reigning champion that is Chris Wells, turning up once again to take what will be another victory if he's able to hang on to it. The only time he's shown up and lost a race was at Lid, and that's because Lucas Brown, of course the British Talent Cup rider and I believe championship leader, was racing him as well, and to be fair gave him a fair fight all the way to the end. Apart from that, Chris Wells has been untouchable, and he's been untouchable here in the quarry up in the north of the Lake District, nestled here in Cumbria. Chris Wells rounds the final corner for the final time in the Pit Bike 140 Championship for round number 5 at FAB-Racing in 2024. The reigning champion does the sweep. Chris Wells takes victory ahead of Jamie King in second place. Another winless round going the way of Pit Bike Sonic, but this time he got very, very close in race 2. It's just the start that unfortunately let him down. Who's going to be the one to take the podium? Will it be Keaton Payne? I believe so, ahead of Brady Lawrence, and then Rory Jones to round off our 5-bike field. Nice little wheelie there from Chris Wells as well. Maybe to rub it into to Jamie King once again that he didn't win.
I mean, Chris Wells, he's just unbelievable on a pit bike, isn't he? Jamie King said it best when we got it this weekend. He said, look, I'm lapping Rowrah 4-5 tenths faster than I ever have. He said he's racing the best he has in absolute years. But Chris Wells is just better, and he just can't beat him. And, well, just goes to show how good the reigning champion is, and there is a reason that he's the reigning champion. Chris Wells takes yet another victory here at Rowrah. I believe that's 6 from 6 here this weekend in total as well. So a double hat-trick for the reigning champion. Unreal stuff at both rounds 4 and 5. Jamie King finishes P2 on the 76. Keaton Payne ultimately held onto that podium. Bailey Lawrence, whether that was an issue with the bike, we're not sure, but she ended up finishing P4. Rory Jones, P5, and the last of our finishes. Only a 5-bike race, unfortunately, but one that was entertaining from start to finish. The pit bikes, then, they are done for Rowrah, which is a big shame. It's been very fun watching them go around here, as it always is. But, of course, they'll be back in a few weeks when we head to Clay Pigeon. Up next, it is the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by King's Two Wheel Centre, their final race of the weekend. And it's been a very, very hotly contested weekend, it must be said, in this double rounder. Rounds 4 and 5, 6 races apiece for all of the riders here. Frankie Watson has been the man to beat. Byron Johnson on fine form though as well. And some riders who have been really surprising with how strong they've been. Not that, you know, we're expecting them to do badly, but just they've been doing so much better than they usually do. As they head out on their formation lap, it is Frankie Watson starting from pole position. Byron Johnson P2, Travis Shaw completes the front row. Sebastian Gazlowski starts in 4th with Bradley Curtis P5 and Matthew Thomas in P6. Row 3 is Archie Hooper, Riley Paisley and Harris Watson. Daisy Polden, Kai Hawken and Callum Maxwell start on the 4th row of the grid. Frankie Watson, he has been the man to beat, but that's not to say he's been utterly dominant. We've seen some great fights between him, Byron Johnson and Travis Shaw, and on several occasions, you know, the other two have been able to get through it, but there's also been races where Frankie Watson's just, you know, hit the front and just gone and not even looked back. So we don't know what kind of race we're going to get, but either way, there's always action all throughout the pack in the 50s Championship. Of course, this is the first step, Zach Sweeney, onto Grand Prix style bikes, the first step onto geared bikes, and of course the gateway into the British Talent Cup as well. So these are the riders we need to be keeping an eye on, because in a few years' time, you know, they'll be the ones off the British Talent Cup, off doing Redbull MotoGP Rookies, things like that. Yeah,
exactly. And of course they all have a bright future ahead of them. You know, you can tell from a very young age who has it, and a lot of these guys definitely do. Obviously, Frankie Watson coming into this weekend was the favourite, has showcased some good pace, even on the bigger metric kit in the form of the Mini GP 70 as well. So absolutely smashing it. But Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, both have been worthy adversaries throughout this double-header weekend. It's not been plain sailing, as we've said, for Frankie Watson. Let's see what he can do for the final time from pole position here in Rowrah. Just waiting for the last couple of bikes to line their way up onto the grid. Byron Johnson, Travis Shaw, 2 and 3. Frankie Watson eagerly anticipating the lights as we wait. Final checks in the background for the number 20. That's Kai Hawken having some issues.
Is he just getting back into his grid position? Yep, looks okay. Yeah, looks fine.
All good. That's fine. Oh, cool. There we go. Ready for race 3 then of the Mini GP50s, brought to you by King's 2 Wheel Centre. Frankie Watson, the dominant force from pole position. Who's going to take victory for the final round here at Rowrah? Byron Johnson gets an absolute rocket ship launch. Look for Kozlowski as well, as Frankie Watson drops to second, maybe third, as Travis Shaw looks to go to the outside of the chicane. No way through on this particular occasion, but Byron Johnson searching for another victory this weekend after taking victory in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP70s not too long ago as well. Absolutely smashing it. Fantastic initial getaway. Frankie Watson falling back. He's got his work cut out for him over the course of the next 11 laps.
Frankie Watson just didn't go at the lights. Byron Johnson's start was brilliant, almost too brilliant. I'm wondering if he might be getting a knock on the door from race control next door, telling us he's got a jump start penalty in a moment, or maybe he was just bang on the money. But the 14 from pole position just didn't go away at the lights, and that's why he's back in second place at the moment, and maybe facing pressure from Travis Shaw. The front three locked together once again as they come to the end of lap number 1. Sebastian Kozlowski up into 4th place. Good start from him, but should be interesting to see. But it was a great start from Byron Johnson. Frankie Watson, though, in P2. Should be interesting to see how it all gets going as they come down into the McRae's hairpin and back up again. Frankie Watson, a little bit of pressure there from Travis Shaw. Had a bit of a look to the inside, but nothing too threatening. Now Erdale's hardest part of the circuit. Sebastian Kozlowski looks like once again he's got Bradley Curtis for company. Bradley Curtis, this is his favourite track, he told us last time out at Three Sisters. But he always loves coming here, and he's getting some good running in as well, which is great to see him getting some success. Tell you what though, Frankie Watson, after a disappointing start, has recuperated and is going on the attack.
Yeah, he is indeed. Frankie Watson, of course, didn't get the start that he wanted. I just have looked back on the YouTube stream. Byron Johnson definitely moves sooner than Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw. I don't know if it was before the lights. I definitely know Kai Hawken jumped in the back because he went way too quickly. We are just getting word that it is under investigation from race control, so we'll update you with the penalty situation as soon as we can. Right now, though, Byron Johnson has to get rid of that. Did I jump start? Did I not jump start? Whatever. Focus on the race. You're leading right now, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, well, he seems to be pretty comfortable in first place at the moment, does our Byron Johnson, so we'll wait and see how it all unfolds over the remainder of this race. Frankie Watson, though, looking to the inside. Is this a move? No, but definitely a look. Johnson a little bit defensive down into Stewart's. Ultimately didn't come to anything though, so he can happily sit there. But Frankie Watson very close once again, could be pulling Byron Johnson's favourite move on Byron Johnson, the dive bomb into Sunny Bend. Ultimately nothing on that occasion though. It'll be 8 laps left to go at the line. Johnson from Watson from Shaw, your top 3. Kozlowski still leads Curtis in 4th and 5th. There you can see the front 3 very, very tensely locked together. It looks like Frankie Watson struggles a little bit on the braking down into the opening chicane. Tell you who's not struggling for braking though, Travis Shaw. What a move up the inside at McRae's hairpin to get up into second place. The number 4 saw the opportunity, saw the door open on the inside and went straight for it. Brilliant stuff. He's up into P2.
Yeah, playing to his strengths, and we always say you've got to do that. Travis Shaw has been so good on the brakes into McRae's. I said earlier on that he sometimes actually does take a tighter line just in case the rider in front goes a little bit deep. Travis Shaw saw the gap open, committed to it, finds his way into second place. The question is, has he got the pace to go and catch Byron Johnson? Does he assume that maybe Byron Johnson's going to get a penalty for a jump start as well and wants to be the one in second to then be promoted into the lead? Who knows? Of course, we'll have to be updated as soon as we can. Fastest lap goes the way of Travis Shaw, but even then, you can't ride on the maybe of the rider in front getting a penalty. Just go and overtake him on track, and then it's a done deal.
Well, again, we know that Johnson's start is under investigation. That's all we've been told. Race control are right next door to us. Our commentary box is in the room over from them, so we'll get the update essentially immediately if they decide. And if we hear nothing, let's just assume he hasn't got one. We've got nothing so far. We just know it is under investigation. Johnson from Shaw, from Watson, your top 3 though. Johnson Shaw fastest lap of the race last time, how should I say? a 51.386. They are all pushing so hard right now. Byron Johnson was only about 700-800 slower on the previous tour of the circuit. We'll have a look at the lap times when they come to the timing line, which will be around about now as they cross over. And wow, Travis Shaw, another fastest lap of 51.385. Byron Johnson could only manage a 51.653. That's why it looks like Travis Shaw is closed right up to the back of the race leader. Race control in our ears apparently, but we'll wait and see what's going to happen. Of course, the start is under investigation. There you go, just confirmation there in this Mini GP 50s race number 3 of round number 5 at Rowrah, brought to you of course by Kings 2 Wheel Centre. Travis Shaw went defensive there on Frankie Watson. Not sure he needed to, but maybe just choosing to cover off all bases just in case.
Yeah, exactly. Travis Shaw looking to the inside of St John's as well, but nose to tail are our front 3 with 5 laps to go at the line in towards Paddock Bend. Is there any opportunity for Travis Shaw to sneak one to the inside? He doesn't on this occasion, but 5 laps left to go. Still a decent chunk of time left in this race to maybe mount a challenge, and also Byron Johnson and his start maybe looming over his head, and also Travis Shaw, because he was right behind him. He could see whether or not Byron Johnson had actually gone for that jump start. Travis Shaw looking to the inside, and he loves that move into McRae's, but nothing materialising just yet. But Travis Shaw at the moment I think is the favourite for the win.
We'll have to wait and see. He does look like he's got a lot of pace on board, but he's not been able to find his way through the number 37 yet, and the 14 is still pressuring him as well. 5 laps left to go in this race number 3. Who is going to be on the top step of the podium? Chances are it's one of the 3 drivers on your picture right now as they head through. The riders all pushing themselves to the absolute limit. But can they make their way through? Coming up to some traffic now as well. It's going to be 4 laps left to go. Johnson will be the first to hit them, but they're all so close together. It could be anybody's guess as to who is going to be on top. There is the traffic now. Looks like that's Callum Maxwell on the 111. It is Callum Maxwell. Can they all make their way through? Yes, they can. Can Travis Shaw spot an opening? No, he cannot on that occasion. Johnson will hold on.
Yeah, he will indeed. Doing a brilliant job just keeping his composure. We know how good he is through traffic, but so too is Travis Shaw. Frankie Watson is an outside shot. Don't forget, set 2 lap records actually in the first race. In fact, actually, Frankie Watson looking to the inside of Stewart's. Has he committed? The outside is definitely the better line, but Travis Shaw gets back underneath him. Has he got the pull on the exit? No, he doesn't. What a sensational move that was from Frankie Watson. I was just about to sing his praises about the lap record he set in race 2, and then he goes and pulls off an absolute worldie of a move like that. Now he's in pursuit of Byron Johnson. 3 laps at the line.
Travis Shaw, I think, was caught a bit unawares by that because there wasn't really any defensive efforts either. And then he gave Frankie Watson a lot of room on the inside. Could have brought it much in, put a bit of pressure on the number 14, but he was just, I think, so surprised that the move was there that he just caught him off guard, and through went Frankie Watson. Here we've got another battle further down the pack. That is Riley Paisley chasing Archie Hooper for P7 as the leaders went up to lap Daisy Polden. Currently Archie Hooper just holding on to that 7th place. Riley Paisley, of course, getting a very serious leg break last time out at Three Sisters. Spent the night in hospital, few screws put in, and just 6 weeks later he's back here on the bike, out on track and doing a great job. So great to see Riley there, but can he do an even better job and find his way through Archie Hooper?
Bikes plural as well. He's on the 70s, don't forget, as well this weekend, doing a brilliant job. Despite it's inspirational really that he's been able to have that and then just 6 weeks later have this turnaround and be fighting inside the top 10 of one of the most competitive classes of grassroots motorcycle racing on this road to MotoGP. Penultimate lap of the race. Byron Johnson, Frankie Watson, Travis Shaw, any one of them can get this win.
They can indeed. 2 laps left to go up the front, and speaking of the leaders, there they are. What a drive off the corner for Frankie Watson. Johnson later on the brakes as they run through Erdales and bomb back down the hill on the run into Stewart's. Little check back there from Byron Johnson, just wants to see the gap. Travis Shaw has dropped a little bit away from Frankie Watson in this one. Making their way through the back section now. Johnson, Watson, Shaw, your top 3. Shaw holding back a little bit. Watson almost running over the back of Byron Johnson as they head through Sunny Bend. Into the final corner we go to start the very final lap this weekend for the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre.
1 lap left to go. for what has been an amazing series this weekend for the double header here at Rowrah. Byron Johnson under pressure. Frankie Watson late on the brakes to the outside, forces Byron in deep. Can he get underneath him? No, he can't. Does the gap open up? Byron Johnson all the way to the white line on the inside. Frankie Watson tries to go the long way round. Byron gives him the squeeze. Half a lap left to go here at Rowrah, and immediately on the defence, Byron Johnson. Frankie Watson goes to the inside through into Stewart's not brave enough on the brakes. The 37 stays ahead for now. Half a lap left to go. We've got St John's Sunny Bend and then Paddock Bend left to go. Can Frankie Watson launch an attack? Not quite into St John's, but he loves to move potentially into Sunny Bend. Not quite this time either. Running out of opportunities is Frankie Watson. He's going to have to do it at the last effort. Byron Johnson goes defensive. One more corner left to go. He's going to see the checkered flag first, or is he? Track race to the line. Johnson throws his hand up in celebration and is victorious for the final race of the Mini GP 50s, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre. Another sensational victory, another historic race here for FAB-Racing, and Frankie Watson, Travis Shaw, a very worthy podium alongside Byron Johnson. But what a ride that 37 has brought on this weekend.
Just half a tenth of a second separates Byron Johnson from Frankie Watson at the line. Byron knew exactly what he had to do, just parked his bike on the apex, blocked Frankie Watson on the exit of the corner, and that is what gave him the victory. But what a race between all of those front three. That was absolutely superb. Johnson, a deserved victor. Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw so close behind, trading places the entire race. But unfortunately, they couldn't get through that man right there. Byron Johnson takes the win from Frankie Watson in P2, and Travis Shaw rounds out our podium. Bradley Curtis was 4th, with Sebastian Kozlowski in P5. Thomas was in P6, Hooper 7th, Paisley 8th, Watson in P9, and Daisy Polden rounding out our top 10. Callum Maxwell was P11, Kai Hawken, unfortunately, a DNF. That's it for our Mini GP 50s, brought to you by Kings 2 Wheel Centre. They'll be back in a few weeks' time when we head over to Clay Pigeon in Dorset.
Heading on to their final race of the weekend then is a series that has brought us a lot of intrigue here in Rowrah, the Extreme 200 class. A lot of familiar faces in terms of old FAB-Racing graduates, some of the British Talent Cup riders as well, but also some of our up-and-coming stars of the future, some of our MetroKit Mini GP 70 riders jumping in, but also the favourite that is Wilson Dilks. Championship leader in the Extreme 200s, championship leader in the LS2 helmets, Mini GP 70 series as well, but a lot in store for us here for the final race of the Extreme 200s. Let's run you through the grid order while they're on their formation lap, getting themselves warmed up. Wilson Dilks will lead Casey O'Gorman, potentially. Dan Goodman is meant to line up alongside, but that front row has been pretty much empty apart from Wilson Dilks all day long. Finley Polehill will line up 4th ahead of Blake Wilson. Harrison Day will start row number 3 in the absence of Sullivan Mounsey, who should be sick. Austin Johnson ahead of Holmes Williams on row 3. Then comes Jensen Bishop to round off the top 10. Harley Baker from Beth Ashby, Annabelle McCarthy, and what should be Fahad Lada, but I don't think they're going to be taking to the field for row number 5. Let's bring this on for Extreme 200 because, well, especially over the duration of Sunday, the action has been exactly that. It's been extreme. It's been ramped up to the max. And hopefully it's going to be the exact same to round off what has been a very tough double-header weekend, it must be said. A lot of these riders looking to complete their 11th race of this weekend and really round things off maybe with a bang. Let's see. As you can see, the 85 of Wilson Dilks, assuming his pole position on that 85 Ovale, very good in a straight line. Is that bike relative to the MetroKit and has really got the machine advantage, but also you can, that's saying you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And Wilson Dilks, he has been chugging it down in terms of making the most of that Ovale in the Extreme 200 class, dominating pretty much every round thus far in the Extreme 200 class. Eyes to the lights then for the final time for Extreme 200s. Wilson Dilks from pole position, pretty much uncontested. In fact, Finley Polehill, rocket ship launch to the outside of turn number 1. Not quite good enough to take the race lead, but Finley Polehill, what a dramatic start that was. Clear air ahead of him, nearly got ahead of Wilson Dilks by the time they reached the first corner. Side by side as Blake Wilson tries to move his way past Austin Johnson and does so up into 3rd place, trying to keep sight of the 2 leaders as well. That was a fantastic 3-way battle, it must be said, over the duration of race number 2 in the Extreme 200s. Wilson Dilks making that extreme mistake we cannot forget, opening the door for Blake Wilson to take a sensational victory victory. Can he repeat it once again? There you can see Jenson Bishop on the back of Austin Johnson as well, trying to find his way through on the 27 machine. But as we round off the first lap, it is going to be Wilson Dilks from Finley Polehill, from them Blake Wilson, the top three. Beautiful stuff, it must be said. Let's see what can happen as we've still got 12 laps of racing to go.
Look at Finley Polehill looking to the inside there of Wilson Dilks. Fancied it a bit, didn't he? Of course, Polehill was looking phenomenal in race number 2 earlier. Got a great start in this one, and he's gone through. What a move by Finley Polehill. Dilks left the door open, and Finley Polehill up and through. He's won races here already this weekend. And he had an Extreme 200 1-2. His tally, the 99 in the lead from the 85, from the number 48. Finley Polehill take the lead of the race as they head through down at the bottom end of the circuit, through the back section, the sweeping S's. Some of the most fun corners on the calendar. Now into Sunny Bend and away they go. Into the right-hander, all Dilks trying to set up a move to the inside. Ultimately came to nothing, but worth a go nonetheless. Polehill leads. Fastest lap of the race as well, 49.7. Very, very close out there. I mean, look at the difference. They're so tight. Polehill and Dilks, Blake Wilson there as well. And not far behind them, Jenson Bishop, Austin Johnson, they're also pretty close behind. Could be an interesting race with 10 laps to go.
Yeah, very much could be. Finley Polehill, of course, doing exactly what he did in race 2. Of course, it was Wilson Dilks, like I say, that blinked first and made that all-important mistake that opened the door for Blake Wilson to obviously take that victory in fantastic fashion. A drag race to the line between himself and Finley Polehill. Of course, now Dilks sandwiched between 2 race winners this weekend. All 3 of them inside the top 3 have won a race. All of them have been consistently on the podium, and all of them are vying for top honours in the final round of Extreme 200 before we head to the final 2 rounds of 2024. It's gone quickly, so too is this race. Only 9 laps to go already.
It is so close out there, and it is flying by as the clock ticks down. Polehill, Dilks, Wilson, Bishop, Johnson, your top 5. And they are pretty close out there, to put it politely. You can see Harley Baker and Harrison Day getting involved in the background. Arch O'Brien's also made his way out onto the track in this one, trying to get some more track time. O'Brien's been struggling this weekend, maybe trying to diagnose what's going on, what the problem is in this Extreme 200 race as he makes his way from the back. Meanwhile, Polehill under extreme pressure from Wilson Dilks, almost touching the pair of them. That's how close they are. That's a wonderful block pass from Wilson Dilks, but it's not done yet because Polehill's got the inside into the final corner, but Dilks just sweeps around the outside. That was brave and that was brilliant from the number 85 as he takes the lead of the race with 8 laps left to go. He's been loving it down there into Sunny Bend, just send it up the inside. Had to sit Polehill up a little bit. Polehill didn't take no for an answer though. He still fought along until Dilks was clear on through, but he's still trying to fight back now. The 99 looks to the outside, coming into Erdels. We'll have to set up a second. Oh, what a move by Finley Polehill, gets the bike rotated and up into the lead once again. Here comes Blake Wilson. Watch Jenson Bishop in the background. He set the fastest lap of the race last time. Suddenly it's a 4-way fight for the lead.
Let's bring this on. 8 laps left to go. There's Wilson Dilks immediately trying to launch an counter-attack on Finley Polehill. This is fantastic racing. It goes without saying. Great respect shown between 4 fantastic young riders. 7 laps left to go. Let's see how this is going to conclude, because Finley Polehill is not backing down. Wilson Dilks is a tyrant in any championship he sets foot in, but right now Finley Polehill is David versus Goliath, and Finley Polehill is ahead comfortably for now. But Blake Wilson in the mix, Jenson Bishop in the mix as well. This can go any which way for 7 laps to go.
It's so close out there. You can't fit a piece of paper between any of them. Polehill, Dilks, Wilson, Bishop separated by 0.6 of a second at the line last time, and there's still 6.5 laps left to run here in the final Extreme 200 race at Rowrah. This doubleheader round which has brought us so much excitement, so much entertainment, and it still continues to serve us absolute brilliant racing. Polehill will lead another lap. Wilson Dilks looking racing behind him though once again, but Dilks needs to be wary of those coming up behind as well. There's Jenson Bishop, who's been slowly building up his speed all weekend. The boy is brilliant on the brakes. Can he launch any dive bombs on those in front? Blake Wilson really needs to be covering his inside, because Blake Wilson, well, if he leaves the door open, Jenson Bishop will just fire one up the inside. Remember, back at Lidge, race number 2. for the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s Championship. Before the red flag came out, Jensen Bishop started lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than anyone else just because of his ability on the brakes.
Yeah, exactly. New brakes, of course, going on. There's Wilson Dilks to the inside of St John's. It's not often we see that. Finley Polehill was not phased by a surprise attack from the 85. The acceleration goes the way of Dilks. Does the inside open up? He eyes it up, but Polehill was wise, stays in the middle of the circuit and gives Dilks the choice. The drive, though, goes the way of the 85. Inside line through the chicane. Polehill has to back out. Change for the lead once again with 5 laps left to go. Wilson Dilks ahead of Polehill.
That was lovely from Wilson Dilks. You can tell he really loves Paddock Bend. The final corner, he can take so many different lines out there, so many different corner entries, corner exits, and still be fast as they're almost 3 abreast. Coming up into Erdell's corner, almost contact because look at how close they all are. There was nearly Polehill into the back of Dilks, Wilson into the back of Polehill. Oh, there's Austin Johnson fighting with Harrison Day further down the pack. This is the battle for 5th place. I think Johnson's struggling for pace at the moment. Jensen Bishop at the back of this pack just sat there patiently waiting for an opening. They are neck and neck out there. 4 laps to go at the line.
Let's bring it on. Polehill, can he charge back after Wilson Dilks? Of course, they're virtually matched on pace. Let's see who's going to be the ones to take the top honours in the Extreme 200s. Wilson Dilks has done it on a number of occasions this season, leads the championship, but Finley Polehill, a surprise charge here at Rowrah. There's the fight. Harrison Day got a decent chunk of bikes behind him. Archie O'Brien at the tail end of that pack. Let's see if he's able to charge his way through the 91, late on the brakes into the first hairpin. That was brave. That was brilliant. Up the inside of Harley Baker. The 48 comes back at him, though, to the outside of the second hairpin. Archie defends and has to tip the bike back up, this Harley Baker, in avoidance of the 91. There we go. A 6th sense there for the Spider-Man helmet young lad. He's working his way through, up nicely into 7th place. 3 laps left to go here for the Extreme 200s at Rowrah.
So close out there across the field. This battle for what is now 6th place as Harrison Day has made his way through. Up in front, Wilson Dilks, meanwhile, potentially under attack from Finley Polehill for the race lead. Look at Blake Wilson as well. Oh, a bit of a wobble coming out of the corner for the number 48, but he's got the inside on Finley Polehill. Saw the opportunity and grasped it with both hands. There goes Blake Wilson up into 2nd place. Jensen Bishop has dropped away from the lead pack just a little bit, but still can be considered within the conversation as they blast their way into St John's. And now Sonny Bend, the left-hander, which Wilson Dilks made the daring move on Polehill to get the lead just a few laps ago. Into Paddock Bend they go, the final corner. Dilks takes his regular line. No need to go defensive on the current occasion. Penultimate lap of the race. 2 to go this weekend for the Extreme 200s. Polehill, I think, a little bit of a mistake there as he goes chattering over the bumps coming through the opening chicane. I think Polehill might just have dropped out of this lead battle as well. Blake Wilson last lap, fastest lap of 49.082. Absolutely rapid. Blake Wilson could be winning this race.
I think so. He's waited long enough for one, but the adrenaline high, you get addicted to winning, and he wants to go for it. He's got the opportunity to do it right now. A lap and a half left to run, and Wilson Dilks is in his sights. He's in his crosshairs, and targeting him now is Blake Wilson. He's got the pace. Will he have the opportunity? 1 lap left to run here at Rowrah for the Extreme 200s in 2024 with FAB-Racing. Blake Wilson, Wilson Dilks, 1 more tour of Rowrah to go. Who's going to be the one to take top honours? Let's find out. Blake Wilson riding his way through the chicane, trying to set up the move, but Wilson Dilks has got it covered.
Wilson Dilks defensive to the inside. Jensen Bishop's dropped a little bit too far back to be in the conversation for the win anymore. Here comes Blake Wilson looking to the outside. Dilks defensive. Goes Blake Wilson. No, doesn't get the switch back. Finley Polehill was right there with him, and Blake Wilson just couldn't get the bike turned in as a result. Dilks, Wilson, Polehill all the way now as they come into the back section. The 3 of them neck and neck. St John's for the final time. Does Blake Wilson have what it takes coming to the final few corners? Wilson Dilks runs out very wide. Last chance saloon. Oh, that was aggressive defending from Wilson Dilks. Is it enough defending? To the line they come. Drag racing across. Wilson Dilks will take it by 0.5 of a second. Aggressive defending from the race winner, but it's what he needed to take the victory in the Extreme 200s. Wilson Dilks takes a win. That was hard fought with Blake Wilson and Finley Polehill right on his tail. Jenson Bishop, ultimately P4, backed off on the last lap, knew he was out of the conversation, decided to just bring it home. He was over a second away from the leaders in the end. But Wilson Dilks, an aggressive defensive manoeuvre, but a fairer defensive manoeuvre is what gave him the win in that one.
Yeah, it was aggressive, but in the end he didn't actually do anything untoward. He was just sort of parking it in the middle of the road, and Blake Wilson sort of psyched himself out, tried to dummy, there was no space, and he realised that quite quickly. In the end, it was Wilson Dilks ahead of Blake Wilson. Finley Polehill takes another very impressive podium after a number of victories this weekend. Jenson Bishop, Harrison Day, another top 5 for the consistent young man inside once again. Archie O'Brien in P6 ahead of Austin Johnson. Harley Baker rounds off 8th ahead of Hamish McIntosh, with Annabelle McCarthy rounding out our top 10, and the field for the Extreme 200s. They'll be back in a couple of weeks' time, 3 weeks to be exact, when we head to Clay Pigeon. Next up then, the final race for Moto Team this weekend for what has been a very attritional, very stamina-reliant doubleheader here at Rowrah. Of course, this is the championship where it's all about the bike. The rider is pretty much irrelevant when it comes to the championship. It's all about the number on the front, and those are where the points are scored. We've seen fantastic racing all weekend long from them. Of course, Team Acme Racing versus Sean Whittaker have been battling all throughout and very, very close in their championship battle. They're heading out on their formation lap now. Let's run through the field as they rack up. Sean Whittaker, Guy Kite was meant to be alongside, but I don't think the 666 will be taking to the grid. Team Acme Racing complete the front row ahead of Phil Mapplebeck, who again I don't think is here today. Ben O'Keefe from 5th place, Team Earning the Badger in 6th. Harrison O'Keefe from Gary O'Keefe, Madison Marsley, who I think recently has been able to take to the track on that 888 machine. Race number 3 then for Moto Team. Moments away for what has been a very intense weekend at Rowrah. And Moto Team, of course, it's the cheapest form of UK entry motorsport. Get a second-hand bike off Facebook Marketplace, groups on Facebook, eBay, whatever you can really find a bike on, usually fairly reasonably priced. Get a couple of your mates together. For fairly decent prices, you can travel around the country racing, of course, and you can share the bike as well, because you're not dedicated to just one rider. You can swap every race. You can get 3 mates together, and you can have a race each. One of you does quali, whatever, and it should be very, very fantastic. And also, there are some sort of arrive and drive-esque ways to get yourself onto the grid. If you want to rent a bike from a team, or sort of just send an email to one of the team owners and say, hang on, yeah, can I have a go? I'll give you some money. Maybe that's one of the ways in as well. If you're thinking about it but don't want to commit, definitely get yourself into the FAB-Racing paddock. They're very welcoming, and the very communal aspect about the paddock. It's such a nice atmosphere to have, and always got that friendship about it. But when the visor comes down, there are no friends, only rivals. Sean Whittaker assumes that pole position ahead of the 27 machine. Of course, the team Ian Jackson, eyes to the lights. The number 1 of Sean Whittaker looking to extend his margin in the championship. Let's Go Racing, the 27 of Team Ian Jackson, gets the launch ahead of Sean Whittaker. Team Acme Racing as well, trying to contest into the first chicane, but no way through. A nice start then, it must be said. Team Ian Jackson from Moto Team opening through to the overall race lead. Sean Whittaker just able to hang on to the standard lead. Don't forget there's 2 classes. Team Acme, though, they've been all over Sean Whittaker all weekend long. Maybe this time is the time to topple them.
Great start there from Ian Jackson away at the lights. And Sean Whittaker and Team Acme find their way through. Of course, Ian Jackson in the open class. The 2 bikes behind him, they are in the standard class, so they are not fighting for position, apart from the overall victory, of course. Last race, Ian Jackson's bike being ridden by none other than Sullivan Mounsey, even though we were convinced it was Dan Goodman. Yeah, because he had Dan Goodman's leather on. But we were told on ours it definitely wasn't Sullivan Mounsey. And, well, we thought it might have been Casey Gorman as well, because it had Casey's helmet on, because Sullivan was...
It was a hybrid. He had someone else's boots on as well.
He had Blake Wilson's boots on, Casey Gorman's helmet, Dan Goodman's leathers. Thought it might have been Casey, thought it might have been Sullivan. We were told it's definitely not, but it was Sullivan. But Ian Jackson is back on the bike now and leading overall, leading the open class. Only 2 bikes out there in the open class, Ian Jackson and Gary O'Keefe. Gary currently 6th and backing up the pack out of our 6 riders. Ian Jackson leading the way. A little bit wide there, though. Sean Whittaker and Team Acme Racing. Sean Whittaker, of course, I'm sure would love to get past Ian Jackson if he gets the opportunity to put a bike between himself and that number 8, because they are fighting for the standard class win. Sean Whittaker, though, does he have the pace to get through that 27?
Yeah, that is going to be the question. Of course, there's no points on offer for it. It's open versus standard. They are two separate races just on the same track. You can fight for the overall win by all means, but you do carry a bit of a risk with that because Team Acme Racing is right behind them. Right, you do not want to have another bike that's right there if you're going to start engaging in a battle, particularly when it's your main championship rival. But the good thing is that if Sean Whittaker finds a way through on the 27, it puts a bike in between himself, sort of as a wall back to Team Acme Racing. So there are pros and there are cons. It's that risk versus reward. How much risk does Sean Whittaker want to take? How much rewards does he think he can get if he invests?
Well, I think there might have been a mistake on the previous lap for Team Acme Racing, dropping back a little bit. Sean Whittaker also setting the fastest lap of the race at 57.944. That's the first time that anyone's been in the 57s in this race, so Whittaker clearly the man with the pace. Ian Jackson though, 58.043, so the lap time's very, very close there. Making their way through Stewart's corner now. And look at Ian Jackson. He is riding superbly in this one. Maybe he's seen what Sullivan Mounty could do on his bike in race number 2 and decided to push it a bit harder. In race number 1 and the round 4 races on Sunday and Saturday, Ian Jackson, it was there, he was doing a good job and still picking up, solid positions in the open class because we don't have a lot of open riders here this weekend, but he wasn't out at the front in the overall race. Sullivan Mounty got on, having never ridden the bike before, went out, gave it a few laps to get used to it, and then went out and just, disappeared off up the road because, it turns out Redbull Rookies riders are actually quite good. So Ian Jackson runs a bit wide. Maybe that's a bit of inspiration for Ian Jackson. He's seen that his bike can go out and win overall races, and now he's riding the absolute skin off of it. So Ian Jackson doing a great job at the moment and keeping Sean Whittaker behind as well. But Whittaker, I don't think he's too concerned about overtaking Jackson now. Oh, he's run very wide. Was that a problem, or is Sean Whittaker looking for a race? He might have let him through.
Maybe. It didn't look like he made a mistake. It looked as if it was intentional, and he's just gone back to full speed. I think he wants
I think he wants a bit of a race. Obviously, Ian Jackson was in front. He couldn't find a way through Ian Jackson at that time. And, Team Acme Racing is the next standard bike in class, I think, because he looked back and then slowed. Yeah. I think Sean Whittaker fancies a race, not just for the overall win, for the class win and where the points actually matter. He wants to go out with a bang and maybe give Team Acme, get some proper racing done. A lot of respect to Sean Whittaker for that. Let's see how this race that he's just formed for himself can go.
It'd be embarrassing if he doesn't beat him though, wouldn't it? that would be something special, but nonetheless it gives us something to watch, which is great. 6 laps left to go. Sean Whittaker closing in on their championship rival, that is Team Acme Racing, and obviously both of them as a pair closing on Ian Jackson, but that's not their concern. Immediately Sean Whittaker then looking to the inside of Stuart Benn. He's not going to commit to the inside, and the outside works, going the way of the number 8 machine, which is obviously fantastic for them. But Sean Whittaker knocking on the door of that number 8, wanting the standard lead back. At the moment, there's no opportunity for it.
No, not quite yet, but it's going to be 5 laps left to go soon, so still a lot of time left in this race. Well, I say a lot of time, but still plenty of time to try and make a move. As Sean Whittaker looks left, looks right, can't find his way through Team Acme Racing at the moment. Another fastest lap there for Whittaker, 57.660. Acme responding to the pressure though. The number 8 bike last time, their first lap, or their second lap should I say, that's in the 57s. That's 2 laps in a row now. One was a 57.8, last lap a 57.9. So now the pressure's behind, responding, upping the pace a little bit. And both of them now running faster than Ian Jackson in front. They could be starting to run into the back of Ian Jackson, and then maybe that would upset their battle for the win a little bit, wouldn't it? But I'm sure that Sean Whittaker wouldn't have let the number 8 by, knowing that he might, not get back through. Yeah. I think he was willing to make that sacrifice. I think he knew, if I let him through, I might not get back past, and he was clearly happy to make that decision. I think maybe he enjoys being the hunter instead of the hunted, and as well, maybe he just wants to have a bit of a proper race, going to the inside. The number 8 squeezes the number 1 bike. Team Acme stay in front in P2 overall and leading the standard class.
4 laps left. Ian Jackson, of course, leading the open and the overall. Fastest lap going the way of Team Acme Racing. Very closely matched by Sean Whittaker. A 57.414 to a 57.451 respectively to Acme and Whittaker. Fantastic, though, it must be said. Sean Whittaker, though, he's had a couple of looks, but not really committed. Do you think that he doesn't want to be that guy that is in front, lets you through and then crashes into you? Do you reckon he's being a little bit cautious?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe just a little bit, but he's still pushing nonetheless. There we see some action further back in the pack. Looks like Madison Martlu's headed out onto track, but can't see them on our timing screen, so maybe a transponder issue there for Madison Martlu, currently following round Gary O'Keefe. Madison is in the standard class. That will put them P5 in the standard class, P7 in the overall standings on that 888 machine. So there we see the front three getting very tight together. 3 laps left to go. Ian Jackson in the open class, leading overall, of course, leading in the open class as well, has essentially got the race wrapped up, because the only other open class rider out there is Gary O'Keefe, running P6 overall and a long way behind Jackson. The pair behind him, though, they're racing for the class win in the standard class. Sean Whittaker let Team Acme through after a mistake from Team Acme. Wanted to carry on racing. Their last laps, Sean Whittaker of 57.299. Team Acme Racing, fastest lap of the race of 57.298. They are right on the money.
Really pushing each other. I love it. I think Sean Whittaker being behind Acme has sort of unlocked something for the number 8, and also not only being chased by Sean Whittaker but chasing Ian Jackson for the win has given Acme this sort of boost of confidence and sort of just that instinct that you try and go and find an extra couple of tenths of a second. 2 laps left to go at the line. Penultimate tour of Rowrah for the Motor Team riders, and Ian Jackson leads from Team Acme from Sean Whittaker. Nose to tail the entirety of the top 3. Obviously there's no points for the 8 or the 01 to overtake the 27, but there are points for the 01 to overtake the 08 and vice versa. So there are 2 races going on here, one for pride, one for points.
Absolutely. I mean, the open class race is done, presuming that Ian Jackson doesn't bin it and retire. He's going to take home the maximum amount of points regardless if these two get through or not. But the two behind are very much racing for position. Sean Whittaker looking to the inside. Acme a little bit later on the brakes, slams the door shut. But now Ian Jackson's getting in the way a little bit, isn't it? And the number 8's probably thinking, I need to get past soon, or I'm going to get past myself. We're going to be on 1 lap to go in just a short moment's time. As they come into Paddock Bend, the last lap flag will be held out by Lee Clowes, our flag marshal, and indeed there it is, a 1 more tour of Rowrah for the Moto Team, boys. Ian Jackson has the open win almost completely secure, just has to finish this lap. The 2 behind, though, Team Acme Racing on the number 1, and Sean Whittaker, who looks like it. Oh, Sean Whittaker!
Brake failure, surely.
That's got to be a brake failure, yeah.
He went straight on. I saw that coming from a mile away. He was braking way too deep, straight into the barrier. Down, is he out? Can he limp it home to take the points for second place in the standing class? That releases the top 2. And in fact, actually, that's the 65 of Ben O'Keefe knocking on his door. What has happened to that bike? Is he okay? He's looking very slow. The inside opens up for the 64. He drops down to 3rd in standard. Does Sean Whittaker. Ben O'Keefe goes up into 3rd in the standard. But this is the fight for the overall and respective winners. 1 lap left to go. 1 corner left to go for Motor Team for what has been a grueling doubleheader, hard racing all the way through. The checker flag waves, and it's the 27 that wins the open class, the overall, and the standard goes the way of Team Acme Racing, less than a quarter of a second behind. But my oh my, heartbreak for Sean Whittaker, who in the end could not contest at all. Claps, smiles, thumbs up all the way through for our 2 winners as Team Acme Racing respond to the championship charge.
What a run there for Sean Whittaker. What a shame, though, ultimately loses out in 4th place, and despite making that battle with Team Acme Racing, did a great job. But yeah, I'm assuming that was brake failure. Looking at how Ben O'Keefe got through, Sean Whittaker was on the brakes very early, crawling around, so I think either overheating or a problem on that behalf. But Ian Jackson takes the open class win. Team Acme Racing take the standard class win. Ben O'Keefe 2nd, Sean Whittaker 3rd, and Team Ernie the Badger 4th. Gary O'Keefe 2nd, and well, last, but still 2nd out of the open class, guys. Madison Martlu was on track, but again, not on our timing sheets. Hopefully there was a transponder on the bike. If not, it'll be no points, nil points. If so, that'll be 5th in the standard class for Madison Martlu. Moto Team done and dusted here at Rowrah. Of course, in 3 weeks' time, they will be returning as we head proper down south. We're going from one end of the country to the other. We're going to Dorset, going to Clay Pigeon. The final race for a championship that has been one of the most exciting this weekend. The Mini F1 sidecars have provided drama, tension, and just excellent racing all throughout this doubleheader weekend here at the Cumbria Kart Racing Club. And for one last time, they're going to put it all on show once again. Of course, the people of the moment have been those on the 44, Mick and Danny Lee, who coming into this weekend, they were regulars in the sidecar out, shall we say. But this weekend, potential race winners. They've got one more opportunity to do it. Otherwise, Mick Williams is going to walk away from this weekend feeling a very happy man. The Green Streets will also wanting to be rescuing what, by their standards, will be a very disappointing run. Green Streets start on pole position. Can they stay there, though? They've not been able to so far this weekend. Mick Williams starts from P2 with Mick and Danny Lee starting in P3.
Was that the Green Streets?
Green Streets are spun?
Yeah.
All right, well, that's a good way to warm your tyres up, I suppose, on an outlap. They will be starting on the pole. They're still going. Just a little spin on the outlap. Meanwhile, going further along, going from fourth is Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet as the passenger. Chris Impey and Dave Caves on the 457 in P5. P6 is Mark Parker. P7, the Hosker Mobile, the 127 of John Hosker. And P8, Vince Bailey on the 369. That's our 8 sidecar grid here at Rowrah. Question is, Zach Sweeney, those front three, Williams, Greenstreets, and of course the Lees, they've been absolutely eclectic this weekend. Who's going to be on top in this one?
Good question. I don't know. We don't know. Mick Williams obviously has got the pace, has suffered a couple of reliability issues, but when it comes to this weekend, has just been on top form. Mick Lee, of course, in the Green Streets in race 2, had that huge tussle going into Stuart Bend at the top of the back straight. And it did get quite dicey. And then, of course, the Green Streets had their issue, whatever it was, that slowed them down. They dropped nearly off the podium after a late charge past Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet to take third place back, limiting the damage. As the 11, actually, speaking of Jamie Alexander and Isaac Greenstreet, they've got an issue checking at the back. We know they had to go and retrieve a bit of bodywork, their front nose fairing. They've had to sort of weld back on. They had to go and retrieve it from the track during lunch. But something at the back of the sidecar now is the issue. They're pulled off. Are they out of the race, or is it a quick fix?
Well, if they're looking underneath the sidecar, Jamie Alexander gesturing to Isaac Greenstreet, are they done, or can they get going again? Pointing over to Lee Clowes, I think. Are they going to get it back out onto the racing circuit? Possibly. We'll wait and see. I don't think they are. Maybe. Who knows? We'll get going once again. Maybe a jump start there for the 44 of Mick Lee, because he started rolling forward. The Green Streets away slowly. The 44 up into second. Mick Williams takes the lead away from the line. Once again, it's been weekend of disappointing getaways for the Green Streets at the red lights. Let's see if they can recover over the remainder of this race, but we'll keep an eye on the 44, because they definitely started either way too far forward or jumped, stopped, and then went again at the red lights. Sideways there, the 26 of Mick Williams, the 44 chasing them down as they head out of Erdales and into the Stuart Bend. Can they have a look to the inside? Running a little bit on the grass there goes the Lees on the 44. And that does not sound like a healthy sidecar. Mick Williams, we know they've been having engine problems all weekend. It appears the Green Streets are having them as well. The 44, maybe it's an opportunity to capitalise, because if you listen in, it's not very healthy, is it?
Let's go quiet for a couple of corners just so we can tune in and maybe hear what the issue might be.
Just sounds rough, doesn't it? Just sounds rough. It's not a misfire, but just something does not sound right on that motor.
It works, don't question it.
Yeah, well, they're leading the Mick Williams on the 26, so it's clearly not that much of an issue, but the 44 maybe is their best opportunity. They've been close all weekend. Can the 44 take a victory here in the final race of the weekend, this doubleheader weekend at Rowrah in the Mini F1 sidecars? Round 4 and 5 of the 2024 FAB-Racing Mini Bike British Championship, as they continue to push on into the back section of the track. 5.5 laps left to go. The Green Streets seemingly once again do not have the pace in this one. They're dropping back away from Mick Lee. It's going to have to be a 2-sidecar race between the 26 and the 44. Further back in the pack, some more action elsewhere. We look as we see that is Mark Parker on the 230 being chased down by the 127 of John Hosker. Only 6 sidecars making it out to the grid. Unfortunately, this one looks like of course, well, Jamie Alexander didn't make it out. You can see the abandoned number 11 over there. A real shame for them. Looks like Chris Impey also did not make it out onto circuit, which is a real shame. There is the 230, though, of Mark Parker. doing a good job holding off the Hoskers at the moment. And I tell you what, that 127 been looking pretty pacey this weekend. Let's see if they can find a way through, negotiate their way past and up into 4th place as they come up to Erdels for the 2-wheel bikes. This is the hardest corner on the circuit for the 3-wheel sidecars. Bit of a doddle as they make their way through and bomb back down the hill towards the Stewart Bend. And right now, the 230 just holding on. Can the Hoskers make their way through? Up the front, still 0.5 of a second separating them. Last lap, Mick Williams was a purple lap time of 59.628, but Mick Lee in the 44 was only a tenth slower. And then on this lap, Mick Williams a 59.249, Mick Lee in the 44 a 59.113. The 26 and the 44, Zach, they're trading blows.
Yeah, they really are trading lap times, and Mick Lee, I think, really trying to ramp up the pressure onto the 26. The Green Streets, I think they had an issue on the opening lap. They really dropped back off the top 2. Coming out of that very corner, we saw it in race 1-2, actually, just how much they struggled. That initial getaway, that initial pull, the acceleration, not great on that 90. Maybe that's the cause of their troubles, but what it has done is release the other 2 to have their own respective battles out in front. Mick Williams, of course, has been very dominant in round number 5. Can he round it off with a triple alongside his passenger? The 44, though, wants their final opportunity to win, because in a championship that, for the best part, pretty much of this decade of the 2020s, has been dominated by either Mick Williams or the Green Streets, you need to take any opportunity you can get to win, because you don't know when the next one will be, if it will be.
Absolutely. We're living in the Green Streets and Mick Williams' world, unfortunately, in the world of mini F1 sidecars, but the 44 are really taking it to the 26. The Green Streets were lapping about a second slower than the front pair. Now they're lapping about 0.5 slower, but the gap is now 4 seconds and with 3 laps left to go. Unless disaster happens, I think the Green Streets are very much out of contention. Getting the sidecar a little bit sideways there. The 26, is this an opportunity for the 44 in a straight line? Yes, it is. The 44 goes to the lead of the race, cuts inside, and Mick and Danny Lee are leading a mini F1 sidecar race with 2.5 laps left to run here at Rowrah. Is this the day they stand atop the podium?
Let's see. Of course, a true underdog story is that 44. They've been clawing back some pace the entire season. 3 Sisters, they got close. They were on the podium. They've been fighting now, and this is a golden opportunity. 2 laps left to run, and Mick Williams is under pressure and now has to chase after them. They can see the backside of Mick and Danny Lee. Can they get their way back past?
The lap times from Mick Williams dropping a little bit. Of course, they did get overtaken, but as well, I'm wondering if that engine issue they're suffering from is getting worse, because, again, they've been struggling down the straights all weekend, and you watch the gap just visually expand, especially just coming out of a corner. I think their engine may be starting to give up the ghost as the 44 pulls away once again. 44 also running onto the grass there. That's an interesting racing line, but whatever works for you, I suppose, as long as you keep some wheels on the black stuff, it's legal. Making their way through the beds. Oh, and that 26 does not sound happy. Sounds even worse than it did before. Mick Williams, I'm hoping he's going to make the end of the race at this point, because it really isn't sounding particularly healthy. As they come through the final bend, and the 44 hold on one more lap here at Rowrah.
Let's bring it on. One more tour from our number 5 of the mini F1 sidecars, FAB-Racing in 2024. And usually it's either a 2-horse race or a runaway front fight. But now we've had 3 contenders for the last 6 races of mini F1 sidecars in 2024. Maybe it's revived. Maybe this is the year that we see a close championship finale all the way to the end, or at least consistent battles. But Mick and Danny Lee, you have to take your hats off to them. True underdogs in a championship dominated by Williams, by the Green Streets. They've fired back. It all started at 3 Sisters, where they were trying to claw back some pace. Triple podium run for their first round at 3 Sisters 6 weeks ago. They arrived here at Rowrah through the final couple of corners. They have to keep it tidy. But a historic win in the mini F1 sidecars, FAB-Racing in 2024. The dominance of Williams and Green Street's end, because the 44 takes victory for race 3 of the sidecars. Beautiful stuff. Celebrations in order as the 44 absolutely smashes it. Fastest lap on that final lap as well, a 59.032, and a lot to write home about. They've had to work hard for that, and they end the streak of dominance that has clouded this championship. Williams and Green Street's toppled by Mick and Danny Lee.
Don't seem that impressed with it, to be honest. Just cruising on back home. What a victory that is for Mick and Danny Lee. A phenomenal ride. Sharing gratitude with their opponents. The 26 offering a hand. Well played, boys, they say. What a ride that was from the 44, taking the victory. Fastest lap of the race and the last lap as well. 59.032. Mick Williams did put a 59.215 in, and it was all they could do. But the 44 stands atop of the Mini F1 sidecar world. As you see the green streaks there, getting going once again. A disappointing weekend for them. They've got a lot to answer for, a lot to think about before they head to Clay Pigeon in 3 weeks' time to get back onto the top step of the podium. That is it for the Mini F1 sidecars. The 44 takes the victory. Mick Williams P2, Jason and Leo Greenstreet P3, Mark Parker P4, Vince Baylor was 5th, and the Hoscomobile, the 127, was in P6. That's it for the sidecars. They'll be back in 3 weeks. Final race of the weekend for the Premier Class. Final race of the weekend for the LS2 helmets Mini GP British 70 British Championship. And what a weekend it has been. A bit of a chaotic race too earlier on, especially at the start. We saw a bit of an incident with Hamish McIntosh, a poor start for Archie O'Brien, leading to a bit of a ricochet chain reaction. But then a great race from start to finish as well. Zach Sweeney, this is what it all comes down to. This is the one everyone's been waiting for. The final race of the weekend for these guys. The final race of this ginormous doubleheader weekend at Rowrah as well. Really the icing on top of the cake. Well, who do you think is going to be on top?
I have absolutely no idea. This is the championship that has been all eyes on, right? It's the final step in their grassroots career before they move on to their junior and that sort of that second phase of their sort of younger age career before they go into the British Talent Cup or Redbull Rookies or anything like that. This is where they start out, and if you can win here, you are definitely looking for a successful further career. It should be absolutely fantastic, and let's hope we're in for a good final race.
Absolutely. The riders making their way out on the formation lap. Finley Polehill starts on pole position. Archie O'Brien alongside in P2 and Byron Johnson in 3rd. Wilson Dilks is 4th with Harrison Day P5 and Frankie Watson in P6. Travis Shaw, Matty Thomas and Hamish McIntosh on the 3rd row with Ollie O'Gorman, Lucy Curtis and Beth Ashby on row 4. Riley Paisley, our lone rider, in P13 on row 5. Joining me once again, Sullivan Mounsey. Welcome back. Should be a good race. We had a pretty hectic race too earlier on. Final race of this awesome double weekend we've had as well. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, well, I feel like it'll be a really good race, to be honest with you guys. It's been a spectacular weekend, actually. I think there was only one race that wasn't actually very interesting, where they all kind of split up, and that was the one that Finney won, where he kind of stretched them all out and just kind of went. Byron seemed like he struggled in that race. However, he was able to kind of bring it back in that last one. But let's just see what kind of happens. Wilson, he's on his bike that he's selling, actually. So he's not on the same bike that went kaput earlier. So let's see what they can do in this one.
Well, spare bike then for Wilson Dilks. Let's see if that brings him any luck, as well as maybe in a couple of weeks' time a bit of spare cash as well. There we see pole sitter Philippe Archie O'Brien and Byron Johnson alongside. O'Brien will be wanting a better start than he had in race 2. Johnson will be wanting a better start as well, because it might propel him into the lead instead of just second place. It's time to go racing for the final race of the weekend here at Rowrah. It is lights out. We are underway. Great start there for Polehill. Archie O'Brien gets away well as well. Will slot into second place. Byron Johnson holds position, as does Wilson Dilks in P4. The top 4 all where they started. Harrison Day as well into P5, all looking to the inside there. Changes of position. Archie O'Brien trying to go the long way around of Finley Polehill. Didn't quite work out. Wilson Dilks went the short way around of Byron Johnson. It did work. He's up into 3rd place as they rocket their way out of Erdell's. Wilson Dilks to the inside of O'Brien. Can O'Brien play the offensive and sweep round? No. Dilks gets it done. Up into 2nd for the number 85. Now just Finley Polehill to go if he wants to make his way into the lead of the race. Into Sunny Bend they go for the first time in this one. This 12-lap affair coming out. Looks like Byron Johnson, a bit of a mistake there. A poor exit maybe puts him in the clutches of Harrison Day, but at the end of the first lap, it's Polehill from Dilks, from O'Brien, your top 3. What a start that was, or an opening lap, should I say, for Wilson Dilks, Sully. He's got up to 2nd.
Yeah, well, proper nice overtake by Archie O'Brien as well. He's actually hanging in there there quite nicely, and so is Travis Shaw and Harrison Day. Harrison was able to battle with these guys at the end, but there is actually got a bit more of a Moto3 pack this race. It's all quite close. Wilson was able to put 50.7. There's Wilson Dilks up the inside of Finley Powell. He's done it nice and clean, and he's on a rocket ship at the moment. He is going for it. So let's see if Finley's going to go back at him or whether they're going. At the moment, it looks like them two have just broken away from everybody else, but let's just see. Wilson's had some very tight lines at the moment. Just like that. He's not doing his very sweeping lines as he has done before, but he's looking very racy this time around. So let's see what's going on. As you can see here, Byron's the lead in the second pack at this moment in time. We've got Byron Johnson, Harrison Day and Archie O'Brien with Travis Shaw just hanging on there. But there we go. Finley Powell's having a look up the inside of Wilson Dilks. He's not going to make do this time around, but he is there. Finley has got a win this weekend. So has Byron Johnson and Wilson Dilks. The top three have all got a win this weekend. And who do you think is going to do it? Because at the moment it's looking like Wilson's the strongest man on track.
Absolutely, Wilson looking super comfortable out there at the moment, absorbing all of the pressure from behind. Of course, heading into this round, or this double round, should I say, this weekend, Wilson Dilks, there was only one race he didn't win. He finished third as Harrison Day won in the wet at Ella Park. Of course, a few different winners this weekend in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship, but Dilks looks to continue stretching his championship lead. Archie O'Brien has been overtaken by Harrison Day. Day looks to have really upped his pace over the previous two tours of Rowrah and is now maybe trying to hunt down Byron Johnson for a race, for a podium. Byron Johnson on the previous lap of 49.136, fastest lap of the race, but only a smidge faster than race leader Wilson Dilks on that number 85. The gap between Dilks and Polehill at the line was 0.3 of a second. There is Archie O'Brien, who's had a very disappointing weekend by his standards. His streak of second places has ended every race he entered so far this season. Coming into this weekend had been P2. This weekend, though, something's not clicked. Whether it's the bike, whether it's him, whether it's both, he will be disappointed and will be after putting a lot of work in heading into Clay Pigeon in 3 weeks' time. But he's got Harrison Day in front of him. Harrison having a good weekend. Let's see if Archie can try and get back up in front.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's been a bit of a weird one for Archie O'Brien. Actually looks like he's on Harrison Day's bike. I think I saw them taking Harrison Day fairings off and putting Archie's on. So he's had some bike trouble and he's now looking kind of like part teammates other than that black fairing on the front. But back to the leaders, Wilson, he's just looking very comfortable. He's set at 48.8, the fastest lap of the race. And he's just gapped Finley in 2 laps. So he's gone back to his race one fanatics and just kind of going with the flow and just going for it. And he doesn't look too out of the seas on his second bike, but his second bike seems a bit more comfortable. Maybe have to take that 4-cell sign off at this rate. But Finley's there. He's had a very good weekend as well. He's got his first ever first place finish, and he's got quite a few seconds and thirds this weekend, other than one DNF where Byron ran into the back of him, which was a shame. But it's an amazing race this is, and these are the kids to road to MotoGP. But Byron Johnson, he actually looks like he's caught Finley Polehill up. He was 1 second off Finley Polehill last lap. He's now 0.8 off and looking even closer than before, so we might start seeing a battle for second, which will spice up this race.
Byron Johnson, he's been doing it all weekend. Just as the race progresses, he just gets faster and faster and faster as the bike begins to come to him, as he starts to settle into a rhythm. That's what we're seeing here. His last lap was a 10th quicker than Finley Polehill. They're coming to the timing line now, making it 6 laps left to go. That lap, he was 0.2 faster. So Johnson is reeling Polehill in. But of course, it's one thing to catch a rider in front. It is another thing entirely to overtake it. Let's see what the 37 can do, if indeed he does get to the back of the 99, as Wilson Dilks continues to extend his lead. Now 1.7 seconds up the front. As Sully said, looking super, super comfortable is the championship leader out there, feeling pretty happy, even though he's on the spare bike. And just doing a great job. Byron Johnson, meanwhile, let's keep an eye on him and him closing in to Finley Polehill. Johnson has been loving life at Rowrah this weekend. He's been on fine form, taking some race wins in other classes and in this class as well, and just looked right at home here in Cumbria. Let's see if he can get up into second place as well. 5 laps left to go. Going to be pretty close towards the end of this one for P2, I reckon.
Yeah, well, if you just sort of Wilson Dilks, then he looks very calm, but now we have got a battle for second place. This is going to start spicing up, everybody. Keep your eyes peeled, don't take your eyes off this screen, try not to blink, because this is going to get spicy. As we know, Byron Johnson, he's a bit of a lunger. Oh, Wilson Dilks, a problem for Wilson Dilks. Wilson Dilks is back to P3. This is amazing. Well, for these two, but dreadful for Wilson Dilks. This is all going to spice up the race, guys. I'd be keeping your eyes open. Now, this is Byron's time. There we go, Byron Johnson. This is the time Byron Johnson wants to get past Finney Powell. Byron Johnson is going to be loving this right now. He's gone from third off the back of these two and now could be even doing this. Finney Powell is thinking, wow, this is amazing. So is Byron, but Wilson's back in it. He must have hit the kill switch or something. This is not good for Wilson, but amazing for these two. And there's Wilson Dilks up the inside. He has got much more pace than these two. So let's see what he's going to be able to do.
Well, he either hit the kill switch or he's led him back through to try and get some racing practice because he was so far up the road. It's possible that he could have just gone, you know what, on board, let's just hang back and see what we can do. Wilson Dilks up into P2, whatever happened, and already chasing down Finley Polehill. Wilson Dilks has been mega this weekend, alongside everyone else up the inside into St John's. Oh, that is a brave move to make. Ultimately came to nothing, but Dilks has been spectacular this weekend alongside all of our other riders in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s British Championship. These are the guys, as Dilks goes to the lead once again, these are the guys that are going to be in the R&G British Talent Cup in a couple of years' time, that might be following Sullivan Moundsey up to the Redbull MotoGP Rookies Cup, maybe going on to MotoGP, BSB, WSBK, whatever it is. These are the guys leading the charge for Britain's bike racing future, and it is such a great talent list out there, and they are doing an amazing job so far. Wilson Dilks then back to the lead. Whatever happened a few laps ago, seemingly gotten over it. He's back in front, 2.5 laps left, and well, continuing to put in the pace.
No, I must say this is amazing by Wilson. He had a bit of a disappointment, whatever just happened then, but he's put his head down and he's just gone straight back for it. He's gone straight past Finney Polehill and he's going. He's trying to go, and he is. He's already dropping. They've both dropped Byron, and he's starting to drop Finney Polehill. This is very impressive, and he's just gone and set the fastest lap of the race. There was a bit of upset, but he's now done it. But there we go. He's trying to get past Lucy Gettis. He's struggling. Is that Finney Polehill that's now trying to get back past Wilson Dilks? Yes, it is. He's not going to be able to make anything as Finney Polehill, but that's brought Finney back into it. This is giving Finney many chances in this race, so let's see what he's going to be able to do. But Wilson, he does look very calm and collected. He doesn't look like he's on the limit, and he's just able to do this. And this just shows you, everybody, that Wilson has had the upper hand in this race over everyone else. He's made a mistake or something has happened with the bike, and he's kept going, and now he's back in the lead and he's going again. He keeps on having these little upsets there or thereabouts, but we're now gone to this last lap, and he is just showing everyone how it's done.
He is so comfortable out in front. Polehill still sticking with him. Unfortunately, the traffic has ruined Byron Johnson's chances of challenging for anywhere further up the podium. But Dilks and Polehill still super close out there. Dilks, little check back as they come out of Erdale's. Bit more traffic to get through. That's Beth Ashby on the number 8. Gets through with little trouble. Polehill maybe will be getting held up. Beth Ashby normally gets out of the way very politely, though does not so on this occasion. That may be Polehill's chances over as Dilks into Sunny Bend for the last time. He had an issue early on, but whatever it was, he's gotten over it. Dropped back to third, and moments later, he's rounding the final corner. Wilson Dilks once again wins here in Rowrah in the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70s British Championship. And what a performance from our championship leader. If you ever doubted him, you shouldn't be now, because he has just stamped his authority on 2024, the number 85, with potentially the ride of the season. What a race from Dilks as Polehill and Johnson round out the podium. But Wilson Dilks, the man of the moment.
Yeah, well, and very impressive ride by Wills. And very nice to see. He was very calm and collected. He didn't mess up. He made a mistake or something's happened, and he's just kept his head down. He's kept on going, and he's been able to show everyone that he can drop back to third, lose it, go on the curb on the last lap, and still keep his head cool and bring it home. That was a very impressive ride by Wilson, and this just shows him he needs to give himself a big pat on the back, and welcome everybody to the road to MotoGP, because I think he's one of the names that you're not going to want to forget.
Absolutely. You'll be hearing the name Wilson Dilks for many, many years to come, I imagine. He takes yet another spectacular victory to cap off this double-header weekend here at Rowrah. Round 4 and round 5 done and dusted. Wilson Dilks takes yet another win. Finley Polehill in P2 and Byron Johnson rounding out our podium. Harrison Day in P4 with Travis Shaw in P5, only pipping Archie O'Brien to the line by 0.6 of a second. Hamish McIntosh, after a disappointing start to race 2, gets into P7 with Matthew Thomas P8, Ollie O'Gorman 9th and Beth Ashby in P10, and Lucy Curtis, our 11th and final rider in that one. Sully, it's brought an end to a brilliant weekend of racing, but Wilson Dilks especially can be happy with that.
Yeah, he showed everything. He's the top rider. He's number 1 in the championship, and this just proves it exactly to everyone why he is. He's been able to put some spectacular results all through this season. There's 2 rounds left now, and at the moment it looks like he's just going to wipe the floor clean if he keeps up his streak. He's ended on a high. He's got that first place, and that's all that matters. He's now going to be feeling good, and so will Finley Polehill, and Byron Johnson as well. They've all had exceptional weekends, but they just need to keep chipping away. And if it's all about that in your mindset, if they have a good mindset and keep feeling strong and positive about themselves, then they'll get there and they'll make it all the way. So it's just about keep chipping away. But well done to Wilson as well. He's had all bike problems for 2 races, but he's been able to put his head down and keep on going. So well done Wilson Dilks and everybody else in the LS2 Mini GP 70 Championship.
Well, that is it then for FAB-Racing here at Rowrah in 2024. What a double weekend we have just had. Thank you to Sullivan Mounsey for joining us in the commentary box over the last few races. And, well, what a weekend of racing it has been. Zach Sweeney, just excellence from start to finish, over 60 races this weekend.
It's been a tough one. It's been a long one, but it's been worth it. Rowrah delivered. It did not disappoint at all. We ended the first half of 2024. We began the second half of FAB-Racing for this season, and it was exhilarating from start to finish. We're exhausted in the commentary box, but it's because we've been worked hard, because they've been working hard out on circuit, giving us these fantastic races. Championships have been implicated. Surprise results have been thrown into the mix, and Jamie King still hasn't won.
When will he win, apart from maybe twice last time out when there was no one else there to win instead? Thank you very, very much for joining us for what has been a rather gruelling double weekend of action. As I said, both round 4 and round 5, but it has been absolutely exceptional. Big thank you to the marshals, the medics, race control, everyone that's enabled FAB-Racing for happening, and thank you for tuning in, joining myself, Ross McIntyre, and Zach Sweeney for all of the action across the weekend and into Monday as well. That's it from here in the Lake District. In 3 weeks' time, though, FAB-Racing will be back as we swap ends in the country. We're going from the north and the lakes to the south and Dorset, and we'll be heading to Clay Pigeon. Take care. We'll see you then.